Hey there, it's Louisa from Feel Good Astrology, and this is the July forecast. So this is the 1st of July, and I'm full of beans. I have to say, I've woken up feeling really joyful and quite happy. We've got some sunshine, which is very nice, and I'm wondering what it's like where you are. So in this video, it's broken down into two distinct parts. The first part is the overall forecast of the planetary, I guess we could call it planetary weather, cosmic weather, to do with the overall alignment, the patterns, the retrogrades, the ingresses, i.e. when a planet moves from one sign to another. So I'll be talking about the sort of coding for the July, for the month of July for everybody. And then in part two, I'm going to be looking on a sign by sign basis to see how you can use that particular energy to your best to best purpose, so that you can really enjoy July, really use the natural high flows and, take some, not precautions, but be aware of maybe when there's some slightly difficult days. So hopefully that will give you everything you need to know for this month ahead. I'm also releasing today the new moon forecast, so that, you can do a deeper dive into the new moon if that's something that you like to watch. In particular with the new moons, you get a real sense of intention work. So, if you like to use intention work to kind of stabilize yourself, help you plan your energies, help you with new starts and things like that. The new moon is all about new starts. Then check that out. I'm going to be also talking about the asteroids that are in particularly strong positions with this new moon too. So there you go. Quite a bit of resource there for you. Now, before I get going, let me just talk about the perspective I'm looking at this from. So I practice, when I practice and work with clients, I use Placidus. However, with the forecast, I use a whole sign, Western tropical astrological setup. Now, the reason being is I don't know where your ascendant is, and I don't know if you're using whole sign, Placidus, or any number or equal house, I have no idea what house system works best for you. And I'm guessing if you're using a particular house system, then you have a particular knowledge to do with astrology anyway, so you can find the one that suits you. Now, with whole sign, it assumes that you have one sign equaling one house. So for instance, if your ascendant is in the sign of Scorpio, like mine is, then your first house incorporates the whole of Scorpio. Now, that's a really valid way of looking at astrology, in fact. So when I do these forecasts later on, I'm looking at it from your ascendant sign. So if you know what your ascendant is, then just select that particular forecast and it'll take you there. Now, of course, with a whole sign, sometimes you might also find it beneficial to watch the next sign on from your ascendant. So a lot of people write each month and say, oh, I'm using Placidus and I'm not entirely sure which ascendant to look for. So here's my rule of thumb, because I think astrology should be playful and it should be fun. And I don't think hard and fast rules are necessarily helpful. For some people, the whole sign system works for them. For some, Placidus. For some, I've just recently realized that I've been using the Cox system, and I've preferred that, and it's really fitted the person I've been up until this point. But right now, Placidus seems to really match where I am in my development. So it just, in my chart, it's just shifted on a few planets, or, and so on and so forth. So my rule of thumb is watch the ascendant sign for your actual ascendant, and then also watch the following ascendant sign, because there will be some crossover, unless your ascendant sign is at 0 degrees in your actual sign. You may also have the next sign within your houses. So watch the two, watch your ascendant and the next sign. So for instance, with me, I've got Scorpio rising. I also would listen to Sagittarius. So try that out and see which one works for you. You might find that it's a blend of two. And of course, how can I possibly create something that is 100% meaningful for you when I'm dividing these readings into 12. Obviously, if you want something very bespoke to you, then obviously just contact me and I can work directly on your chart. But the best and easiest way for me to be able to create something meaningful for everybody, for you in particular, is to use the whole sign system. So I hope that is helpful. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's get on with the show. and start really considering what July has for us. And before I go any further, I just want to thank everybody who absolutely supports the show. I love and appreciate you so much. And so people support the show in so many different ways. I mean, lots of people send me encouraging messages or emails, and I love you for that as well. Thank you so much. Or even comments at the bottom of the videos. I adore that. Thank you. And then there are people who are sponsoring this channel either through YouTube, so you can subscribe to give a monthly donation via YouTube, or there are people who just send me a little donation to say thank you. I've got a coffee, ko.fi.com, I think it is. The link's below anyway in the description field, where you can just make a little one-off donation and sort of buy me a coffee. So there are all different ways that people are supporting the show. Even if you just shared the show with your friends, you're also supporting. So this is to the ones who I'm aware of, you guys on the screen. Thank you so much. And also thank you to everyone else who is sharing in the buzz that I don't get to see. I really thank you too. So thanks so much. Right, let's get going. So I'm going to have a look. I've written down quite a few of the things that really occur to me. The first one, and this is the main one, and I'm going to be doing a separate video about this, and that is the Jupiter square Saturn. Okay, it's not going to be exact this month, but the square is coming in, and it starts, and the term is applying, like, I guess, for instance, I just recently had my mum and dad come and stay for a month, and you could say that they were applying to come to be exactly here when they started their flight. You know, so that when they drove to the airport, they were applying that square, or that aspect between my mum and dad and me were coming together. And it's a bit like that with the planets. It's a strange example, I understand. So right now, Saturn is in one position, Jupiter is in another, and they are coming into an exact square, which puts them at a 90-degree angle. So they're not at the 90-degree angle, but they're heading in the direction. And so it's applying. So you start to feel the energies. On the 15th of July, they will both be 8 degrees away from the 90-degree angle. So I can't remember off the top of my head if they're over 98, like 98 degrees, or if they are at 81 degrees, but they are applying into this square. Now, this is quite significant. We don't have Jupiter square Saturn very often, but I am going to be doing a thorough deep dive into it, because it's not just, they're not going to do this aspect once, they're going to do it a few times. So like coming into the square, then coming out of the square, and then coming back into it over a series of months. And, you know, Jupiter is a planet of expansion, but also inflammation, interestingly. You know, but Jupiter has such a great rep as being this benevolent character, and then Saturn gets a really bad rep, being known as quite a negative character. You know, Saturn is you know, has a sort of restricting, almost like a boa constrictor kind of energy. So, you know, Jupiter is almost like the waxing moon phase, and Saturn is like the waning moon phase, you know, so one is getting bigger, one is getting smaller. And of course, you know, the one that's getting bigger, Jupiter, gets all the credit, and the one that's getting smaller, Saturn, gets all the dissing. Now, you know, I will, like I said, sort of explore this in a meaningful way. I actually did a video about them both a few years ago. I don't know if I put it on this channel, but I'll tweak it out and have a look. I was comparing the ideas of Jupiter and Saturn to the idea of Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn, I was comparing them to the idea of Jesus and Satan, because at that time, lots of people, you know, I heard people talking about it. Now, I think there are good and bad sides to every single planet, or you could just say everything is in a continuous flux along some kind of spectrum. So with Jupiter, you're always looking at the flux of energy, you know, the beneficial sides of things expanding, but also the negative sides of things expanding. And likewise with Saturn, there are some real good sides to things restricting and refining and being defined. So this is going to be quite a testing aspect for world politics, I'm quite sure, and also will be felt, you know, if there is an economic effect, which I'm sure there is, during these times, it will have a knock-on effect on us and our lives. And so this is an interesting moment in time to just manage what's happening. And in my sort of usual way, I'm going to be looking at past Jupiter square Saturns and you know, so that we get more of an idea. So that is, I think, the big news this month. You know, we are sort of preparing for it, but there's obviously loads of other things. So we've got the new moon on the 5th, which I'm also releasing the forecast for that today. So that's the new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees in the sign of Cancer. If you've got anything around that, I've got my Saturn there, my husband's sun is pretty much there. You know, if you're born around the 5th to the like 4th to the 7th or something, you know, this is quite an important new moon for you. You know, if you've got anything at this degree, it's going to interact with the flavor of your chart. Later on, we've got the full moon in Capricorn. This is the second full moon in Capricorn because we had one last month. And this is also in a conjunction with Pluto. So it's going to be quite a hard-hitting one, I suspect. So we want to watch out for those. And of course, if you've got anything around 29 degrees Capricorn or 29 degrees in any of the cardinal signs, it's worth perking up your ears and just working out how that might translate into your own chart. So that would be 29 degrees in the sign of Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. You'd be the most affected by those. We've got planetary ingresses, i.e. when a planet moves from one sign to another. So we've got Mercury going into Leo. Mercury's making a couple of moves this month. So he's going into Leo and Virgo. And we've also got Venus going into Leo, Mars going into Gemini, Sun going into Leo. So it's interesting, you know, the signs of Leo and Gemini. And if you remember, Jupiter recently went into the sign of Gemini. They're all known as positive signs. So all the fire signs and the air signs are known as being positive, and all the earth and water signs are known as being negative. I don't really like the terms positive and negative. So I would think, you know, the fire and air are kind of outward in their movements, and the water and the earth tend to be a lot more receptive or a lot more inward. So you might want to think inward, outward. But it's interesting that the personal planets, which are the ones that really kind of help us articulate what's going on, the ones that we can readily express the energies of, you know, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and the Sun, you know, there is a bigger energy for the more expressing side. You know, we're coming into an outward phase where we're not holding things in so much. It's interesting towards the end of the month when Mercury goes into Virgo, because later on, you know, Mercury is going to go retrograde at 4 degrees in the sign of Virgo, and it will come back into Leo. So, you know, we are going into a moment of reflection towards the end of the month, just, you know, before Mercury goes retrograde. So interesting to be aware of that. We've got the retrogrades. So today, Neptune goes retrograde at 29 degrees in the sign of Pisces. We've got Saturn and Pluto retrograde all month. That's interesting because Saturn and Pluto are kind of known as the bad boys of the zodiac. You know, they are, or not the zodiac, of the solar system. Like I've already mentioned about Saturn, you know, he also has a need for power, a need for administrative power, sort of organization power. Saturn seems to be quite happy getting a little bit nitpicky. You know, on one of his, one of the things that I find least appealing to Saturn, and it's because of my own chart. You know, Saturn can be very nitpicky, very judgmental. Saturn can like identify all these issues straight up and hone in on them. And Saturn will hold you absolutely 100% accountable. And I'm all for accountability, but Saturn sometimes comes with a bit of a sneer. I think, you know, Saturn managers who can look and see all the patterns and deliver the information in such a beautiful and graceful and sort of with a sort of equanimity. I love that. But Saturn tends to have a bit of a bad rep because there's a little seed of wanting a little bit more power, a little bit of one-upmanship. It's quite ambitious, Saturn. And so Saturn retrograde is an interesting one because, you know, maybe we're not all in our power at the moment. And Pluto as well is the sort of megalomaniac of the solar system. You know, Pluto is the person that has the most power. You know, if you think of him in terms of mythology, he equates to Hades, or you might also think in terms of the devil, or, you know, so he gets a bit of a bad rep, you know, like he owns or he has dominion over all of all of the underground, everything from surface level and under, everything returns there. So he has the ultimate power and has the perspective of time. So it's interesting that we've got these two very powerful entities or energies going off at the moment that are both retrograde. So is that power is coming back into itself and thinking, not quite sure of my next move. I'm just going to take a bit of time and work out where I've been. So I do think, if you've got any need for intrinsic power, if you're, right now I'm considering what power plays have I had playing in my life? What have I been holding on to for dear life? What have I stopped being free about? So I'm looking at, in my own life, I'm doing a lot of self-inquiry right now to see how am I restricting my own evolution? Because I really think what we hold on to and refuse to let go of becomes a bit of a sticking point. We become a bit of a parody of ourselves, when we are holding on to something, holding on to an image, holding on to something so much, like the fear of losing something is huge. And so you might want to consider what's going on in your life that you're really afraid to let go of right now. Maybe because you have a belief that you're going to lose face, or maybe you've made your decision mean something, I see these as being really about our identity. So what meaning have you made about your identity that you are absolutely not going to let go of right now? Because I think there are going to be challenges, sort of, or you might say, I'm saying challenges, but you might also see them as like the word of God or the little whisper in your ear. Sometimes your higher self talks to you. Every now and again, I hear this little voice inside my head, like about 6 months ago, saying, I don't want to work with 3 clients a day. Or it was really, I heard it really clearly. It was like a different me. And it was like, okay, this is a little bit off-piste, obviously, but it was me communicating with me, like a side of me that was fed up with working so much. And it was like, you have to find another way to make this work. So you may well find that with these retrogrades, there is information coming to you, either from yourself, from your God, from the universe source, whatever, through friends, through synchronicities, or through political things that are occurring that have a knock-on effect. Like your money might be talking, the qualities of your career might be talking to you very, very harshly at the moment. And so you might want to think, okay, where am I holding on to these patterns in such a way that I'm actually hurting myself? So I think that's one of the interpretations that I'm considering right now, given the position of Saturn and Pluto. And the funny thing is, of course, once we let go of those controls, once we think, you know what, there's nothing I can do about this. So what's the next best thing I can do? Okay, follow my joy. Okay, how can I follow my joy and enjoy myself? And usually when you start to reframe, all of a sudden you start to come back into your own power. That's the funny thing. When you give up your power, you come into a much stronger sense of power that is aligned to your joy, not to your fear. So I think that's really what's going on. So they're the retrogrades. Of course, Chiron is also going retrograde on the 26th, right at the end of the month. And again, I think anything that we've been holding on to and that is really starting to hurt, when Chiron goes backwards, we've got this opportunity. Of course, he's not really going backwards. It's just how it appears from our position here. But, it gives us the opportunity to deeper dive on it. For those that are willing enough to almost go back to your programming, like the words, the phrases that you use, because the language you use informs everything about your life. It's creating, it's the building blocks of life, isn't it? So you might even want to go back to your beliefs. And I think that's where Chiron retrograde can come in very helpful. There's a flip side to Chiron. He's known as the wounded healer, but he's also a master. So he might not have been able to heal himself, but he did right at the end. He transcended his pain in quite a magnificent way. And he had the courage to do that. So I think Chiron is also an image of our mastery, when we truly have the courage to face ourselves. real miracles happen, and we master that energy. We become somebody that can really talk beautifully to other people. So I think there's a really big healing going on. Now, in this month ahead, I always like to break it down into as many different ways as possible. So we've got these conjunctions. This conjunction is big, the Mars conjunct Uranus. It doesn't happen often, every 2.5 years or so. It's a big one. Mars obviously is quite fiery. It's very yang. It's very outward facing. Mars is taking action. Mars is definite. It's some might say aggressive. I would say assertive. You know, Mars is the male energy. It's the energy that we all need to tap into. It's a survival mechanism. We've all got Mars somewhere in our chart, and it shows how we survive. Where is your Mars? Do you know? Mine's in Sagittarius, and I really think I need to survive in a philosophical way. I really like to know as much as possible, and to me, that's Mars. Now it's conjunct Uranus. So again, you might also want to consider how your Uranus style is, you know, what do you do with your Uranus energy? Where is it in your chart? Now, these two coming together, Uranus is, I've spoken about Uranus quite a lot in this last 6 months or so, but Uranus is an energy of surprise, change, innovation. It can be very exciting. It can be a little bit frightening. It creates a bit of a cataclysm in our life. And it can be very sudden, you know, something unexpected. Now, I always think if we're using the natural energy of surprise and using the natural energies of change in our daily lives, then when we get this sort of surge of Uranian energy, I'm absolutely certain of this. For people who naturally use the energy of surprise, I think the Uranus energy, when it kicks off, is beautifully surprising. You know, it's almost like because you've got... because you've created a hook for surprise in your life, you know exactly where to put that Uranus energy. But for people that keep surprise out and keep change out, you've almost got like these walls to keep Uranus out. When Uranus comes, it knocks you, it can really like knock your wall down and be quite surprising. So I always think it's very much a bit like Aikido or Jiu-Jitsu or any of these martial arts where you're going with the energy of the thing coming in, you know, always sort of synthesizing with that energy, keep moving with it. So you got Mars and Uranus together. Now, a lot of, in fact, somebody wrote to me to say they were very afraid because this energy was coming over their North Node. And I completely understand that because, you know, that's one of the things, the hard parts of learning astrology is when you start to see what's coming in and then you see your chart, it feels very real and it could actually send a spike of fear or nerves through you. I have to say, in the last few years, I had Uranus going over my descendant as I had Saturn going over my IC, the angle at the bottom of my chart. So I had the two of them in a square going over my angles at the same time. And I was afraid. Oh, and my husband had them going over two of his angles because we share angles. So I was thinking, well, that doesn't bode well. And I worried about it, even though I'd been studying astrology, you know, at this point for about 30 years. And I have to say that was a bit of a waste. It was helpful to know that there might be change coming in my relationship and that there was change coming in his career. And it was helpful to see that we might need some resources to deal with change. But actually what happened was his career changed in such a way that it changed our relationship, but it was quite positive. And Uranus also represents things like the internet and things like that. So that had a massive impact on us in quite a positive way, but we were kind of prepared for it. But if I was to sit at home and think, oh, our relationship's going to end, you know, you're kind of rigid, your body goes into some kind of fear response, and then you're not really fully resourceful to be able to hear yourself and see life speaking to you or hear life speaking to you. So I absolutely recommend, if this Mars conjunct Uranus, which is at 26 degrees, I think in the sign of Taurus, if it is on any part of your chart that is sensitive, sure, be aware that you've got this sort of explosive, dynamic, forward motion and a surprise coming together. So, you know, it could represent an accident, a fall, a car crash, you know, all sorts of physical, surprising, shocking things that could sort of impact your survival. But it could also be a sudden change, a sudden decision where you say, enough, from now on in, this is where I make a change. I mean, it could be a really positive, like led by you. You could use that energy to absolutely create a dynamic change for yourself, for your own survival, for your sense of fitness. Although I would say, you know, if you are an absolute fitness fanatic on the 15th, don't overdo it, because like that's the time when you could really push your muscles a bit too far and slip and hurt your ankle, you know. So be cautious, don't overdo things on a physical basis, but absolutely use this energy of this Mars conjunct Uranus to fire you up in a surprising and delightful way. So that's my advice. You know, use astrology to make you curious about what happens, what might be coming in, and to help you like think of a really big picture for yourself. Try not to use it to scare you. That's one of the reasons why I've called this channel Feel Good Astrology. I really want you to be able to be aware, but be curious. And then possibility comes from that. So we've also got these oppositions at 180, you know, where one planet is here and the other is here. And they're all with Pluto, because Pluto is currently at 1 degree in the sign of Aquarius. And of course, we're coming into Leo season. And so we've got Mercury going into an opposition with Pluto on the 3rd, Venus on the 12th, and Sun on the 23rd. Now, Mercury is the way you think and communicate. Venus is obviously about your feelings and your ability to connect. And the Sun is about your self-expression and the you-ness, the thing that makes you, you. And so these are challenging times. You know, Pluto shows us where we are holding on to an idea about ourselves or an idea about life. And the ideas that we might be holding on to, or the ideas that life is presenting us with, are going to appear to be really stressing out your mind, or how you receive that, or how you might be communicating your feelings and also your self-expression. So on these days, these are pretty big days where energy flare-ups are likely to occur or be felt. So, you know, Mercury and Pluto, when they're in a challenging connection, can sometimes bring up a real snipey way of communicating. So it really wouldn't surprise me if there's some devastating or really shocking news coming out. And that's just in a couple of days' time. So we're already in this pattern. You know, Mercury's already applying into this opposition with Pluto. So we're already there. And to be fair, there was quite a big, it was called a debate. It didn't feel like a debate just last week, which I think has quite rightly worried a lot of people. So yeah, you may well find that people are quite frayed in the way they're talking to each other right now. And also that you might be feeling quite stressed, you know, like you're wanting to live your life and be able to express yourself. And there is this feeling of control. And then on the 12th, when Venus, you know, you feel about, like, notice your feelings. Like Venus and Pluto can be quite obsessive and compulsive and really sexual, maybe aggressively sexual. There is a high level of sexuality with these two, especially when they're challenging in their aspect. So, you know, on the 12th, on and around that time, you might also want to consider, are you being possessive or obsessive with your partners, with your friends, with your family? Or how are they being like that with you? So these are really strong. And then the 23rd, you know, this is even stronger. This is our self-expression. So you might find that you're having thoughts that become feelings that get fully expressed. You know, it may well go up that way, but they're pretty big oppositions. We've also got squares. We've got Venus in a square to Chiron, Sun in a square to Chiron, Jupiter square Saturn, I've already mentioned, and Mercury square Uranus. I'm not going to be talking about these specifically, although they may well come up in the forecasts, but they do also lend a certain energy of frustration. But here's the thing that really I notice, the trines, which are 120 degrees, you know, these are the flowing aspects. This is where you've got a really great capacity to use the energies of two planets simultaneously without there being this tussle for who's right and who's wrong. You know, this is two planets working together to collaborate, to be exciting, to create something new. And that's what gives me a lot of hope right now, because yes, we've got a conjunction and 3 very strong oppositions and some challenging squares, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these really challenging things. And we've got more trines on their own. So I would say the overall energy for this month ahead is actually flowing. It's an ingenuity, it is a creativity, it is a sense of possibility, a sense of curiosity. It's a sense of, let's make this work. Maybe we haven't considered all the options yet, but hey, how can we make this work? And we're making it work pretty well. Excuse me. So we are absolutely wanting to make it work in a spectacular way. Mercury trine Neptune is really, really creative in our thinking. We've got creative ways to persuade, to maybe even do a call for action that talks to the soul. This is really special energy. I mean, we could use it to use set guilt trips, but the fact that there is this lovely trine makes me think that we can actually talk to each other's souls, really talk to their hearts in a way that can be really heard and without putting any judgment. Venus trine Saturn is really helpful as well. And that's coming around, this first part of this week. We've got the energy of connection and compassion with responsibility. We can have these moments where we're being very in the moment to help forge strong relationships with each other. Mercury in a trine with the North Node, we are connecting into our sense of purpose and direction and being able to articulate it. Sun trine Saturn, we are taking personal responsibility and really leading from our sense of who we are, which is rather great. And also on the 11th, Venus trine Neptune, we've got this sense of unconditional love and unconditional human regard for people, which is fantastic. The Mercury trine Chiron, we understand everybody hurts, everybody's wounded, and we're quite sensitive to it. Venus trine the North Node, we have compassion for everyone on their journey. Sun trine Neptune, we are really a creative force, and we can enjoy diving into the multitude of possibilities. Mars trine Pluto, we are also at the same time as this really feeling that sense of power and autonomy because of our innate creativity. And then right at the end, Venus trine Chiron, I love this. I think this is almost the best aspect of this month, because this is our deep love helping us to heal. It's compassion and healing at the same time. And of course, I think healing really comes on when we can be compassionate to ourselves. Mainly, actually, we forgive ourselves for everything that we didn't know we'd done to ourselves. I see that as being really beneficial. So they are the biggest aspects as far as I can see. I never really talk about the moon ones apart from the full moon, the new moon and eclipses, because the moon is so transitory, but these are, for me, the biggest aspects. And the biggest dates then, so if we break it down that way, the 2nd and 3rd, so this week, Mercury opposite Pluto is a bit of a showstopper. The 5th and 6th of July, I would say this is about self-care. So, maybe put in your diary, self-care essentials. The new moon in Cancer is definitely a time to really nurture yourself. And Venus square Chiron, we might feel a bit sore. So a good time to do that. 12th and 15th of July, we're feeling emotionally charged. This is a time where we might say, give me strength. So we've got Venus in opposition to Pluto, Mars in a conjunction to Uranus. I've spoken about that in the earlier in the show. Sun square Chiron, and we've also got the Jupiter Saturn square coming into their square they're applying. So this is a time when we are really emotionally charged and need as much personal resource and strength as we can. It's resiliency. The 19th to the 22nd, then I think this is a time where there can be some real genius ideas that we come up with. In particular, Mercury square Uranus at the time of the full moon in Capricorn is really getting us to dig deep and to really be quite inventive and think in terms of possibilities. It's also a time when we've got lots of lovely and powerful trines going on, and also the sun in opposition to Pluto. So we are working harder. And if you can also be in absolute a place of possibility for miracles to occur, I think this is the time when that could happen. So they are my biggest dates for July. So let's break this down on a week by week basis. So week 1, then, I think this is a week for expressing the emotions. Absolutely. You'll see that we've got lots of trine energy here, all these long blue, lovely flowing energies. And we've got quite a few squares. Mercury is moving into Leo. So it's in Cancer and it moves into Leo literally tomorrow on the 2nd of July. That's the time when we are absolutely getting ready to be more expressive, but warm and creative in the way we're talking. We're coming out of this, where is me stage, and definitely coming into more warmth and more fun. So I'm looking forward to that. The sun in a square to the North Node is really challenging us to consider if the choices we're making right now are absolutely helping us get into the direction we want to go in. You know, have you made the right decisions recently? Do you need to course correct? You know, Venus trine Saturn is very helpful. You know, we are making considerate and considerable efforts to take responsibility for ourselves. So that's all very helpful. But this opposition between Mercury and Pluto is likely to bring up a sort of snappiness and possibly a bit of a pessimism. Mercury, I think, can be very affected by the planets he is around. A bit like, I think Mercury is a little bit like tofu. It really picks up on the stronger flavors. So, you know, Pluto can be quite controlling and can be quite sarcastic. You know, especially Mercury and Pluto working in opposition, you know, you may well find there's a lot of inner sarcasm. And actually, there's nothing wrong with sarcasm. Sometimes, you know, sometimes when I say to myself something like, oh, that went well, all of a sudden, I'm snapped back into my now, you know, I wake up a little bit more, you know, so it can be very helpful. You know, sometimes allow that inner sarcasm, to that sarcastic voice to come out to help wake you up to what is really going on. Sometimes we need that, and it's much better that you slap yourself in the face than you know, walk out innocently into a conversation where someone's getting ready to do that with you. So it's bringing you back into a sharp awareness. Mars is in a sextile to Saturn, which is also giving you quite a lot of energy to move forwards and to be quite serious. So that's really, really sort of, I think, very helpful, especially at the time of the new moon in Cancer. So, you know, I am going to talk about the new moon in the new moon video specifically, but this Mars and Saturn together is really giving you the ability to build on, you know, whatever intentions you're wanting to put out there. So whatever you're working on right now, the new moon is a great time to focus on something emotional, focus on something that keeps you safe, focus on something that helps you feel more at home, and to take the necessary steps. It's really, really helpful. And Venus in the square to Chiron, it really is bringing up your emotions right at the end of the week. But to be fair, you know, Mercury going into Leo, the sun sort of, you know, examining where you're going in terms of direction. All of these things are helping you to get clearer about what you're feeling, so that at the end of the week, yes, you might feel a little bit overwhelmed by Venus in a square to Chiron, but it's the bubbling up. It's what's coming up underneath. So it's quite an expressive first week to July. These are the two that I see as being very, very sort of beneficial and useful energies, deeply creative and deeply supportive. And then these are the ones that you might just want to diarize if you are particularly, you know, if you've got something at 1 degree in the sign of Leo, that should say Aquarius, actually, not Aries, forgive me. But, you know, if you've got something at 1 degree Leo or Aquarius, then you really want to notice what's going on here. And on the 6th, if you've got something around 20 to 25 degrees in the sign of Cancer or Aries, then these points are going to get really sort of activated by this particular square. So let's have a look at week 2 then. And I see this as being a lot more experimental and playful. If you look, there's a lot more blues, a lot less reds. Let me just go before and you'll see the difference. So this is a lot more connected. These blues are very, very helpful, giving us lovely flowing energy. So we've got these sextiles, a couple of sextiles and trines. So sextiles are these short blue lines that represent a 60-degree angle between, basically, one planet, like here we've got Jupiter and here we've got the moon. There's 2 signs, so it's like 60 degrees between them. And so the sextiles are really quite helpful. They're like little friends. They're like little helpers, little fairies or whatever, or companions. You know, they are like little building blocks. I think sextiles are like, you know, you've got a building block of helpful energy, and these trines are like these sort of inspirational thoughts that could really carry you. Actually, I think the sextiles are even more helpful because they're the worker bees, and this is like the queen bee. You know, this is like the big idea, but this is the people or the planets that help to bring it in and ground it. So Venus in a sextile to Uranus, and Mercury sextile Jupiter, and then Mercury trine North Node. The 8th is quite a spectacular day. That's when these are exact. So the sextile of Venus and Uranus is a kind of surprise and delight, you know, playfulness with love, playfulness with our feelings. We're a lot more up for an adventure. We are a lot more happy to kind of see what occurs. And I think that sense of possibility and freedom and openness is very helpful. Mercury in a sextile to Jupiter is being playful with our thoughts. Like Jupiter is a big joker. So it's like, you're feeling good, you're feeling buoyant, and your communication expresses that. So it's funny. Hang out with the best people you can find. You know, this is a great day to hang out with people. And then Mercury trine the North Node, it's like from this sense of joy and playfulness and openness, you're actually getting back on track. It reminds you of who you really are, and you can communicate that to yourself. So this is all very, very helpful. Then on the 11th to the 12th, this is another. So it's almost like this week is in 2 parts, but actually all of these aspects are coming in or easing out throughout this week. But these are the times when these connections between the planets are exact. So the 8th and the 11th are particularly strong days. So on the 11th, we got Sun trine Saturn, which I've mentioned as being a very helpful moment for us to step into responsibility and to express our sense of responsibility and really feel it. And then Venus trine Neptune is unconditional love and human regard. So it's like we are absolutely responsible for our life because we love people and we love the people around us, and because we feel very connected to our world, we feel very connected to our reality, and the fact that our reality can continue or be enhanced in a beautiful way. And then Venus going into Leo, you know, then our feelings become a lot more playful and a lot less sensitive. So it's great. The last part of this week, you know, we've got Venus in an opposition to Pluto, which is strong. It's likely to bring up some very strong dynamics in your personal relationship, especially if you've got something at 1 degree in the sign of Leo or Aquarius. So just watch out for that. So yeah, I see these as being super strong, and these are moments that are going to be really determining, like changes and opportunities for us. And Venus in the opposition to Pluto is my sort of watch moment for that particular week. So let's move on to week 3 then. So week 3 then, we've got shock emotions and bold ambitions. This is the slightly bigger of the 4 weeks, I would say. There's a lot more things going on, including the full moon in Capricorn, which is in a conjunction to Pluto. Again, there will be a separate video about that one. So on the 15th, I've mentioned this a few times already, but Saturn and Jupiter are coming into a square. You'll notice they are 81 degrees apart. You might not notice that. That's very sort of that's a very exact number, but they are 8 degrees out from being in an exact square, but they are coming into their square. So that is the start of the feelings of a need for greater resiliency. And I will be talking about the Saturn and Jupiter square in due course. But exactly as we're going into week 3, we've got the Sun in a square to Chiron and Mars in a conjunction to Uranus. Now, I spoke about this right at the start of this particular video. This conjunction is huge at 26 degrees in the sign of Taurus. It's also in a trine to Pluto, so it's got a lot of energy. You know, you got Mars, you know, a fiery Mars, that is direct, takes action, moves without thinking. It's absolutely in his power. And then Uranus is like, surprise, all this like new change sort of energy. And then Pluto, which is in a trine, and Pluto is like the megalomaniac of the solar system. So you've got Pluto and Uranus. Also think in terms of plutonium and uranium. I know there's a lot of murmurings about World War III, or the ideas of, that we could be about to go to nuclear war. I think these have just been put out there in the media and, almost used casually. People are saying, oh, this is definitely going to happen, or this looks likely to happen, because it appears that there are lots of intractable positions that people are holding right now, meaning that they're kind of squaring up, like coming up and muscling up and getting ready to go into a fight. Now, it's not necessarily how this energy needs to play out, not at all. It would be a real shame, obviously, for the more destructive elements of the human psyche to come out and be expressed in such a way that we want to sort of destroy. And I don't really see the sort of destruction with this energy. I mean, later on, Pluto will be in an opposition to Mars. That seems much more likely a time when people are absolutely like the energy of humanity is being ripped apart a little bit, by Mars and Pluto in this opposition. That seems very, very visceral and painful. What I get here is that there is this sudden surge of muscle, or a sudden surge of yang energy, which, for you in your life, you can use to accomplish a task or to make a bold and big decision for yourself, knowing that you've got the support of Pluto to help in that transformation. You could use this energy to create some really positive like step forwards. This is a moment for you to tune into that energy and to feel emboldened and feel like you can take things into your own hands. I see this as being helpful, but it's also worth being aware that there are lots of people that might use this energy to express themselves, and if they haven't allowed themselves to think things through, if they're in a place of hurt and fear and anger, we may well see some people lashing out at this time. But I don't want to say that out loud, I much prefer to talk about the things that can bring us like beauty and enhancement, not sort of total destruction. But it is what it is. Mars conjunct Uranus is quite a jippy energy, and it's supported by Pluto. The sun in a square to Chiron is talking about personal hurts as well. So, this energy is kicking off just as the sun is square Chiron. The human ego, our personality, your personality, my personality is in a square to Chiron, or the world personality. Because this isn't your sun in a square to Chiron, unless it actually is. If you're born around the 15th of July, that probably will be coming up for you. But what we need to think in terms of, this is the space or planetary weather for all of us. This is the cumulative energy that we are swimming around in right now. It's like we're all fish in this bowl of water. This is what the water is charged with, the sun square Chiron energy. It's up to us if we want to use it or not. But it's the energy of maybe attack or feeling attacked, feeling definitely sensitive. The sun is our ego, our persona. In a square to Chiron, it feels like there is an attack on our identity. It feels like we are struggling because it feels like there are things that are in opposition to who we are. So the 15th is a pretty difficult day, hence why I've put shock emotions and bold ambitions. The sun in a sextile to Uranus starts to move things quite quickly on the 18th, and also Mercury in a trine to Chiron. We're able to articulate what went wrong or what we were feeling. We're able to get clearer with ourselves, what was going on for us a few days ago. So this feels like quite a big week. The 19th and 20th, when Venus is in a trine to the North Node, is helpful because we remember we're human and we remember that actually our life plan is most definitely enhanced by compassion and love and joy, and when we put those first, we get much better results. And then Mars goes into the sign of Gemini at the same time. Mars isn't very strong in the sign of Gemini. But if we were to interpret what does Mars mean in the sign of Gemini, we might think, well, maybe our survival comes from being able to see lots of different perspectives. Gemini moves around a lot. Gemini is quite a rational sign, and it bounces. It holds a lot of different positions at the same time. I guess, one of the things about Gemini, it's the twins, the idea of the twin mind, or some people say two-faced. I don't like that. I think that's... I don't think that's helpful necessarily. But if we were to look at it without the judgment about two faces, if we were to look at the idea of Gemini as actually we might be stronger, Mars is about our vitality, we might be stronger if we can hold a few different positions and balance between a couple of different camps. If we could find that midpoint, I see Mars going into Gemini as being a bit of an integration rather than, our survival being weakened because Mars isn't very strong in Gemini. And then at the end of the week, we've got Mercury in a square to Uranus and the full moon in Capricorn. Now, this is a really big day as well. Okay, so this full moon then. So we've got Mercury in a square to Uranus. So that's both Mercury and Uranus are our mind planets. Mercury is our communication, our human conscious mind, and all the thoughts that are bashing around in it. And then Uranus is the higher octave of Mercury. Uranus is the higher mind, the mind that is connected into everyone. It is, for those that believe in the Akashic records, or the idea, the Akashic records is almost like a spiritual idea of the World Wide Web, the entirety of all information. So it's like Mercury in a square to Uranus. We've got our personal mind in a square to the great big universal mind, or, we might be channeling, we might get some flashes of insight. It could be, squares aren't always that confrontational. They show frustrations, but those frustrations and sticking points can actually be quite generative. I think they generate a lot of energy, a lot of heat. Sometimes you need a bit of friction. Sorry, I'm rubbing my hands together, but sometimes you need to rub your hands together to get that friction to get things started. So Mercury in a square to Uranus could really activate your mind in a really kind of special and unique way, where you're thinking thoughts and also connecting into kind of all that is, like telepathically or however you do it. It's a absolutely really great aspect for people who channel, I would say, especially again if you've got anything around 26 degrees in the sign of Taurus, or around 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. That's really, really helpful. And then the full moon in Capricorn happening at the same time. So, we have the moon by that point will be up here in a conjunction with Pluto and the sun in opposition. So this is a time, the moon and the sun in opposition, our psyche and our intuition are very much at odds, or is very much in odds with our personality. It feels like we've got two very strong pulls, and it's like, which one do I follow? And the moon is going to be very, very strong, and of course the Pluto is in opposition to the sun as well. So there's a lot to do with emotional control, and, without typecasting people born with the moon in a conjunction with Pluto, there's a lot to do with personal power and emotions going on. Both my husband and I have mums who actually are born with the moon in a conjunction with Pluto, and I think they're both quite unaware of it as well. Both have a lot of power through their emotions. So, I've observed with one of them in particular, the strength of their emotions, because obviously the moon is really strong with Pluto here. So the strength of their emotions is so much so that they almost can't control their emotions. And to hear the call of their emotions, they're requiring behaviors from other people. It's almost like the moon in a conjunction with Pluto creates this sense of my emotions must be dealt with. I have strong needs, and my needs need to come first, because Pluto is such a strong planet. And to have the moon, which is such a planet that is absolutely influenced by these stronger planets, this is huge, so often with the moon in a conjunction with Pluto, you might feel like a victim, because your emotions are so big, you could feel very vulnerable. And at the same time, you could derive a lot of power from that as well. So that's huge. And then Pluto in opposition to the sun, is, it's an observation maybe that your at some level your personality is outwitted. You have to come out of your personality to have power. And that can be quite destabilizing. So there's some really big things going on that day. And obviously, I talk a lot more about that in the full moon forecast, which I'll be releasing a little bit later this month. The Sun square Chiron, Mercury trine Chiron, and Venus trine the North Node, I think are very helpful. Okay, this is a little bit sore. But these are strong aspects. And then these are the two that I say absolutely watch out for. In fact, in retrospect, I think I should have coloured this one yellow because I can really see the benefits of that. But I do tend to be a bit of a channel myself. So I'm all for channeling and connecting the mind in quite a unique way. But make your own decision here, from that description, what works for you, what will be challenging for you, what is really speaking your language, just be aware of it. And then week 4, I put this as my R&R week, the rest and relaxation and starting over. Now, you'll see that, I don't normally talk about the positions of the sort of the asteroids I put into all of these. You can see here, Ceres is up here. Ceres is in a square to the North and South Node, which is pretty strong. Ceres is about our ability to care for ourselves and to care for others. And so we might be working on something here, as we're going into week 4, like how can we care for ourselves? Again, this is rest and relaxation. How can we care for ourselves? How can we self-care properly? But also, whilst we're looking after ourselves, how can we look after others? What things are coming up from the past that are helping us move into the future. But we've also got a lot of helpful things. So the Sun in a trine to Neptune is beautiful, really allowing our creativity to come out. And it's really enforced by Mars trine Pluto, really giving us a lot of strength. So I see this as a very strong and creative day, a very transforming day where we could absolutely come up with some massive ideas, massive potentials, and have the power to move them forwards. But of course, the Sun in a trine to Neptune is absolutely, I think, also about the soul. We could be coming into a time of soul soothing. The Sun going into its own sign is always great. The Sun going into Leo is a fantastic time. And then we've got the Sun in opposition to Pluto, which I spoke about in reference to the full moon in week 3. But the Sun in opposition to Pluto is a bit of a challenge to our personality. We may feel that there are some aspects in life that are stopping us from expressing ourselves in the way that we might feel accustomed to. So that's worth considering what might be coming up around that time, around the 23rd. On the 25th, Mercury is going into Virgo, and Mercury is going into his sign, his preferred sign. So that's going to be helpful. We're going to be a lot more analytical. We're going to be able to see a lot more patterns and really get to the truth of them in an analytical way, not in an emotional way, not in a triggered way. Absolutely get into the nitty gritty and to see things very equally. And then a couple more things I just want to point out. We've got the Sun in a sextile to Mars towards the end of week 4. That's really helping us to feel a bit stronger. And, our internal engine is starting to move forwards again. And then we've got this very reflective and healing Venus trine Chiron. So again, it's not so high intensity as the previous week. if I show you that, we've got, you know, these squares here. But yeah, this is a lot more soothing. The only things I really wanted to point out here were the trines. I see these as very, very helpful. So anyway, something that occurred to me, and I don't talk about on this channel, mainly because I don't follow them so much, but it's definitely something I'm interested in. I'm hoping to interview somebody who uses the Sabian symbols. Obviously, we've got Pluto at 1 degree in Leo, 1 degree in Aquarius. And as we're going through the month, Pluto's retrograde. So he goes from 1 degree 19 when he's in his opposition to Mercury. And by the end of the month, he's at 0 degrees 52 in the sign of Aquarius. So he's going retrograde, whilst Mercury, Venus, and the Sun are all moving into oppositions with him. So he's up here. This is Pluto up here. And of course, we have Mercury going over this point, then we have Venus going over this point, and then we have the Sun going over this point in these oppositions. Now, there's something called Sabian symbols, and they've been with us for, I think, over 100 years now. Is that right? Anyway, Sabian symbols, it's like a whole language of each degree. So each degree of the zodiac has a particular meaning. It has an intuitive meaning. So I just wanted to add something, and I think it's actually easier if I read it from a website rather than like recall it from memory, because you know, it's not something I'm familiar with. But Sabian symbols, I'm looking up something from sabiansymbols.com, which I believe is a website by Linda Hill. I may be wrong because I haven't like researched it loads, but I love this. There's a little bit about the story of where Sabian symbols come along or come from, and they were given birth to in San Diego, California in 1925. So literally 99 years ago, by Mark Edmund Jones, a noted American astrologer and spiritualist, and the gifted clairvoyant Elsie Wheeler. And so they were interested to find a set of words and images to go with every degree of the zodiac. And so they really tuned in. And Elsie Wheeler, it says, was an extraordinary clairvoyant confined to a wheelchair for most of her life. And she was the partner in the experiment. She had this remarkable ability to see messages, images, and symbols. And so they used her talents to describe each separate degree of the zodiac. So there came a language to do with each of the degrees of the zodiac. And then, like, there are other astrologers, notably Dane Rudhyar, who have written about Sabian symbols as well. And I believe Linda Hill has got her own book and cards. So there are lots of different astrologers out there that use Sabian symbols. But what interests me, and I think this isn't something that I can explore in this video because this is the overall forecast, but what does occur to me is, given that there is this very strong opposition to Pluto, and Pluto is in such a strong, and he's moving so slowly right now, what would be the Sabian symbol for 2 degrees of Aquarius and 1 degree of Aquarius? Now, the reason why I go to 2 and 1 and not 1 and 0 is because you always round up with Sabian symbols. So, you know, what would be the meaning of the symbol for 2 degrees Aquarius? I actually do know this. I've looked this up already, but I don't want to talk about it too much more. But it's to give you an idea of what you might want to look at in your chart and do a little bit of homework on. Like, you know, if you were fascinated by the idea that there is like this oracle for each degree of the zodiac, you can get some more information. So 2 degrees Aquarius is the first one to look at. And you might also look at 2 degrees Leo in terms of the Mercury and Venus oppositions, and then 1 degree Aquarius and 1 degree Leo for this Sun opposition Pluto. So yeah, 2 and 1, 2 and 1. And they will give you a much deeper look at what is going on. So that's a much deeper dive. Do you know what? I am going to record a video about it. So watch this space. And maybe if you look at it yourself, maybe I'll do a live about it. That could be a lot more fun. And then, you know, people can interact with me. So let's see what comes out of that idea. Anyway, in a second, I'm going to be looking at the forecast on a sign by sign basis for every ascendant sign of the zodiac. And I'm doing it a little bit differently this time. I've put in the oppositions between Pluto and then the spot that the Sun, the Moon and Venus go into oppositions with Pluto in, and then picked out 1 or 2 things from each week. So I'm going to read it on a week by week basis based on one of the strongest aspects. So in week 1, I'm going to look at the Venus Chiron square that's showing up and how it's likely to be sort of felt by you. Then in week 2, I'm going to look at the Sun, Saturn, and also the Venus and Neptune trines, which are here in purple. And then in week 3, I'm going to look at Mercury in a square to Mars and Uranus, because Mars and Uranus are in a conjunction. So that is here. That's where the Mars and Uranus conjunction is. And then in week 4, I'm going to look at the Venus Chiron trine. So hopefully that will give you an overall forecast for your sign of the zodiac, your sign of ascendant. And also it's worth, like I said right at the start of this video, checking out your ascendant and the following signs. So I hope that was helpful. And yeah, let's get cracking into part 2 now. Okay, so the July forecast then for Aries ascendant. So I'm going to do this on a week by week level. I've picked out my favorite aspects taking place in each of these weeks, or the aspects that I think are creating the most amount of change and possibility and opportunity. And I'm also going to talk about what we're trying to control beneath the surface as well, with these Pluto oppositions taking place on the 3rd of July, the 12th of July, and also on the 23rd of July. So let's run through this. First of all, in week 1, we have got the Venus and Chiron square. Now, this is an interesting one because Venus is showing up in your 4th house at this time. And in fact, during this whole month, Venus is moving from your 4th and into your 5th. But, you know, at this point, it's in the 4th house, which is absolutely about us wanting to experience a feeling of more comfort at home. Definitely a call out for more love and a lot more sharing between the people that you are sharing your life with. You know, you want there to be a lovely flow and connection and a feeling of belonging. So there's all of that. And yet Chiron in your 1st is really showing you the pain of being you, like the pain of your identity. So one of the things that's coming up in week 1 is the difficulty for you to really be yourself, whilst also really wanting to feel a sense of belonging to the people in your life and to, you know, maybe the people that you have grown up around, you know. So it's really bringing into the foreground the nature of that difficulty. Like, how do you get comfortable being yourself? And that's something that's working out. As you're going into week 2, we've got 2 very, very supportive transits. And one of the things that I really like about this is, like, the Sun and Saturn are really giving persistence and this feeling that there's nothing that you can't quite handle. And then Venus and Neptune is really adding into that there's nothing that you can't quite handle without unconditional love and unconditional high regard for everybody else. And so where are these aspects really showing up in your life? Well, they're again starting from the 4th house. So this is the end of the Cancer period, really. You know, this Cancer time of year is a time when you often have, like, the Sun or Venus, possibly Mercury in this area. And it really brings up this need to feel grounded at home and to feel a really strong sense of belonging. And possibly also connect in with the people in your life a lot more. In particular with the Sun here, where you're really wanting to express your groundedness. In the trine with Saturn, you might also find, like, Saturn often represents old people, you know, our ancestors. It also, in the 12th house, might also show our feeling of lament or sorrow, or you know, that sense of missing somebody who should be here that isn't anymore. In particular, an older member of your family or somebody older in your life. So, you know, on one hand, you might be feeling like you can connect in to an elder of your past, so that you can feel a greater sense of belonging right now in your present time. But I also think that there is, you know, the 12th house represents your unconscious mind, and Saturn showing up here in the trine to the sun, I think is an indication that everything you need right now to be able to feel grounded at home and to feel that sense of belonging and a sense of more intense sharing, everything's already there. Everything you need is there, but you have to look a little bit more closely at how you find it. So first of all, it's all inside. It's all in your unconscious mind. It's also in all of your memories, in particular memories of your grandparents or elders that you like. They might be your parents. I mean, let's hope so. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But older people that, and they could be your favorite teachers, but people who made an impression upon you earlier on in your life. And you might ask yourself a series of questions like, what was it that made me feel at home around this person? What quality did they have? What advice did they give me? What memories do I have of this person that can help me understand how to feel more grounded at home and a greater sense of belonging? So it might be that the past needs to reassert itself somewhat. And you might find as well, like Saturn shows restrictions. So you might find that some of the restrictions of the past is actually, or the boundaries that you had in your past were actually part of what made you feel secure, which is kind of interesting because often as we grow up, we're looking to let go of all those boundaries quite quickly. Now, at the same time, Venus and Neptune are also sort of playing into this. So, you know, Venus by that point is a little bit further along, and Neptune is here, right at the tail end of your 12th house in a very, very psychic place. So again, there's this other sort of invitation to tune into your intuition. If you are sort of clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient, you might actually be physically tuning in somehow to the advice of an elder, but you might tune into the voice of love, the voice of unconditional love, you know, whatever is really working for you. But the more you can get into that place of unconditional love and healing and personal regard, the higher your vibration is likely to raise and rise. And to me, this looks like a week where you could really change the way you are at home. You know, there is what I'm getting from this is that there is something significant dropping for you, you know, and everything that you need to know to feel better here is captured here. Now, likewise, everything that you need to know about your unconscious mind and reprogramming your brain also comes from what's going on at home. So you might find that you've got some habits at home that are really, really helpful to recode your past. So there's this kind of reciprocity between the idea of where you are right now in your home and where you were in the past and the entirety of all of your experiences. So there's something really interesting. These are the 4th and the 12th houses are very, very sensitive and very, very psychic. So don't be surprised to feel super, super intuitive. Now, as you're going into week 3, there's a very, very dynamic moment in week 3 that I want to really mention. And that is, first of all, we've got this very deep and strong connection between Mars and Uranus on the 15th as they go into a conjunction. And basically, Mercury is in a square to them. Mercury, by this point, is in the sign of Leo in your 5th house. So at some level, there's this desire to really be creative. That's the Mercury here, thinking creatively, thinking passionately. You know, the 5th house is about following your joy. So it's not just about what you're creating, but it's also about your passions, you know, how much lovemaking you're getting up to, how much intimacy you're having. So, you know, thoughts have turned to intimacy because that is one of the places where you might experience joy. And yet Mars and Uranus here in your 2nd house, it's almost like there is something that you're learning right now in terms of your money or in terms of your physical value or your spiritual value. Like, how do you see yourself? You know, are you giving yourself the freedom to be yourself? Do you value the person that you've become? Do you see a value? Do you feel deserving of intimacy? So anywhere where you don't feel deserving of intimacy is really playing into this desire for greater intimacy. And can you see how that's, you know, if you're not prepared to value yourself, how is anyone else that's coming into your life going to value you? So, you know, the more you've learned to value yourself, the greater the level of intimacy you're likely to experience. So there's something really going on here that's dynamic, and it could really sort of like hit you right in the middle of the face. Mars and Uranus in this conjunction together is really shocking and surprising. So you might have, I mean, you know, if you're in any kind of disputes or situation, you may well find that your value comes under fire, that you might have to prove your value. But actually, if you're called into anything like that, where you're proving the worth, your self-worth, then you might want to think, okay, what did I do to contribute to that situation happening? It's almost like life is hearing your unconscious doubts about yourself, and it's showing you the evidence of where you're doubting. So anyone that comes in to question your value in any way, shape or form, including yourself, it's coming from what's communicated in your body language and in your aura, in you as a person. So just bear that in mind. Don't use it as a stick to beat yourself up with, but think to yourself, how am I not appreciating myself? How am I undervaluing myself? And that will give you the clues that you need to be able to enhance your intimacy. And you might find actually that if you trust the people that you're around and actually have some open conversations with them, you might get some shocking information back as to maybe what you're not prepared to receive. I think this is a place where we really need to shockingly receive something and be open to all possibilities. So that's quite a big thing to ponder on in week 3. In week 4, we've got some more pondering going on as we got Chiron here in the first house. And then by this point, Venus has come into the 5th house. So by this point, by the end of the month, you know, we've got, or towards the end of the month, we've got Mercury has actually gone into Virgo by this point, but we, you know, we've got the Sun, we've got Venus, we've got Mercury has had a lot to do in the sign of Leo. And, you know, this is the call for greater intimacy. This is the call for greater fun, greater joy, greater relief. And of course, you know, when we are intimate and we have that sense of physical release, and also spiritual release, and also that feeling of deep connection, there's nothing really quite greater than that, you know, than that feeling of everything is well, and that feeling that you are loved, or that you've given yourself into a beautiful situation, a beautiful loving situation. So there is this energy building, you know, this Venus in the 5th wants to express itself, especially in the sign of Leo, wants to create, wants to feel great, and is in a trine with Chiron in the 1st. So to me, it feels like whatever you've been battling about your own individuality, about your own sense of identity, has really evolved over the space of a month. So right at the start, you know, when I started this reading, I was talking about the square between Venus and Chiron, and I'm ending it on a trine between Venus and Chiron. So everything that happens in between is the thing that gives you the greatest ease. So I really think you've won this battle. By the end of the month, you have realized what you've needed to achieve to actually enjoy greater intimacy whilst being yourself. And if you remember at the start, I said, this is how can you feel a greater sense of belonging whilst truly being yourself. That belonging has been worked on, and then, you know, has been transformed into a feeling of joy. Like, how can I experience greater joy and intimacy? So I really think, you know, this last week is a one where you can relax into enjoying and receiving the intimacy that you really, really have been hoping to experience. Last thing that I want to share then, the oppositions between Pluto, like Pluto's up here on the 3rd. He's in an opposition to Mercury. On the 12th, he's in an opposition to Venus. And on the 23rd, he's in an opposition to the Sun. Now, this is really talking about sort of unconscious battles, or maybe even conscious battles, whereby we are wanting to be in charge of our own creations. So like Mercury in the 5th is really speaking of having the freedom to think your own thoughts, and to be able to have conversations that include other people, and having conversations that feel like they are creating greater joy and greater intimacy. And Pluto here is really showing that it feels like there's some controls about what you can and cannot say, in particular coming from the 11th house, which is a place of friendships, networks, society at large. So it might feel like on the 3rd that you wanting to express yourself, which feels great, is in a sharp contrast to the feeling of not being able to fully express yourself because of some kind of collective narrative about what you can and cannot say and who you may offend or not. So it feels like quite a strong impulse. And I see that happening no matter what politics you have, no matter what health ideas you have, whatever country you're from, whatever religion you're from. This is something that is part of the planetary weather. It's nothing to do with politics, religion, or any other identifier about ourselves. But it's about your feeling free to express yourself. And then on the 12th, it's more about how you can freely love and express your creativity in a way that feels really personal to you. And you might find that, again, you feel like you cannot express the things, you cannot talk about your love, you cannot talk about your intimacy, you cannot talk about the things that bring you joy or share the things that make you feel alive because of this idea of not wanting other people who don't feel the same way as you to be offended. So to me, I feel that there's a very sort of strong offense thing. Also, with Pluto in an opposition to Venus, there's also the chance that you might want to feel something and express it and either feel controlled by someone saying, you can't do that within our relationship, or that they feel like you're pushing on them. I always see Pluto oppositions as being quite a strong power struggle. So you might also, in wanting your freedom to express yourself, you might be pushing it on the other person. So watch out for that. And the last one on the 23rd is between the Sun and Pluto, which is also happening around the time of the full moon. I will talk about that in the full moon forecast, but suffice to say, one of the things that you're trying to control right now is your right to express yourself, your right to be able to talk meaningfully about the things you're passionate about, the feelings that you have for life, and also how you see your gifts and how you see your place in the world. It may well be that you felt a little bit attacked, in terms of what you're creating, and yet you're not feeling as free. It's almost like you're feeling a little bit diametrically opposed to maybe the narratives or the context that you're living in. You maybe feel a little bit like a square peg in a round hole, or vice versa. So it's something to consider. I think whenever we're trying to control something, there's something much deeper going on, and you might choose to ask yourself something like, where have I tried to force my joy into the world? When did I first try and do that? Or when was my joy not ever allowed? You may well go back to an older situation and get some clarity, get some kind of penny dropping moment. So anyway, that's something to consider. So that's my roundup of week 1, 2, 3, and 4, just the big sort of highlights. If you did want to know more about the overall energies, then please do check out the first part of this video as well. There's a lot of information in that. And I'm also releasing the new moon forecast tonight as well. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. Stay in touch, and lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay. Let's have a look at Taurus ascendant then. So Taurus ascendant, here's your forecast for July, for the month ahead. I'm looking at this on a week by week basis. I've picked out my favorite aspects, the ones that I think are really stretching us and growing us and giving us lots of opportunities. So in week 1, we're going to have a look at Venus Chiron square. Week 2, the Sun Saturn trine and the Venus Neptune trine. Week 3 is a very dynamic week. The Mars and Uranus conjunction, and the fact that they're both in a square to Mercury. And then in week 4, the Venus Chiron trine. So we start with the Venus Chiron square and move it over to the trine. Also, what we're trying to control, there are a lot of Pluto oppositions. We've got 3 Pluto oppositions with the planets, and also the moon is also going to make a Pluto opposition and a Pluto conjunction. So there's a lot of Plutonic things going on, and I want to just talk a little bit about that. So let's have a look for you then. So in week 1, the Venus and Chiron square is interesting because Chiron is currently in your 12th house. And the 12th house is obviously where a lot of our past programming and current programming is all going from. So if you think about what is the purpose of the unconscious mind, you know, when I was learning hypnotherapy, and NLP and timeline therapy and things, I learned that the unconscious mind has a couple of real sort of directives, but the main one is to keep you alive. And so everything that your brain is holding on to, all of your little programs, all your self-sabotages, they're all literally about keeping you alive, even if sometimes they don't make sense. You know, like for instance, people with alcohol issues, you know, it doesn't appear that the program for having the alcohol issue might be keeping you alive, but actually numbing you to an experience might be just what you need to not hurt yourself, you know. So there's all sorts of different ways that these little programs spring up, but they're coming from a place of goodness ultimately. You know, these little programs that have turned into big programs. Once upon a time, they were really small, a little seed that came in, a fear came out, and there was this desire to keep you safe. And so you've got all this programming going on. That's going to be touched on, you know, with week 1 and week 4. And what I think is going to happen over the course of the month is you're going to be learning something pretty big about your Chiron experience. So Chiron is about your wounds from, you know, past programming, you know, the old lessons that you've learned, the things that you've stored away. There's a certain soreness, you know, there may be some conscious knowledge now that in the past there's been some pain, and that pain is reasserting itself right now. The reason it's reasserting itself is just that it is safe to do that now. You've got sufficient brain power, sufficient soul energy, sufficient psychology, sufficient resources around you to be able to explore some of these old things that you weren't ready to explore much earlier in your life. And so, you know, that's why these things are coming up right now. So the Venus and Chiron square, you know, your Venus in the 3rd is about you feeling connected to your local environment, connected to your peers, connected to, the context that you were raised in. And the square going on between these two here is really bringing up a sense of maybe isolation, a sense of pain, that, you know, the joy you want to experience here with this sort of, you know, all this stuff in the sign of Cancer in your 3rd house, really bringing up issues about belonging and, you know, the kind of tribe you're born into. And yet Chiron here is saying, crikey, there's a lot of pain around that. You know, what is not fitting, what is not right about that. So that's something to really bear in mind. Now, as the first week passes away, and the first week does, you know, bring up quite a few big questions, and also a need to like make a decision to care for yourself a lot better. But week 2, you've got these 2 sets of trines going on. So the first is the Sun-Saturn trine. That's here and here. So you got the Sun in the sign in the 3rd house. That's all about your sense of community, your sense of communication, your sense of friendliness, the sense of how much you belong, where you belong. And it's in a trine to Saturn in the 11th, and the 11th is about a different kind of community. It's about a much greater community. It's about our friends slightly further afield. It's about our networks. It's about the visions that we might have sold into or bought into. It's very much bigger than what you can imagine. But the 11th house is a place where we can co-create, where we can collaborate. It's also a place where the law of attraction naturally sits. So the 11th house is interesting. You know, you've got Saturn going through here. It's been going through there a while. And Saturn seems to bring in elements of restrictions and discernment. So, you know, to me, this is saying that, yes, you're aware of pain within your community, and also this sense that you're having to use a lot more discernment with your friends and with the networks. And it's almost like, yes, you agree with part of a vision, but in accepting one part of a vision, you're expected to, what's the word? Kind of go with a much bigger vision that maybe doesn't fit. So what I'm really seeing here as a challenge for you right now is, how do you fit? How do you fit in? How does your natural friendliness and the childhood and the belonging and the communication, everything you've learned all the way through your life, how does this fit in to this new vision? where you need greater discernment. Now, the great thing is the Sun and Saturn are actually in quite a flowing thing. So I actually think you'll be able to get it right. I think you will, see what works for you and see what doesn't work for you. But it's going to take a certain amount of practice, a certain amount of patience on your part to really get to the crux of what it is that just doesn't feel quite right. And here's the other thing. At the same time, we've got Venus and Neptune in a trine. Again, Venus is down here. She's really showing that sense of community ideals and wanting to feel that greater sense of belonging, probably lots of invitations and emails and quite a lot of social things going on. And then with the trine to Neptune in the 11th house, there is also this idea of idealism. And the two of them together are really about unconditional love and unconditional personal regard for everyone. And so I think, in many respects, you might be starting to make some progress in terms of where you belong, how your upbringing has brought you to where you are now, so that you can make better decisions about and current decisions about your friendships, the visions that you're signing up for, the context of what that means about your identity, what that means about kind of everything. And also how you can understand the idea of love and compassion and forgiveness, and that you're part of something. So I actually get that in week 2, one of the greatest outcomes from that is a feeling that you do belong. Now, it might be that you don't quite belong where you came from, but there's an aspect, maybe a side town, or there is a new niche, there is a new way for you to be. So I see week 2 as being a week whereby options are becoming possible. You're seeing a new possibility. Week 3 is a really dynamic week. So first of all, you've got this Mars and Uranus conjunction in the first house. Now, I don't want to worry you about, the energy of Mars, which is quite explosive and quite dynamic, and where you move quite fast and take control. And Uranus, that is quite sudden. It's a bit of a course correction. It can be accidental. It can be synchronistic. The two of those energies together sounds quite explosive and accidental. So, and the fact this is in the first house, which is about your body and your identity, it's worth being a bit more careful. Like if you are quite a sporty person and working your body, it's good around week 3 to ease off a little bit. Don't push your body too much, just because too much of the Mars energy and too much of the Uranus energy could have you having a little slip or something. And be careful with things like driving. And so take good care of yourself. But I don't want you to worry, because the first house is about your identity and I guess where you form your boundaries, like where do you begin and where do you end? And that's really your first house. And so Mars and Uranus here, you might be making some sudden announcements about where you start and where you end, and where your boundaries are. I think you're going to be clearly defining who you are in this moment. And interestingly, Mercury at this point is in your 4th house. And so there's this real kind of a bit of a struggle. It's like you're asserting who you are and saying, look, this is who I am. This is what I'm interested in. This is how I see the world. And then it also feels like you want to be able to talk about this at home and be able to share it. And yet the square is showing up as a certain amount of friction. So I wonder how you might be able to do both. Like, how can you feel comfortable to have conversations at home whilst also being able to express yourself and say, look, something's changed in me. I don't see things in the same way as I always did. I'm feeling really quite different. Something new has kind of just happened. Like I have a change in my consciousness. Like, remember, Uranus is very much about consciousness, but I want to take action on my consciousness now. Something has changed. I've reached a tipping point. And yeah, I want to have these conversations. So this, I think, fits into the last part of this conversation, the last part of this forecast. So I'm going to reveal what I see happening a little bit later. Anyway, week 4, we've got Venus and Chiron in a trine. So we've got another attempt at this slightly awkward energy at the start of the month where it feels like, how can I feel connected to everyone? How can I feel really connected to my community whilst I'm aware of the hurts that I've got from my community? I'm aware of the hurts from my childhood. I'm aware of the hurts from betrayals from my childhood, from my friends, from the people around me. There's a certain amount of conflict there. And yet by the end of the month, Venus and Chiron are in a trine. And I really see that it's time to be able to communicate it. Venus coming into your fourth, I see as being a really beneficial moment because, in this position, Venus is a lot warmer. So it feels like the people around you are a little bit more receptive. They're a little bit more creative. They're actually feeling a little bit more dramatic as well. So it's totally possible to get into the conversations. Managing it might be interesting, but things are, they're starting to move a bit more, and ultimately people are wanting to stay in a place of goodwill. They're not really wanting to fall out. So I do think your audience is a bit more receptive in week 4. And I also think that there's a new willingness to start to share some of the things from the past in such a way that you can own them, sort of like take ownership for them, realize that part of the hurt was caused from not really understanding fully what was going on as a child, and also not being able to have the correct conversations as a child, not knowing what it was that wasn't quite right, so you couldn't really articulate it. So there's lots of different things going on here, but suffice to say, I think by the end of the month, with all these changes that you're going through in terms of really thinking about your community, really thinking about what you've been learning that it's okay to be part of a vision, but that doesn't mean to say you have to accept the whole vision, and learning how you can navigate that. What I really think that's leading to is a feeling of greater acceptance at home, So I guess what's really going on is it's no longer a secret. All the time you've been trying to keep things under wraps. It's difficult. People sense where you're trying to hide something. People sense where you're not being completely straight. And with Chiron in the 12th house, you're feeling the wounds, you're aware of the wounds, but you haven't really articulated them. So a lot of this is about using the self-awareness to bring it out. Now, the Pluto oppositions are also really quite strong. So at the beginning of the month, on the 3rd of July, Mercury comes into an opposition with Pluto in your 10th. On the 12th, Venus is in this position and Pluto's still here. And then on the 23rd, the Sun is in opposition to Pluto. So, yeah, it's worth considering Pluto's position here in the 10th house. So the 10th house is about how you reach out into the world, how you are seen, what your reputation is, how generous you are, how you receive like money and gratitude, like how, are you lifted up? The 10th house is a place where we really, I think, need to feel like we're lifted up. It's the place where we want to be known, like what's our legacy? What have we been working towards? And so I do see a few different ways of interpreting this information. Pluto in the 10th can show how you're absolutely trying to protect your reputation, protect what you've created, and protect your career, protect the direction that you're moving in. I totally see that. The 10th house also shows where experts show up and authority shows up. So it might also represent the authority or the authorities in your life, or the feeling of having somebody over you like a superior, and possibly your reputation in the hands of these superiors. So it's interesting that like Mercury, Venus and the Sun are going to be in opposition. So with this first opposition with Mercury on the 3rd, you might find that it feels like your career is challenged by the people in your day-to-day life, that your family, maybe the people around you, say things, you're talking about it, and there's something about being at home that is somehow challenging your ability to do your job well, and to do your career well. Maybe you feel like you can't fully be yourself because you have to watch what everyone else thinks. Conversely, you might think that there are people in your life commenting on who you are at home, which again creates a conflict and creates a bit of a shadow. on the 12th, and when Venus is here, again, you might feel that there's a lack of support from your family for all the things you're trying to create. So, you might find this might translate as being a little bit too much in your career, working a bit too hard and not being at home enough and really feeling the tension of it. Again, you might feel that the bosses in your life or the authority figures in your life are really saying, work harder, when really you just want to be at home. So again, there's that sort of same and similar conflict. Finally, when the sun is here in opposition, it really feels like something about your career is really not who you are, and that your career has kind of almost run away with itself. And of course, you want to protect it. You don't want to destroy it. You want to protect it, and yet it feels really off. There's something not quite right. It really doesn't feel like you. And so the question is, how can you just maintain this stasis for a minute or two, or a week or two, or a month or two, until you can feel comfortable to do it again, to get clearer again? I would do around the time of the 21st actually, when you've got the full moon towards the 23rd. I would hold your position, don't make any big changes, but just ask yourself, how can I transform my career so that it really represents who I am, that it's in an alignment with me? And you can just hold that as a question. You don't have to answer it. Just see what comes up. You may find that your unconscious mind, which is listening, and remember, Chiron is here and it wants to solve it for you. You may well feel that there is something from your past playing into this, an unworthiness, I don't know, all sorts of different things. Now, I did say that the Venus Chiron trine is likely to be answered. And again, I do feel that this is going on. This Pluto and the Pluto oppositions are playing into this. So I think there is something about what you're going through right now in terms of your unconscious programming with Chiron here that is teaching you who you are much more effectively than you realize. So there are key themes that are coming up. There are little reminders. You might find there's lots of synchronicities and things. All of that is Chiron and your unconscious mind sort of communicating with you. It's helping you. The reason why you felt conflicted is because at some level you've been working in a way that's not you. It's like your career that you've carefully created for yourself is representing a you that doesn't really exist anymore. It might have done 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but you've really evolved. And here's the challenge: is how can you allow that to evolve itself? How can you give yourself the freedom and your career the freedom? How can you find space for it to kind of move on its own without you directing it and holding it still in a particular place? So it's asking you to get freer about how you explore and express your unique gifts. It's a tough one, but it's not impossible. So I'm going to leave that there. Taurus ascendant, I hope that was helpful to you in navigating some of the key themes. I will be doing the new moon and full moon forecasts, also talking about the Saturn and Jupiter squares that are coming up starting this month. But yeah, lots going on, and I'm sure if I can be of help to you, I will be. I will do my best. So lots of love to you. Have a great month ahead, and speak soon. Bye for now. Hey there. So looking at Gemini ascendant for this month ahead, and I'm looking at my favorite aspects that I've selected in week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. Now, they're not necessarily selected because they're easy or difficult necessarily, but that there is something that we can grow from. And that's the whole point here. You'll see that Venus actually pops up quite a few times, so there's a Venus Chiron square at the beginning of the month and a Venus Chiron trine at the end of the month. And I see that what starts in the square gets resolved in the trine. In week 2, we've got a couple of lovely trines I think are giving us support. Venus is in one of them. And then week 3 is quite challenging. There's a lot coming up from the unconscious. I say that because there's a Mars and Uranus conjunction in the 12th house, which is the place of your unconscious mind. But also, people that might be in your blind sight, that you can't quite see. It's often thought of as a place of hidden enemies and things that are maybe working behind the scenes that you're not consciously aware of. Also, we've got Pluto oppositions that I'm going to be talking about showing up in the 9th house to Mercury, Venus, and the Sun on the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd of July. So let's kind of explore this with a bit more depth. So the first thing that I'm aware of really is this Venus-Chiron square. Now, like I said, Venus and Chiron in the pairing are going to advance from this state to this state within the space of 3 weeks, from week 1 right the way through to week 4. But Chiron is here in the 11th, and that's worthy of a little bit of energy. You know, Chiron is the place of our wounds, where we might have some dis-ease, you know, where we might feel a little bit raw, a little bit sore. And in the 11th house, what really shows up about Chiron is the feeling of isolation, a feeling that, maybe that we don't have friends, that we don't, we're misunderstood, we're not acknowledged, we feel ignored, we don't feel good enough. It's really quite painful. And you might also feel like you're an outsider, you know, that you're on the outside looking in, that you don't necessarily feel that at ease with the current narratives or the situation that you're living in, the sort of context that your life is taking place in. Chiron in the 11th does also have another meaning as well, or quite a few different meanings, but Chiron also can show a coach. You know, so you might have a coach or a really good teacher who is helping you to feel less alone, to feel more included, to feel more accepted and understood. And you might also have actually been in this place of isolation. And whilst Chiron has been here, let's face it, Chiron has been in this position for a really long time, for at least 5 years. Definitely 4 years off the top of my head. It's hard to hold all these dates in my head, but you know, Chiron here can also show what we've mastered. So you might have recently mastered how to feel more included, or it also shows what healing we're working on. So the 11th house is also about causes and dreams and visions, like even great big visions, and you might be part of healing that vision or feel like that's part of your purpose. So that's also another side of Chiron here. Now with Venus is about feelings, her sensations, the senses, you know, what we see, hear, taste, smell, touch. All of those feelings can be attributed to Venus for sure. But Venus is also about how we connect with others, how we flow, how we can create, how we can feel love and feel like sharing and being compassionate. So Venus is really important, and she's here in the 2nd house. The 2nd house is, I think, a really important house. It's known for our earnings. That's what a lot of astrologers say. But I also think it's also about how we value things that come to us. You know, our ability to attract the right resources at the right time, and also to see ourselves as a resource. The 2nd house is, I think, more importantly, your self-esteem, because the higher your self-esteem, the more you're able to feel confident in your own abilities and in your own value, the more you're likely to earn. So I think they go hand in hand. And also the 2nd house is also where we might share as well. So Venus coming in here is showing that you're about to upgrade how you see yourself, how you see your value, and also possibly how much you earn. You know, Venus coming through your 2nd house is usually seen as a time when things flow much more easily into your purse and into your life. So this is good. Initially in week 1, with the square between the two, it feels as if you've got some things to learn about receiving. You know, maybe you're not receiving equally from people. Maybe you are happy to receive things from people that feel in alignment with you, but you're putting other receptivity away, because if you don't feel understood by somebody, you don't want to receive from them. So it might have something to do with sort of a barrier or boundary from the 11th house, which is about friends and networks. So you might be happy to receive money and goods from one avenue, but not another. And of course, that if that is happening, you might choose to examine that. How is that helping you? How is that serving you? Is that the way that really supports you and values you as a person? That might be a way of interpreting that. Another way of looking at it is how not feeling understood and feeling isolated has had a knock-on effect to your feelings of self-worth and efficiency and efficacy. Your feeling of value, like, do people value what you do? Do people value who you are? And of course, anywhere that's showing up is also an indication of where people are sensing it within you. So, it's not, I don't think people start undervaluing you without you giving permission for them to do so. So at some level, how have you been communicating that you're not sure about your own value? Where have you had doubts about your value? Where have you had doubts about how good enough you are, or whether you reach the right level? Do you have imposter syndrome? That's a really good example of this particular square. So I see this as something not to beat yourself up about, but just to explore. Think about it with some curiosity. If this really resonates with you in particular, just notice when you do it. Notice when you're an imposter in your own life. Notice when you have these thoughts about your value that aren't helping you, and make a note of them, and look at them periodically, and ask yourself in 2 days' time, do I still feel like that? Or how would you feel if your own child said that about themselves, or someone that you loved? So it's time to get a bit of distance from these feelings so that you can objectively look at them. When week 2 comes along, I see that as being a lot more beneficial because, first of all, we've got a Sun-Saturn trine, really showing actually that where you've had habits of persistence and determination and taking ownership and responsibility, it's starting to pay off. So Saturn's up here. It feels like there's it feels like someone is appreciating your efforts, and it's coming down to you down here in this place of receiving. It's like you can receive the accolades of your hard work. Saturn here could also show an older colleague or a guru or a mentor that's working with you that might have something useful to share with you. So be open to that. Venus and Neptune trine is about unconditional love and unconditional personal high regard for other people and yourself. Again, the more you can see your career or your output in a spiritual way, the more likely it is for you to raise your internal value. Whether you are helping millions of people, whether you're inspiring thousands, maybe just one, where you're creating a widget for people that you don't even know who receives it. It doesn't matter what it is that you're doing. Nobody really knows the impact of the efforts that they make. Nobody. And actually, everything has an importance. Everything is needed. I think what is what's best. If what you do wasn't needed, you wouldn't be doing it. That job wouldn't be there. So anything that you can do to explore the higher frequency of what you're doing, and understand that even if you don't see the outward response or the outward good of what you're doing, it is reaching somebody. It is making a difference. Everything is making a difference, and you are part of this unique puzzle. So this is a time, again, in week 2, when appreciation is coming to you from different means. One, from a very sort of clear, a clear-cut energy of everything you set up so far, everything that you've been determined and good and reasonable and orderly and disciplined in, everything that you've worked at is coming in now. And the other is everything that you can imagine, when you can imagine the impact that you might have, and be open to the possibility that you have touched somebody by the work that you do. It's coming into you. So week 2, I think, is really helping you to have a greater appreciation for yourself. In week 3, then, stuff can really come up. It's almost like as you start to appreciate yourself, your unconscious mind is going into sabotage. It's going, ooh, okay, she's starting to believe in herself now, or he's starting to believe in himself. Ooh, that might create some friction. That might not be so helpful. What can we do? Because the unconscious mind here, the 12th house, it is there to keep you safe. And sometimes we have these self-sabotage mechanisms, and on the surface they look like really destructive programs that have come out of nowhere. But actually, every little thought and belief that you've created for yourself has come from a need to keep you safe. So it made sense probably back like 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago, however long it was since you and that self-sabotage belief came to be, made that agreement together. But of course, so many years down the line, it no longer is relevant, you know. So the 12th house is full of all of these agreements that you've made for yourself and these beliefs. And Mars and Uranus here is ready to kind of blow them up, blow them apart, kind of blow them out the water. So Mars is explosive, determined, takes action, acts first, talks later, thinks later. Uranus, and it's very single-minded and independent. Uranus is also independent, also is quite shocking. It changes. It's electrifying. It is out of the blue. It's like a bolt from your unconscious mind. It is a knowing, a new sense of knowing. So it's fascinating to me that Mars and Uranus coming together in the 12th house. It's there to teach you something for sure. It's like something is going on in your unconscious mind. Something is coming up to be seen, to be identified, to be acknowledged, and then released. It could be a really great moment to free yourself from something really big that's held you back, that stopped you from taking action. So you might choose to ask yourself, how many ways, and I said that very deliberately so that your unconscious mind isn't limited to just one way, but how many ways have I held myself back by not taking action? How many ways have I allowed my fear to stop me from moving forwards? And if you can ask yourself those kinds of questions, week 3 is a week when stuff is coming up like a great big geyser or a volcano of information. It's there for you. Now, I always think it's better to work with the energies than ignore them, because when they're ignored, I still think they come in, but they come in from an outside source. And so the 12th house, yes, it's your unconscious mind when it's internal, but when it's external, it could be someone else's mind, somebody else's unconsciousness, somebody else's maybe mean-heartedness. You know, the 12th house is also a place where they talk about, or where astrologers say it could be a hidden enemy. You know, somebody who maybe doesn't even realize they're an enemy, but an enemy. So, you know, they come up and do something that appears really kind of off. So you might find that there are some very off people around you. If you are aware of a potential situation that's brewing, I would, if I was in your shoes, take a step out of that situation, let it pass a little bit and come back to it in week 4 when people are in a much more reflective mood. I really advocate doing your own work for the things that you're consciously aware of. You might ask yourself, you know, who does this belong to? A great question. I got it from Access Consciousness. Who does this belong to? Oh, and my good friend Sarah. Who does this pattern belong to? Is it my pattern? Is it somebody else's pattern? What's my part in it? What can I work on? What do I need to take on board? The great thing is these are both in a square to Mercury down here in the 3rd house. You know, you can work this out, and it could be quite a dynamic working out. You know, on the worst case scenario, I think, you know, it could be argumentative with somebody in your local community, Mercury down here. It could come out as an explosion of insults and judgments that all of a sudden things build up, and it's like, yeah, but you smell, or but you've got a long face, or whatever. You know, it just comes out as a load of banal you know, like insults, because something is brewing up and it needs to kind of shoot out. And yet that's not what we want to happen, you know. So if you're aware of something brewing, you might choose to just step away from the situation, work out what's going on for you, and try to address it as soon as possible. And then once you've got a handle on it, then enter into some kind of discussion or situation where you can write things out and talk about things. You know, I think squares are dynamic and they can really create change. Yes, they're a pain in the butt and they can be quite frustrating, but they're not necessarily doom or gloom. They do show a change and a movement. And this could be a very dynamic week where old situations can absolutely get resolved, and resolved really beautifully. So, you know, don't give up, but, you know, don't put yourself in harm's way of somebody else's unconscious thoughts, or indeed your own. Speaking of which, let's come to week 4, where we get some resolution, I think. So Venus and Chiron at the beginning of the month are in a square, you know, asking you, like, what's my value? I don't feel appreciated. I feel ignored. I feel isolated. Oh, maybe I'm not good enough. I compare myself to people outside of my situation, you know, and they're all doing much better than me. So it's a real kind of separation from yourself. Now, with Venus in a trine to Chiron, I get the sense that you're feeling a lot more connected. And I think it's from your sense of connection with local people, with people that you know, maybe some old friends that have known you for a long time, maybe people who feel like a spiritual brother or sister from a different mother. You know, there's a feeling of a new level of support. And in that, all of a sudden, that feeling of isolation can change and transform. So what I really see here is when you're looking at it from the sense of what is my value, what, am I good enough and stuff? I feel isolated. To me, it feels like all that was needed was to not ask yourself that when you're on your own, but to get into a situation with people that you have similarities with and to share with them and to explore with them. And all of a sudden things start to click, things start to gel. And so anywhere where you do feel isolated, now, funnily enough, you're in a much better position to talk about it. Speaking of which, the Pluto oppositions are there to really show us what we're trying to control and also what we're trying to, maybe what we're holding on to a bit too much. And Pluto here in the ninth house is about everything external from us. And Pluto can show authority figures, cultural authority, political authority, philosophical, religious authority, governmental authority in the ninth house. The ninth house is like higher thought and also things outside of your local control. So, this is stuff coming in from afar. And so you might feel with Pluto here that all the control is out there, and yet really you want it in here. You want to feel like you're in control of your life, like you have more say, like you feel freer to express yourself. And so on the 3rd, when Mercury is in the 3rd house and in opposition to Pluto, you might feel that you can't fully express yourself. You can't share your mind because it feels like it's going against some external authority that is, outside of you. So it's not actually there in the conversation with you right then and there, but it just feels like you can't quite be yourself. On the 12th, with Venus there, it feels like you almost are gaslighting yourself about your feelings. And the funny thing is, with Venus and Pluto oppositions, the feelings are really, really strong, so they can also be quite sexual. So you might even feel kind of like really kind of stimulated and almost turned on by the level of conflict that's going on for you. It's almost like what's the word? A schizophrenic kind of episode where you really want to express yourself sensuously, and at the same time it just feels like it's out of control and it's outside of your community, it's outside of your context. And then later on the 23rd, the Sun is in opposition to Pluto, and it really feels like you don't have a level of authenticity, or not authenticity, authority in your own life. It feels like authority is coming from afar and it's not within you. How do we resolve things with Pluto? First of all, I think when we see something outside of ourselves, there's a separation. And that's, apparent with all of the different star signs. Everything is appearing in opposition. And so what I recommend is, first of all, stop seeing government or religion or culture or an opposing political party or, whatever. If you're still seeing it as outside of yourself rather than it's part of the human condition and you are a human and therefore you're connected with it, all the time you're trying to other it, it's likely to impose itself on you or you'll feel imposed upon. So it's really difficult to understand it. The more you can, bear with me, the more you can blend or seek to understand where it's coming from, the more you can ask questions about it, the more you can say, I really feel like, the way I express myself is being influenced by societal norms or new norms that I wasn't really aware or comfortable with, and I'm out of odds with them now. You might choose to ask yourself, or find people that might have slightly different views, maybe not radically different views, maybe like step just slightly to the left or right or up and down or whatever. But you might choose to say, look, I really want to understand you a little bit more and understand what makes you tick and understand what's, so it's the joining of it that's resolving it. And it's a similar thing with feelings, like where people are feeling their views so much that you feel at odds and it's creating a physical sensation. Again, you might want to open into a conversation and say, look, I need to understand this. I'm feeling torn about this. And I'm not asking you, I'm not going to change my mind necessarily. I'm not asking you to change your mind. I'm just wanting to understand. And I'm wondering if you can help me with that. The more you can do that, the less out of control you'll feel, and the more the situation is likely to transform. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. So there you go, Gemini ascendant. It's funny because obviously Geminis are all about, views and ideas and things like that. So it's kind of funny that that's an ongoing theme throughout the month. But anyway, I hope you have a fantastic month ahead. I hope it's really helpful. I really do hope you begin to feel the excellence and the magnificence that you really are. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. But anyway, catch you another time and speak soon. Bye. Hey Cancer, how are you doing? So we've got the July forecasts, and I'm doing it on a week by week basis this time. So I've picked out my favorite, or the aspects I'm most interested in, one or two for each week, to really give a feeling for like the shape of your month ahead, like what is likely to come up and what might you be wondering about. Venus gets a bit of a mention, quite a few times, in fact. The first aspect I'm looking at really is the Venus-Chiron square that's taking place in the first week. In week 2, I'm considering the Sun-Saturn the Sun-Saturn trine and the Venus-Neptune trine, which are here in between the signs of Pisces and Cancer. Week 3, I'm looking at the Mars and Uranus conjunction in Taurus and the square that they both make to Mercury, which is pretty much a force. And then in week 4, I'm going back to the Venus and Chiron pairing, but this time Venus and Chiron are now in a trine. Overall, there's a series of oppositions to Pluto. Pluto's here at 0 or 1 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. And on the 3rd, Pluto is making an opposition to Mercury, on the 12th to Venus here, and then on the 23rd to the Sun. So I want to talk about that from the position of what you're trying to control right now, because, again, I see that there's some potential freedom that you might find from that. So let's see, where should we start? So week 1 then. We've got the Venus-Chiron square that's coming in, and I would say dominating some of the energies around that time. It's a strong energy. Like Venus is going through your first house, and ordinarily that's a bit of a Cinderella aspect, I think. When Venus crosses from the 12th house, where she's a little bit insecure, into the first house, where she is absolutely starting to feel the energy of being you. Venus, wherever she goes, she's there to create ease and a sense of generosity, a sense of gentleness, a sense of beauty, a sense of appreciation, kindness, compassion, love, flow, connection, and she's in your first house. Typically, I would say during a Venus transit of the first house, we are starting to rebuild our image. If it's taken a bit of a dip, we're feeling quite magnificent. People are seeking us out. We also start to care for ourselves a little bit better. It's a good time for a haircut. It's a good time to, give yourself a bit of a facelift or a makeover. It's a great time. It's almost like we are gifted something. It's like we can do no wrong. And so Venus being in the first, but also being in a square to Chiron is tricky, because Chiron is the energy of where we might be a bit sore, where we might feel a little bit isolated, a little bit raw, like there's something internal that we don't know quite how to deal with. So, Chiron here is in the 10th house, so it's that feeling of vulnerability in the 10th house. The 10th house is about your career. It's about how you're seen, your reputation, your public image. So there's a little bit going on with public image and true image here. Like the first house is about how you are seen as a person and how you're experienced. What do people, sense about you when they first meet you? But, Chiron in the 10th house is very much about your public image. Do you have a great reputation? Are you appreciated? Do you feel like you're appreciated? What's going on for you? It's also a place of bosses and authority. And so, when a slightly difficult planet is going through this area, we might feel like there are some authority crashes, or clashes, whereby you don't feel very empowered. So I think Chiron in this position has been for quite some time teaching you to become your own power, teaching you to become your own authority, and teaching you to, one expression could be that you are seen as a healing force within your career. Like you might have chosen during this transit to work as a healer or in more of a healing capacity. But, at some level, you're healing the career wound, healing the wound of where you want to be versus where you are right now. And that's quite difficult sometimes. So lots going on here. This square in particular, I think, is also making you question how you come across in, how do you, for instance, if you're not sure how you are received in the sort of higher sense of the word, out there in the public domain, you don't necessarily know what you might want to change about your appearance or adapt or evolve or smarten up or enhance or whatever, so it's a bit tricky. Or you might suddenly feel that now Venus is coming into this place and you're getting more attention, you might suddenly feel a bit exposed and a bit raw. And that might, be the thing that comes across as something that you need to work on. So it's creating a little bit of a sense of unease, a sense of vulnerability out in public, almost like you want to hide away a little bit. And yet Venus is really wanting to shine and to be seen. So it's difficult. I would say, go easy on yourself. The new moon in particular in your first house in this month ahead is really there to help you have a new beginning in how you see yourself and how you identify, not necessarily about gender. I know that when you say how you identify, immediately now it brings up all these, new meanings or new narratives. But, what I'm really talking about is, who are you and how does how you look and how you come across, how is that conveyed? How do people really experience you? It's a big question. As you go into week 2, there's a little bit of extra support. So the Sun and Saturn, so Saturn is here and the Sun is there, both in a trine from the 9th house, and then Venus and Neptune. So Neptune's here and Venus is here. By this point in week 2, Venus has got a real shift on. She's really moved in the space of a week. It's quite funny. But I see that there are some extra things feeding into your image, to your sense of who you are and what you're working on in this month ahead. Saturn and the Sun in a trine is really showing where you've had the persistence and the dedication to really work through how you feel about the world, how you connect to the outer world. Saturn and Neptune here in your 9th house have for a long time been showing your responses to the world outside of your reality. And of course, there's not much division between, your home reality and your outer reality now, because, thanks to the internet and international working, remote working, things like YouTube, Netflix and everything, it's almost like the world has got smaller. We are seeing snapshots of everyone's different cultures all the time, all day long, so the world doesn't necessarily feel so different from one place to the outside world. And yet, in many respects with Saturn here, you've been working through a lot of belief systems, a lot of ideas about culture, politics, philosophies, religion, spirituality, really getting a deeper sense of who you are from that. It's almost like in the exploration of being open to new ways of thinking, you've bloomed, you've blossomed, you've shifted, something beautiful has happened. And that's what's really coming up with this Saturn and Sun trine. You get the sense that you are a different person because of the new knowledge that you have and the way, the new, fresher experience you can talk from. So the more you have been open to different perspectives, and that also does include traveling outside of your usual area to see things from a different perspective. Now, Neptune and Venus in this trine is heavenly. Literally, it is like Venus and Neptune. Neptune is the higher harmonic of Venus. So it is personal love and unconditional love. This trine is absolutely asking us to have high, unconditional personal regard for yourself and everyone else. It's an absolute trine of forgiveness and generosity and really paying it forward. It's really, really beautiful. So, you know, I really think the spiritual changes that you've gone through opening yourself to new experiences are, again, having a knock-on effect. So, you know, yes, you might feel a little bit difficult in terms of what is your identity right now? You know, like, how have you changed, and how can you incorporate all that you are in such a way that you don't feel so raw and exposed in the public domain or within your career? And yet, actually, your spiritual side, your calm, mature side, your maturity to be open enough to include all of life, that's the thing that needs to come across in your identity. So sit with it, see how it goes, you know, feel into it. You know, don't be in a rush. You know, at this time in week 2, we're still deeply in the Cancer phase where we can take our time. We don't have to rush. So just allow yourself, you know, ask yourself maybe a question such as, what changes might I make to fully express who I am right now? How can I absolutely show the entirety of who I am as a person through my appearance? Or, you know, ask yourself a multitude of these questions and leave them hanging. You know, ask yourself it, leave the question, see what comes up, see what synchronicities show up. Now, it's funny because all of the, you know, these first 2 weeks have really opened up this kind of Pandora's box of wondering about your identity. And then in week 3, things speed up a bit, you know, in fact, quite dramatically, not just for you, but for everyone. So we've got this very spiky, but quite possibly productive energy of Mars and Uranus in a conjunction together. So Mars is a planet of determination, it's single-minded, it's independent, it takes action, you know, it doesn't hang around, it's not slow and steady wins the race, it's like, I'm going to win. You know, Mars is absolutely getting out there, you know, it's doing something. And Uranus is the planet of surprise, of change, of innovation, of consciousness, of collective thoughts, and it's quite philanthropic as well, and it is the sort of thing that suddenly just switches and changes. So the two of them, there is an intensity, a speed, a change, and also a deep independence. So this aspect is happening at 26 degrees in the sign of Taurus, and then Mercury is square it in your second house. So you've got this very dynamic square taking place between the second house of how you're valued, how you're seen, but like the true value of you and how you earn some money from it. So, you know, it's like your identity plus your value. It's like, this is where you are, and this is where you're earning some money or some accolades from being who you are. And then, you know, the 11th house is about friendships, networks, societies, charities, groups. You know, it's very big and very broad. It's also the internet. It's also, I always think of the 11th house as quite a career-based place, you know, like where, you know, people with a really strong 11th house tend to be really good career networkers. So you know, having Uranus and Mars in here could be very, very dynamic. And sometimes we do need a square to warm things up, to get things really moving. And this is absolutely like, you know, if you get blocked up and you need you need to take something to get you moving again, this square has got it all. Trust me. So my question to you is, how are you going to use this Mars and Uranus energy in your 11th house in such a way that it doesn't completely rip apart all of your friendships? You know, because the Mars and Uranus energy could be very insightful, truthful, active, create masses of change, and it could upset and offend people quite easily. It could also really put a cat amongst the pigeons. You know, it could really, really stir things up. So what I would say is, you know, think about the groups, the societies, the friendships that you've got, and the places where you might be co-creating in week 3. Really think about them, think long and hard, and think, okay, what do I want to actively achieve with these groups? Not like, what am I holding on to and what haven't I said that needs to come out, because that's just looking to create trouble. But where would you really like to work hard with one of these groups or one of these friendships? Or what are you co-creating, which is an 11th house theme? What are you co-creating that needs the energy and independence and determination to absolutely get that motoring? because that's where that energy is ideally placed. But I think if you're idle in week 3 and you're kind of like, oh, I'm just going to hang out with my birds and see what happens, you know, anything that's underlying underneath the surface that hasn't been addressed is likely to come up, because ultimately Mars and Uranus mean business. They want to do some work. They are absolutely wanting to do something. So it's important to use that energy. So put it towards working something like that would bring you, I don't know, something really great, or bring your community, or bring something that's shared up very, very quickly. I think that'd be useful. Now, the square to Mercury shows, you know, if you do put your mind to doing something deeply practical that can be achieved and incisive, it could actually really raise how you think about yourself. It could really help you communicate who you are very beautifully, in fact, in a way that creates value. So, for instance, you know, you could be pondering, oh, I wonder what people think of me. You know, oh, I've done a lot of changing. I'm not sure people really see that when they look at me. When, in fact, you could meet people and then they ask a bit about you and you say, well, here's the thing. You know, just last month, I went into a community project. There were some people that wanted to do this. I knew them, and we just decided to work really hard towards it. And look, this is the result. You know, that might speak much bigger volumes than your appearance. So it's like combining your value, but creating a great story to hook it on. So yeah, this conjunction is dynamic, and it could really, it could trip up some people if you're just kind of like lying in the middle of the road, just like kind of waiting for this wave of, I mean, if I was to consider that every aspect is a wave in the ocean. I live right by the ocean. So, you know, I watch the waves come in quite a bit. This Mars and Uranus wave is not like a normal wave. It's like a tsunami. It's massive. It's fast. It's hard. You know, you want to be out of the way. You want to be viewing it from above, or put that energy to really good use. It's very different to the Venus Chiron energy of the following week, which is like a long, slow, healing balm of a wave. So there you go. Week 3, use that energy, be busy, and be proactive, and also be on the lookout for people who are wanting to just sound off very quickly and just kind of sidestep it. Week 4, then, Venus and Chiron in a trine. I think whatever you're trying to achieve in this first week, you get some clues about how to finish it off. So if you've been wondering about, you know, how your persona is perceived and why you might feel a bit raw or exposed in terms of your work, again, this week 4 is actually where you realize that it's not so much about how you seem, but it's about your actual value and the value you're creating all the time. And I think with that, and I think the week 3 can have a lot to do with that. You know, you could use that to help you demonstrate your value, so it's easier to explain. But really, as you begin to assess what it is that you do, and focus on the lovely things that you do, focus on the good and the beauty that you bring the world, all of a sudden things start to take a bit more shape, you know, in terms of your career. It's also a really magnetic time to attract a good mentor. You know, Chiron in the 10th is also the potential to find a really passionate and amazing mentor, and to become a mentor in your own right. So, you know, as you get to week 4, you might actually realize you've learned something along the way that you could share with beauty, grace, and passion. So I'm excited about that for you. Now, what are you trying to control? This is the big question. You know, what is going on in your persona behind the scenes? Well, this is interesting because this goes between the 2nd house and the 8th. So Pluto is here, and he's going to be here for a long time, actually. So it's good to get aware to what Pluto might be representing in your chart right now. And the 8th house is about the secrets. It's a place of going through a cycle of life. You know, it's a rite of passage, you know, so you might have gone through puberty, you might have just left home, you might have got your first career, you might have got your first relationship, you might have become a parent, you might have become a grandparent, you might have gone through a divorce. You know, each of these things is a rite of passage in its own right, you know, where your life is changing. And the 8th house shows a lot of deep, sometimes uncomfortable change, but the change is actually quite necessary. That change is there to help you keep evolving. And so Pluto, when it goes through the 8th house, it can be really difficult because it feels like the change is is happening, and there's not much you can do about it. And yet at some level you are holding on to the past. You're absolutely wanting to hold on to what you know, and absolutely not let go of it. Pluto is showing what you're trying to hold on to. Now, also the 8th house shows us our secrets, the things we discover. It's also a place of blame, shame, guilt, and anger, where we're processing the energies and expectations of other people that they have on us. And of course, we have that on them as well. You know, let's be fair. We're not all victims. You know, we also do have judgments and attitudes and beliefs and behaviors about other people and expectations that we put on them. You know, there are guilt throwers and guilt catchers. And funnily enough, guilt catchers can often become guilt throwers as well. So it's an interaction, and Pluto is absolutely diving into this place. So, you know, you know, how can you explore that with these personal oppositions? You know, Mercury is there to show your communication style and what you're learning. Venus, that's coming in on the 12th into the opposition to Pluto, is what you're feeling. And then the Sun is how you're expressing yourself. And of course, the 2nd house is your values, your resources, what you're happy to receive, and how you see yourself. And then the 8th house is very much other people's values that you feel maybe you have to live up to. You know, maybe one of the reasons why you are resisting going through a particular change, or are a little bit slow trying to hold on to what is, even if you know it's actually sending you in a bit of a death spiral, you know, because, you know, when we try and keep things the same, it goes against the laws of life. You know, there is a natural flow to life, and that is we are born, we grow, we learn, we get to a point where we can't physically grow anymore, and yet we can still spiritually grow, carry on growing. And then, you know, at some point, you know, we start to dematerialize, or we start to fade away, or we start to almost regress. You know, we can only grow so far. It's like the continuous in-breath and out-breath. It's like the moon cycle. The moon beautifully does this every single month, from new moon right the way to full, and then back down to new. The moon literally recreates itself every moon cycle, every month or month. So, you know, this is an interesting time. You know, what are you holding on to that's preventing the flow, the natural flow of life, of a beginning, a middle, and an end, a beginning, a middle, and an end? Because if you get stuck in the middle, you can't progress. Your life can't evolve, and you're also preventing lots of great new things happening. And it's the fear of not moving, the fear of what might happen. But of course, you're stopping yourself from the fear of also receiving, the fear of loving again, the fear of experiencing more bliss again. And so it's a difficult time. During these oppositions, I think, you know, there is this desire to value yourself, and a feeling that you're not being valued, a feeling that you're being controlled, you know, and you might find that with the Mercury opposition, you are communicating your value and feeling like it's absolutely falling on dead ears, or that, you know, people don't want to hear about how good you are or how helpful you are. You know, with Venus in the opposition, you might be really wanting to feel appreciated, to feel the value of who you are. And the reality is that it's not reciprocated. You might also find when the Sun comes in that your whole expression of life, you feel judged about and not appreciated. You know, what you might be holding on to here is the desire that people might notice you for who you are, and take it into account and say, I see you, I hear you, I feel you, I know you, I love you, I see you showing up every day like a bright little daisy, you're beautiful. And yet here the reality might be that might not come. And so with Pluto really shows us what we're holding on to and how it causes us pain, you know, because, you know, we can't let it go. And yet, if you were to let go of it, you might find other people that all of a sudden show up in your life and go, hey, you're a beautiful daisy. I really see you. I love you. I can't get enough of you. So, you know, there is something going on there that you're holding on to, that is preventing other people from seeing your true value and your true shine. So I'm going to leave that there. I hope that's helpful for you, Cancer. I hope that didn't upset you at the end. I'm sharing these in a way to help you to feel better, you know, help you to recognize that you are absolutely perfect the way you are. You know, you can absolutely allow yourself to be you, and people that don't appreciate you can literally fade away. They can drop out of your life as your new vibration starts to bring in people or attract people magnetically to you that absolutely really resonate and love your gorgeous Cancer ascendantness. It's all about feeling your vibration and feeling your set point. So I hope that's helpful to you in this month ahead, Cancer. And if I can be of any help, then please do just get in touch. All my details are below. So have a great July and maybe catch you next month. Bye for now. Okay, so Leo, let's have a look at you. So we have got quite a lot to cover, I think, because it's Pluto oppositions that are going on. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. So this is the month, July. You start off with a lot of planets going through your 12th house. The sun is moving through your 12th house, and it's often a time when you feel like you actually want to go to bed a little bit and rest up, and it's almost like the alarm clock's going off, but it's a little bit too early. You're not ready to get up. And then as we go into the Leo season from the 21st of July, all of a sudden it feels like you're coming back to life, and it's time for you to be the life and soul of the party again. Now, that's great. And of course, Mercury is going to go over this Leo point. Venus is going to go over this Leo point, and the sun is going to go over this Leo point. And of course, when all three of those do that, they're going to go into opposition with Pluto. So I will talk about that a little bit, because Pluto is there to show us what we're controlling, what we want to hold on to for dear life, what we are really not budging on, and potentially what's causing us a massive struggle. And obviously you don't really want that. Then the rest of what I'm looking at is a week by week progression. I've picked a few of my favorite aspects for this month ahead. Obviously I can't talk about all of them, but these are the ones that will be with us. The energy will be with us for a good few days, maybe even longer, maybe for the whole week, but they are really transforming aspects. So I've picked the ones that I think will create the most uplift for you, and create the most questioning, the most amount of questions. These are the ones that I think could really help shift. So in week 1, which we're in right now, I'm recording this on the 1st, is I've chosen Venus Chiron square, which is just here. Chiron is in the sign of Aries and Venus is in the sign of Cancer when that occurs. Week 2, I want to have a look at 2 different aspects: the Sun Saturn trine, and then the Venus and Neptune trine going from the signs of Cancer into the signs of Pisces. They seem very, very important. Week 3, I've got this cracking setup. So we've got this Mars and Uranus conjunction, which is super fiery, going off in your 10th house. So that needs to be expanded and explored and unpacked quite a bit. Mars and Uranus are also in a square to Mercury. So there's a lot going on. Mercury by that point is in your 1st house. So that's a really important one to explore. And then last of all, Venus in a trine to Chiron. So where we started with the Venus Chiron square in week 1, by week 4, Venus is making a lovely trine to Chiron, and it's a very healing one. And so I really wanted to finish on a good note. So before I look at the weeks, I actually want to really get into what are we trying to control in this month ahead? Because, all of these planets, the sun, the moon is going over this point, and then also here, the sun, moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Mars isn't going over this point yet. Mars is just going to be here, but Venus, Mercury, and the sun are all crossing this point. This is a really important point for you. So this is the time when these oppositions are taking place, and it's going to be big because it's taking place in your 1st house. So Pluto is in the 7th house right now, and Pluto shows what we're trying to control. It also shows where people might be trying to control us. In particular, I say that because the 7th house is about other people. The 1st house is about you, your body, your persona, your personality, what is about you, your personal brand. And the 7th house is everyone outside of you, in particular, your partners, your friends, your family and stuff. But it's the people that influence you quite a lot. Also, enemies can show up here as well, because often people who really love you and people that really don't love you often have a very similar intensity about it. So, intense people really feature here. So, Pluto coming into the seventh house can show that a lot of the people around you are getting very intense right now, because Pluto is a very intense planet, also very powerful, also very controlling. And so you might find that the people around you feel like they're trying to control your narrative, dominate your time, dominate your resources, dominate your space, because the first house is you, but also your boundaries. And it feels like they might be encroaching upon those. So there's a lot going on. So you may well find that one of the things that you're battling with behind the scenes is how to fully express yourself. How to feel completely free to express yourself. When Mercury comes over this point on the 3rd, just in a couple of days' time, you're going to really want to self-express and to really be able to talk about who you are and to really communicate with that warmth that Mercury in Leo has. And yet it feels like there's something trying to stop you, something trying to control the way you say things. When Venus comes across this point, this is about you loving yourself and feeling really comfortable in your own skin and feeling the glamour of who you are. And yet you might find that other people are maybe a bit possessive over you or not giving you the space to shine. Leos are meant to shine, in particular with the Leo ascendant, definitely meant to shine. And so having Pluto over here, it might almost be kind of creating a shadow over you, trying to stop you from really revealing yourself in all your goodness. And then obviously with the sun here is about your again, your shine, but even more so, it's like the source of your life, the source of your vitality, the source of who you are. And yet it feels like there is a threat coming from just outside of your view, and it's most likely from someone close to you. Now, what does this really mean? Are these people being really obstructive? Are they being really controlling? Or are you afraid to truly give yourself the permission to shine and express and to feel the joy of being you? Are you actually projecting onto people that they don't like it to stop yourself? Is it a self-sabotage? That's the first question I would ask. These are the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd are times when this really, really comes up. So it's an unconscious program that's going on. As Pluto goes through this, and he's taking 20 years to go through this part of your chart, you're going to have lots of time to familiarize yourself with this. What I would say is this is actually a deeply powerful place. And whilst it does seem a bit of a, like nobody really wants to think about where Pluto is in their charts, but this is quite a sensitive place, the 7th house. It could show that, if we're not aware of our own projections about our own power and how we're trying to conceal our own power and project power onto other people, that they are powerful and we're powerless, you might find that lots of powerful people come into your life and lots of people dominate you. So it's worth getting used to that and asking yourself those questions now and developing your own power so that nobody can overpower you. And in fact, that you can have a shared power and you can trade in power and enjoy your power together. Wouldn't that be nice? So I would say, this time of year is going to bring up these issues every single time as Mercury, as Venus and the Sun go over this point, and later Mars will go over this point as well. So get used to this, learn from it this year, learn from it now if you can. But this is something you're working on over a longer period of time. So just saying. Anyway, in week 1, Venus in a square to Chiron. So Chiron's here in the 9th house. The 9th house is where we have our philosophy, our politics, our view of the outer world, where we might want to learn and study at a much deeper level, our spirituality. It's really our quest for meaning, our quest for purpose and stuff like that. And so Chiron here is showing that maybe there is a wound about how much you can learn, and maybe that, some of your thoughts about the outside world have been a bit difficult, or maybe that the outside world itself, or bigger thought, or bigger philosophies, or religion, or spirituality, or politics is harming you in some way. It might appear that the more you consider these things, the more vulnerable you feel, because Chiron does show us where we feel vulnerable. And then Venus, during this square in this first week, is going through your 12th house. And so Venus is absolutely she's very intuitive here, and she's absolutely feeling the difficulty in in the fact that it feels vulnerable to have an opinion, or it feels vulnerable to have knowledge. So difficult one to work through, but not completely difficult. I mean, if we think about it, we've got the new moon on the 5th, and there is a separate video for the new moon, but the new moon in Cancer is absolutely highlighting your 12th house. It's absolutely encouraging a deepening intuition for you. And this intuition is going to really help you to know what's yours and help you know what's not yours. It's really going to help you know what's going on. It's really going to help you tune in to the absolute source of what it is that makes you you. So, you know, Venus coming into this area and being in a square to Chiron, you know, yes, it's showing you that you might feel a bit vulnerable in terms of what you know, whether you know enough, whether your opinions are right. It's also showing you the vulnerability of knowing too much. And yet, you know it all anyway. Intuitively, you know it. So you might choose to not get so upset by the things you're learning, because if you were to tune in anyway, and maybe that's actually what you need to do when you start to get upset with what's going on in the world, is actually take yourself off somewhere and tune in. You know, and some people use different, like there's lots of different ways of tuning in and lots of different tools to tune in. You know, there's lots of different divination tools, and obviously astrology is a tool that we can use to tune in, to connect to deeper patterns. And all these things give us extra clues that trigger things in our unconscious mind. But, you know, you might just be able to meditate and tune in, or just go for a walk and ask yourself a few gentle questions and see what comes up. You don't have to not know. You don't have to study to find everything you need to know. You can tune in, and maybe that's what you're really learning right now. In week 2, then, you're getting a lot more of encouragement to tune in even more. So the Sun-Saturn square, so Saturn's here and the Sun's there. It's really showing you that everything that you've learned about your intuition, in particular about the people in your life, in particular about family curses and generational expectations and ideas, and almost like the family culture. You know, there's been a lot that you've had to learn about the family culture and the deep secrets, the deep things, the deeper threads that have held everything in place, and almost in an unapproachable way that couldn't be changed. And Saturn coming through here has really encouraged you to be persistent, to persistently notice, oh, is that one of those patterns coming up again? Okay, how can I calmly work through this? You know, it's been giving you clues. And it could have a lot to do with the dad as well. You know, Saturn is a lot more to do with the father. So you may well have noticed or discovered things, you know, about family patterns going on. This trine is, again, it's giving you a nod to your intuition and saying, you know what, even though you've got Leo ascendant, you're bang on with the money. You know, like you have the intuition to know which of these patterns was true, wasn't true, but also to calmly know what to do about it and to be able to reprogram your unconscious mind. It's almost like whatever you needed to learn about your family patterns can almost be laid to rest. It almost feels like there's a closure coming up with this particular aspect that gives you a peace of mind. You know, this isn't meant to traumatize you. It's actually meant to help you see how far you've come. It's like a cosmic, I don't know, like being held and appreciated and loved, like to feel safe. And then Venus and Neptune, like Neptune's the higher harmonic of Venus. Venus is the planet of love and connection and joy and flow. And then Neptune's the higher harmonic of it. It's the unconditional love, the unconditional human regard, like the high regard that you have for other human beings, from the 8th house to the 12th house. These are really, really psychic energies. You know, you're processing a lot of stuff from the past right now. And I think this is granting you granting you the serenity, and I'm not saying that in an AA kind of way, but granting the serenity, isn't that a lovely phrase? It's granting you the serenity to, oh crikey, it goes on, to accept. I don't know the rest of it, but it's granting you the serenity to be able to accept certain aspects of this is how it is, and yet I don't have to react to it. I don't have to accept this. This doesn't have to be a gift that I have to keep receiving, even though it doesn't feel like a gift, I can actually intuitively send it back now. So I get the feeling that week 1 and 2 are absolutely really pulling into your unconscious patterns, but also your deep intuition. Week 3, then, this is the dynamic one. Mars and Uranus coming together. Okay. So Mars is that energy to take action, to move forwards, to be irresolute, like you're not going to shift. Mars in the 10th house, boy, oh boy, you know, Mars absolutely wants to have his way. He's independent. He acts before he thinks. He takes action. Yeah, he's no slouch. And Mars has a lot of energy and assertiveness, sometimes bordering on aggression. Uranus is the planet of change, innovation, sudden surprises and shocks. Lots going on with that. So Mars and Uranus together, I used the analogy earlier that obviously all planets, I see them as waves of energy, and I live by the ocean. And Mars and Uranus, if they were a wave, I would say that wave of consciousness is like a flipping tsunami. You know, it's hard and it's fast and it's sudden and it takes you by surprise. Now, I'm not saying we have, you know, a tsunami headed towards us, but we have a vast amount of conscious planetary energy coming into your 10th house. This is about your career. This is about your reputation. This is about your reputation, your connection. Parents come into this as well, by the way, you know, like the matriarch and patriarch. This is huge. You know, this is quite possibly a sudden movement, a sudden energy, a sudden definitive move. And yes, if you've got anything in this area, around 26 degrees in the sign of Taurus or Leo, if I sound a little bit slow, it's because I realize my ascendant, sorry, my midheaven's at 26 degrees Leo. So this is a hard and sharp kind of energy coming in, and you can use it. Like, if you know this energy is coming in and it's focused, really deeply focused, and it's taking action, you might want to say, okay, so what do I need to move on right now? And how can I use this energy to help me complete something, initiate something, like a quick project that needs a quick turnaround? How can I get involved and do something really quite dynamic? Now, it's in a square to Mercury in your first house, so you might get quite a bit of pushback. You might need to be a little bit more verbose. You might need to express yourself a bit more. In fact, you might find that you are expressing yourself in quite a cynical and possibly sarcastic way, because, you know, Mercury in opposition to Pluto brings that out anyway. But, you know, Mercury with a square to Mars is quite short in the communication. So you might want to watch out for that. I guess the danger here is that you could have a big old falling out with a boss or a top client, or do something that brings about an embarrassment in terms of your career. But the reason I'm sharing this is because what could be a big error of judgment, where you're moving so fast with this energy and getting really whipped up, I actually think you can also use it to create a momentum, which could be very well received and could be very, very useful and give you a beautiful talking point for your first house that helps to define who you are as a person. So pick your fight. Like, which side do you want to express this energy on? I would say go proactive and see how you can use this energy to absolutely beautifully enhance your life. It's a big, big week, week 3. Anyway, moving on. Week 4, Venus, Chiron, Trine. So this is where I think a lot of things resolve. You know, I see this as the rest and recovery and relaxation week. It's full of lots of Trine energy, and it's big. A big relaxing week. So Chiron is still in your 9th, and it's going to be there for a while longer. But Venus has moved from your 12th house and into your first house. To me, what this is saying is the more you have integrated the messages of maybe the pain of what you're learning, the pain of knowing so much, the pain of your spiritual beliefs, the pain of that can actually be turned around and turned into mastery. So anywhere where you are, like, working in the world in a really big and bold way, anywhere where you're creating greater greater knowledge for people, greater peace, anywhere where you're working for the real ninth house principles of awareness, like a beautiful understanding of philosophy, beautiful spirituality. It's absolutely moving forwards. Anywhere where you're moving forwards and you've learned your lessons very well, this could be a time when you come into mastery. And Venus in your first house is really like a makeover. Venus coming into your first house gives you an opportunity to get noticed for all the right reasons. And this right reason could be because of your equanimity, your balance, your poise in terms of how you relate to the outer world. Are you swayed one way or the other? Or are you finding yourself in a beautiful place of balance where you can influence loads of people and include lots of people in conversations? So I actually see this is when you've got your charm going good and strong. So there you go, Leo ascendant. I hope that was a helpful forecast for you for the month ahead. I do think you need to possibly pay a little bit of attention to week 3 because this is very exposing. And of course, with Pluto right here, right now, other people in your life are getting a little bit more triggered than they usually are. So just bear that in mind, but have a fantastic month ahead. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description field. But anyway, have a magnificent time and catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Virgo ascendant. How are you? So this is the month of July, and this is a traditional Cancer into Leo time. Interesting that next month will be Leo into Virgo time. So there is that feeling that you are kind of coming around into the cosmic wake up time for you that happens every year as the sun goes into Virgo, but we're not there just yet. So how am I approaching this month? Obviously, if you've listened in before, you'll know that I approach these forecasts in a sort of different way each month. I tune in and see what feels right, and then I go with that for what it's worth. But in this month, I want to look at each week from the perspective of one of the bigger events. So, for instance, is there an aspect that really catches my eye that I want to talk about? That's what I'm going to explore. So in week 1, I'm going to look at the Venus Chiron square and where that is in your chart and how you might be feeling. In week 2, I'm looking at the Sun Saturn and the Venus Neptune trines, these ones from Pisces right the way through to Cancer. In week 3, I'm looking at this flipping dynamic aspect of Mars and Uranus in a conjunction and the square that they make to Mercury. So that's a huge deal. That is possibly really life-changing. And then in week 4, I'm looking at the Venus Chiron trine. It's interesting. I'm starting the week with the month with Venus Chiron in a square. And then by the end of the month, Chiron is still in the same place, but Venus is in the next sign along. So, I really see from the square position to the trine position, there's this lovely progression. And maybe whatever was coming up in the square will be resolved by the time Venus goes into the trine. Who knows? That'd be nice. The other thing I'm looking at is the Pluto oppositions. So what's coming up for you right now? Like Pluto shows where we're trying to control things and often what we're holding on to and what we refuse to let go of. So what I want to look at is, what are you refusing to let go of? What are you holding on to that might be stopping you from really fully living, where, and it's difficult because often we're unconscious of the things we're holding on to so hard, so tightly. And yet these are the things that could really free us up. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about those as well, because, Mercury is going to go into opposition with Pluto first. And then a short while later, 9 days later, Venus comes into this point. And then later on the 23rd, the sun comes into this point. So we've got 3 personal planets, the sun, Venus and Mercury, all in opposition to Pluto. This is triggering what you're holding on to. So I think I'm going to start with Pluto, So Pluto right now is in your 6th house. And the 6th house is, this is quite a Virgo house because obviously Virgo is the 6th sign of the zodiac. And Pluto is the element of control, the element of what you're trying to control, even though it's almost not your business what you're controlling. It's like the planets that are in control. Like Pluto doesn't like you controlling things in your own life. Pluto wants to have a say about that. So Pluto almost shows us the immutable forces that stop us in our tracks. You know, sometimes there's things you want to do and you just can't quite move it beyond. I think that's a real Pluto thing. And, you know, when we come up against a brick wall, do we keep bashing our head against it? Or do we think, okay, I can't get through that wall. Let's just plan a different outcome, you know? And I think that's the thing with Pluto. We need to let go of what we're holding on to. You know, if getting through a brick wall is what you're dedicated to, you might end up hurting yourself. So what is this brick wall you're holding on to? Well, I think it's got something to do with your 6th house, which is the balance of your life, you know, how you manage your work, how you manage your home, how you manage your finances, how you manage your relationships, how you manage your health is a big one. In fact, health could be the thing that's really going on for you, actually, because obviously Virgo is one of the signs that absolutely feels health fears quite easily. You know, so if you are one of these people who has fears about not being healthy and the worry about it, you know, Virgos have a reputation, or the Virgo ascendant, the Virgo energy has a reputation for hypochondria, and I think that's a bit unfair. I think you have a high sensitivity level to having good health, and maybe that's because your body has responded to lots of modern toxins, and you know, anything that sort of puts you out of balance really puts you out of balance. So, you know, balance is one of, even though that's the Libra signal or symbol, you know, balance is important to you, as is nature and things being functional. So there's a lot going on there. Your need for functionality and organization is really, really key. And Pluto here is possibly showing you can't possibly control it all. Well, you can, but there is something inherent about trying to control life. And that is that it's not our responsibility to control. I mean, you know, we can obviously control our diets. We can obviously make decisions about what we eat and this, that, and the other. But we don't have overall control about everything that comes into our life. You know, we can't possibly do that because we're in a world with other people who impact us. So even if you looked after yourself, you can't have overall control or dominion as to how things work, because somebody might steal from you or bash into you and you fall over and hurt yourself. You know, there's only so much you can do. And I'm sure you realize that already, but this is a symbol of everything you're working so hard to do, really working hard. And nobody works harder than a Virgo ascendant, I would say. But it's not giving you the chance to relax, and it's not giving you the chance to rest. And is it coming from fear? Like Pluto really shows us what we're afraid of. It really shows us where our fears are creating the controlling energies inside us. So, you know, what are you afraid of? You know, if you're afraid of not keeping up, if you're afraid of getting ill, if you're like, this is a really big one. And here's the thing, like Pluto is going to be in this part of your chart for the next 20 years. And it's not like going to be a daily thing. You know, you're not going to be feeling this every single day for the 20 years, but it's a continuous theme. And every time at this point of year now, when the sun comes over and into the sign of Leo, and of course Mercury always comes around the time of the sun as well, and Venus mostly follows the sun. You know, this time of year you're going to have all three of them and the moon once a month come into opposition with Pluto. So this is the first time this particular opposition has occurred in this position in your chart, and it's going to happen for the next 20 years. So, you know, my advice here is whatever is coming up with these oppositions, learn from it, really allow yourself to recognize these patterns that are growing, and to use that energy to free yourself. You know, so Mercury here in your 12th is really wanting you to be intuitive, and it's really wanting you to feel your way through things, and to be a little bit more imaginative, and to I don't know, not be so structured. You know, the 12th house is all about being unstructured and dissolving your worries and kind of flowing. And the 6th house is sort of concretizing, making everything secure and neat and regular and this, that, and the other, and timed. And so every time this comes up, you know, your mind is wanting to escape. Venus, when it comes in, your heart is wanting to feel freer. You're wanting to really feel the dew on the grass between, on your feet, between your toes. You're wanting a lot more simplicity. And the sun, when it comes through here, is actually wanting a rest. In fact, this time of year for you, as these planets, especially like from the 21st, 22nd of July, this is the time when you go into your natural hibernation, when you should be relaxing. When the sun goes into our 12th, it's our time to kind of go, okay, I'm going to bed for a bit. Wake me up when the sun comes into my own sign. This is the time when you want to relax, when there's something inside you saying, get out of bed, do this, do that. Because if you don't do this, there's going to be terrible consequences. So yeah, I do think there's a lot you're trying to control right now. And maybe the best gift you can give yourself is a day off. Or find another way to cope with it, or find some way to deal with the stress of not knowing, the stress of not being able to predict everything. The more you can be okay with things just being good enough, the easier this ride with Pluto through your 6th house is going to be. Anyway, let's move on to let's move on to this week by week forecast. So in week 1, there's a square between Venus and Chiron. So Chiron's here in your 8th house. And to be fair, Chiron has probably given you quite a lot to think about since he's been in the 8th house in the sign of Aries. The 8th house is about our change, our evolution. It's about the rites of passage. It's about all those things that we hold on to, funnily enough. It is absolutely about the expectations we feel from other people and the judgments, which include blame, shame, guilt, and anger. And of course, the judgments we hold over other people in our lives too, because we're not immune to that. And we're definitely not immune from being judgmental. Definitely not. Now, Venus here is the planet of love and sharing and compassion. And she's in the 11th house, really wanting to feel free, really wanting to feel connected, really wanting to feel great. And yet at some level, she's aware of the vulnerability of expectations, the vulnerability of judgments, the vulnerability of not being good enough, the vulnerability of somehow being disappointing, somehow not matching up to maybe what is expected. And it's a real shame, because here in this first 2 weeks with Venus going through the 11th house, there's this opportunity to really connect with people, like your friends, your networks, other networks beyond your normal day-to-day. This is a time when you could really influence and meet and match with great people. And yet your fear of not being good enough and your fear of the expectations they might put on you might prevent you from doing that. So my advice, really, this is actually one of the easier ones I've spoken about, I have to say. With Venus square Chiron in week 1, Virgo ascendant, I absolutely recommend that before you meet up with people, you allow yourself a few minutes and you ask yourself, okay, how can I be comfortable being me? How can I recognize that this is my responsibility and that is their responsibility? How can I tune in and know what is mine and what is not mine? And how can I leave people to their own judgments, because their judgments are their business. They're not my business. How can I enjoy the simplicity of connecting people and not considering how they're judging me? And so just work on that, work on those questions, let those questions hang in the air, let life give you the answers through synchronicity and little signs. But don't be afraid to connect. That would be a real tragedy. Allow yourself to connect. That would be a real beautiful thing to do. So week 2 then, there's a Sun-Saturn trine and a Venus-Neptune trine. And these trines are all about connecting to people and your friends. The Sun and Venus here are fantastic. Again, you're really wanting to connect and really wanting to extend your connections and to create some things, create some outcomes with people. It feels good to be with people. And naturally, when you feel good, you just want to do stuff. Like someone has an idea and before you know it, you're planning a holiday or something. It's beautiful, it's spontaneous, and allow it to happen. And you've got Saturn in your 7th and Neptune in your 7th as well, which can be quite problematic, I have to say. Saturn in the 7th can sometimes show that the people in your life have been a little bit formulaic, a little bit restrictive. They've really wanted to pin you down to options. And yet, actually, the respect that has been recently balanced out between you and the people in your life has been quite beneficial. It feels like the people who've been trying to structure you, it actually feels like things are okay. There's a nice balance. But I have to say, it's with the people that you've been working with, the people that you know, the people that you trust, possibly older people things have got easier with. In particular, Saturn sometimes represents an older male figure, you know, or an authority figure, like maybe a boss or a favorite mentor or something like that. But yeah, so it's interesting. Your vulnerabilities about expectations that people have on you are maybe not that specific. It's like a non-generalized. No, it's a feeling that you've got that there are these expectations. But actually, Saturn has been very much in your 7th house, being very real and very in your face about what's expected. And actually, right now, you've got a great sort of natural ability to discern and share what's working and what's not working. Now, Venus and Neptune, the trine that happens here is really beautiful because Neptune is the higher harmonic of Venus. And, you know, the two loves, the higher love and the personal love is kind of like unconditional high regard for the people in your life. And so I think, again, there's this opportunity to really enjoy your time with your lovers, your friends. I say lovers, I don't mean that you've got hundreds of them, but like the people that you love. I don't mean you're like multiples of sexual partners, and I'm not judging you either way anyway, but you know, the people that you're intimate with, the people who you love, like your family, your friends, and your partner. And then the friends at large, you know, the bigger ones and the global visions, the visions that you share together. There's a lovely balance there. Things are moving. Really, really helpful. Week 3, then, this is the one to watch out for. Mars and Uranus are making a conjunction in your 9th house. Now, the Uranus energy is surprising, shocking. It's innovative. It's consciousness. It's high level mental energy. You know, Uranus shows consciousness, planetary consciousness, and planetary shifts in consciousness. And Mars is a very sort of yangy, determined, individualized, independent feeling about taking action. So, you know, the two of them together in the 9th house. The 9th house has a lot to do with independence and a lot to do with consciousness, a lot to do with philosophy, spirituality, religion, politics, also law. So to me, it feels like there are hard-hitting energies to do with consciousness and wanting to take action coming up for you in week 3. And it feels really, really strong. Maybe there are lots of people outside of your normal context that you hear about taking action, who are being quite shocking and quite strong. And this is really, really strong. And is it creating a change in you? Are you changing because of other people being really, really rowdy? Are you wanting to get on your pulpit and wag your finger and say, this is what needs to happen? I mean, the 9th house is a place of sharing information and sharing learning and teaching. Definitely a teaching vibration, but you know, Mars and Uranus together are very, very forceful. So I really think, you know, at this time there are possibly people who might just be very, very forceful in their beliefs and possibly alienate people. Mercury, which is in the square to this energy, is in the 12th house. Whatever is going on, there are people out there with very, very strong levels of influencing, very much to do with politics, go figure, philosophy, spirituality, mindfulness, and all that jazz. But whatever is being spoken is going directly into your unconscious mind. So what I would say for week 3 is really choose what you listen to carefully, because whatever is going in, it's going into your unconscious mind. It's having a much bigger impact on you than you realize. And given that you're worried about your health and how you manage life, you probably don't want to scare yourself with something that could make it very difficult to manage life. You know, it could scare you. It could really terrify you, so much so that you almost don't know what to do. You know, so what I would advise in week 3 is open yourself up only as easily and as beautifully as you can handle new information. If you're not ready to handle new information, then maybe just take a day off or a week off or a month off, because Lord knows you will catch up. The moment you decide you're ready for more information, all you have to do is turn your computer on or walk into town and start a conversation. Everyone has an opinion right now. And maybe you might choose that you don't want to bother with other people's opinions in week 3. You might just want to rest. And that's okay. You're not going to miss out. You really won't. So week 4, then, the Venus Chiron trine, and this is again speaking directly to your unconscious mind and your unconscious feelings, because obviously Venus is very much about feelings and sensations. And so if we go back to the Venus Chiron square in week 1, where you were maybe wanting to enjoy your time with people and yet feeling vulnerable because you understand other people's expectations and really feeling the strength of other people's values and judgments, and almost feeling that it was making friendships a bit difficult. When this comes up again, this pairing of planets, Venus is now in the 12th house. So it's a little bit more, I would say, meditative. You know, maybe you're not, maybe you've made some different decisions about who you're hanging out with, maybe steering away from the news and Twitter or X, you know, maybe steering clear of certain mouthpieces has actually saved your soul a little bit or really helped you out a little bit. It's given you some extra time. But with Venus coming into the 12th, this is a time to be sleepy. This is a time to not torture yourself. This is a time to actually renew yourself, refresh yourself, maybe have some retreat like spa experiences, but also do something to help your internal mind and your internal feelings of comfort. That's what I would say. This Venus Chiron trine is about you feeling greater comfort. So whatever you've been working on really hard in this month ahead, towards this time in week 4, please do take that opportunity to rest, to have a spa-like experience, and to experience deeper comfort. This will be a really, really good gift for you, so that as we are coming into the next month, which does speed up when the sun comes into the sign of Virgo, that you'll be fully rested, fully ready to take on the world, feeling great, refreshed, and ready to go. So there you go, Virgo Ascendant. I hope that was helpful to you. Have a great month ahead. If I can be of any help, then just please do get in touch. All of my details are below in the description field, but have a fantastic month ahead and speak to you all soon. Bye for now. Hey Libra, how are you doing? Libra Ascendant. So this is your July forecast. And if you've watched my forecast before, you'll know that I tend to have a slightly different approach each month as I tune into what I see and feel my way through it. So in this month ahead, I want to work on the energies on a week by week basis. I realized actually that there are some really stunning aspects, and I didn't want to do a great big reading sort of homogenized about everything. I just wanted to showcase some of the aspects on a week by week basis, so you get a real handle on how to handle each week. The other thing that really occurred to me is we've got Pluto here. He's going retrograde at the moment. He's retrograde all month. He's going back into Capricorn soon, not just yet. You know, so he's got a bit of unfinished business, but Pluto is having his personal oppositions, you know, the oppositions to the personal planets for the first time since he's transitioned into the sign of Aquarius. So there are some new patterns starting up right now. And those patterns, so we've got this opposition with Mercury on the 3rd. We've got an opposition to Pluto on the 12th with Venus. And then we've got an opposition to the Sun on the 23rd. So it's starting up a pattern that will happen at this time every year. You'll get a series of these oppositions. And so I thought, let's also talk about that, because Pluto shows what we're trying to handle in life, you know, what we're not really letting go of, what we're holding on to. And that seems significant to me, you know, like Pluto is going to be in this area for a long time. So why don't we start working with that pattern now so that it doesn't overpower us? Yeah. So yeah, quite a few things, 5 main things. And I'm sure it's going to explode quite a bit. I'm going to start with Pluto actually. So Pluto in your 5th, the 5th house is about what you're creating. It's about your joy. It's about your intimacy. And it's also very much about your children, anything that's come from your groins, your loins, your sexual organs, or reproductive organs, maybe. It's about your intimacy, your lovemaking, your creativity, your hobbies, everything that can possibly bring you joy. This is your 5th house, and it's the creation that you're owning. It's the creation that is coming from you, from your, whatever it is, that impulse to create, that desire to create or procreate. And so Pluto here is showing a real strong need, a real strong desire to create or be creative in some way. And, you know, Pluto is showing us what we are holding on to. You know, what are we holding on to that maybe is working? Also, what are we holding on to that is not working? And so, you know, I think this is most difficult for people who have Libra ascendant, who are wanting to create life right now, you know, in their partnerships, or even on their own, you know, who might want to use a surrogate. For people who are wanting to create life and have fear about it, because, you know, there's no greater force of creativity than the desire to create life, right? You know, that's a really, really strong energy. And, you know, Pluto shows us the fear we have, and also what we're committed to make that fear mean in our life. So this is a really, really big thing that's going on. And every time the Sun, Mercury and Venus, and later Mars, it's not happening this month, but as they come over this point, it's really challenging everything that you're holding on to. So what's going on here? You know, what beliefs are you holding on to about yourself, about your power to create, your desire to create, and what creation means to you? And also you might want to ask yourself that question about joy as well. You know, so you might be feeling really fearful to be joyful. I know that sounds really, really crazy, because who in their right mind would not want to experience joy? You know, most people would like to say, yay, joy, don't really want to live in a fearful state. It's like fear and love, or fear and joy, are equal opposite. You know, they're opposites, aren't they? You can't feel love when you're feeling frightened. It's impossible, because the fear puts you into a panic. It puts all sorts of chemicals going through your body. So yeah, whatever you're frightened of, whatever you're holding on to, and the fear of not attaining it is doing something in your body, is stopping the flow of joy. So what I would probably think about during these oppositions, you know, on the 3rd with Mercury, on the 12th with Venus, and on the 23rd with the Sun, is what are my fears right now? And how can I manage my fears? You know, so I mean, if you're lucky, you might have some really good people around you that you can talk about this to, or you know, you might have a coach, you might have a counselor or a psychologist, or whatever, or you might just be able to work things out on your own. You might be a good journaler or a good walker. You know, you might be able to go on a good walk and work things out. For me, one of my go-tos, you know, I have good coaches, good people around me, but I also really love this free resource. It's really amazing. It's Chuck Spezzano. If you go to your favorite search engine and type in Chuck Spezzano 3-card reading, and he's got his enlightenment deck online, and you can just think about what you're worried about, click a card, and his enlightenment deck is so amazing. To me, that's my go-to place, because instantly it brings up some ideas that highlight things for me. It highlights where I might want to consider, where I might want to put my attention. And all of a sudden, just the energy of going there creates this movement. It creates a new momentum for me. So no doubt you'll have loads of your own resources that work in a similar way. But the whole idea here is not to hide your fear, but or to hide what that fear might mean, or what you've made it mean, but to recognize it and acknowledge it. Because the sooner you start to acknowledge it, you don't have to solve it, but the sooner you acknowledge that maybe there's a fear state, you can start to change your body chemistry and start to feel the joy sensations. Because, you know, if you got a handle on your Pluto, if you got a handle on these fears and realized that actually, you know, the truth of who you are is to be joyful and to be creative and to enjoy intimacy without the fear of what might happen if you were truly intimate, you know, your body would be like vibrating with a different frequency. You'll be creating different chemicals for yourself. You would be in a much fitter, happier, healthier body, which in its own right creates more joy. So just a thought. So anyway, Mercury up here is you almost like it's a thought about co-creating something. It's a thought about what you could do if I always think Mercury in opposition with Pluto is your mind is saying one thing, but the reality is saying another. You know, you're trying to think your way through a situation, but it's not enough. Like the Pluto side of it is stopping you. This isn't whatever your situation of fear is, thinking about it's not helping. You know, you also need to do something else. When the Venus opposition comes to it, it's like you're trying to feel your way out of the situation and thinking, if I only could find the right feeling thought, this would disappear. But there's something else about it that comes up. And then with the Sun, you know, in the opposition to Pluto, it's almost bringing up this feeling of this is not who I am. This is not what I'm about. And I want this situation to evaporate. I want this to change and evolve. But it's not something that your personal will can necessarily do anything about. You know, this is a situation. It's more like coming into an acceptance. If you can accept that your fear is real and or accept something about the situation you're in, most likely it would start to transform on its own. But it's the trying to work it out. It's the working really hard at it that's difficult. It's not something you can work on your own through it, or even collaborate with other people or petition God or whatever. To me, or I don't mean to say that God doesn't exist or that doesn't work. Because for you it might, and you know, sorry, I'm not trying to offend or upset anyone, but as I look at this with the Pluto oppositions, this is something that is done from you letting it go and really freeing yourself from the fear or the possibility of that fear, or the possibility of having what you want, and also the possibility of not having what you want. It's the complete freedom and the non-attachment to any outcome to do with it. That's the freedom that could really transform your life. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's have a look at week 1, 2, 3, and 4. So week 1, then Venus and Chiron in a square. So Chiron is here showing where there's a certain amount of rawness, where things come up again and again, and you feel a bit vulnerable. And the 7th house is relationships with other people. You know, you had a hard time earlier this year. I know some of you would say that it's ongoing, but I've noticed that, you know, March, April time was a really difficult time because there was a lot going on with Chiron. It was really, really being impacted. But it's like pain coming from other people, feeling really, really raw and vulnerable to other people's attacks or other people's needs. That other people's needs are somehow more important than yours, and you're kind of serving other people's needs, almost that everyone else just feels like they've been gobbling up your time and almost being quite selfish with it. It's been really hard dealing with all that stuff from other people, you know. And then your Venus is in the 10th house, which actually wants to shine. It actually wants to connect. It actually wants to be quite free to shine itself, shine your own light. And so what I would say in week 1, this is a time to clearly enjoy being you and clearly show what you're made of and clearly connect with everyone that's going to be fun and everyone that's going to help you rise, and to take a bit of a break from anyone that is trying to hold you into a pattern of caring for them that frankly is not actually your business right now. You know, frankly, you need to be caring for yourself. In particular, the lovely new moon in the sign of Cancer on the 5th, it's up here. You know, your new start is to shine and to lift yourself up, to do really well in your work, to do really well in your profession, to get noticed, to get recognized, to get absolutely adored. And it feels like other people are pulling you into their own vortex of pain and unrecognized misery or their patterns. So I would say respectfully step away from them for, you know, this first week. Give yourself a big buffer, give yourself a clearance, give yourself space so they can't pull you into their BS. You know, give yourself that gift. In week 2 then, Sun, Saturn in a trine and Venus and Neptune in a trine. This is interesting because, again, you are being absolutely raised up in your career. You're being raised up in your possibilities, raised up in your reputation and how people can appreciate you. Sun Saturn is actually, this trine is showing you that all the hard work and persistence, all of those nagging doubts that you had, all those times when you just knuckled down and just got on with it quite tirelessly and for no thanks, all those times you did that are actually starting to pay off now. So job well done. And then Venus and Neptune in a trine, which is all about, Neptune's a higher harmonic of love, and Venus is also about love. So you've got the connection of love and higher love. This is absolutely helping you, like where you have lovingly and quite spiritually attended to all those details or those chores for other people, where you've selflessly really given of your time and energy. Again, that's being appreciated and you are shining. So to me, it feels like what was earlier a selfless dedication to others is now really starting to pay off. So week 1 and 2, you've got it. You have got it. Really, really good. Now, week 3, it gets interesting because Mars is in a conjunction with Uranus in your 8th house. The 8th house is a place of transformation, old family history stuff. It is also a place where blame, shame, guilt and anger live. It's also a place where people try and put stuff on us. Got to be really careful there. So the 8th house is a bit like a detective, like a personal investigator. You need to be your own personal investigator and make your own deductions. But Mars is the energy of action, taking action, being assertive. It's also quite direct, very direct, in fact, very independent, very gung-ho, takes action, thinks about the consequences later. Uranus is the energy of change, like sudden change. Boom, something was there, then it's gone. Uranus is also the energy of consciousness, innovation, philanthropy. It's the higher mind, and it's surprising, it's shocking, and it's exciting, and it can create lots of great things, lots of great outcomes. It's really quite good. So these energies are just big. Mars and Uranus together is big. This is a self-determined, independent energy field of consciousness, and this is taking place in your 8th house, which is the place of other people's values, their judgments, their feelings about change. It's quite possible during this time that you may well have a sudden realization that really changes the course of your life, that you make a big decision during this day. This particular conjunction is happening on the 15th, but you'll be feeling it coming in, for a good few days before, and thereafter it will still be playing out. But you may find that with Mars and Uranus in this tight conjunction, that you get this sense of closure around, maybe an old family pattern, an old sense of grief, an old sense of expectations that people have been putting on you, boundary infractions, all that kind of stuff. This is a time when you can use that energy to create a really big change. And if you've been holding back about making a big change and transformation in your life, this could be just the energy that you need to make that happen. But of course, if you've been trying to hold on to things as they are, if you've been trying to hold your life exactly the same as it is right now, then that could be quite challenging. The Mars and Uranus energy could open up a big family secret around that time. It could absolutely blast things wide open. Now, the 8th house does have something to do with birth, life, and death. So there might be stuff going on around people that have recently passed away, or something to do with the end of life cycle going on to do with Mars and Uranus, which can appear shocking, And I would also say that, there are many, many endings in life, not just about, people, loved ones or people that we know who are coming to the end of their lives, but it could be the end of a phase in your life. This is about endings, but also the seeds of new beginnings. So this week 3 could be really quite it could be traumatic, and it could also be really exciting. You know, this really could be the kind of energy you need to make the change that you want to make. It's big. But if you're umming and ahhing and you know, you've partly wanted to do something and then you thought, no, I don't want to upset the apple cart, and if I do this, there's no going back, then you want to think long and hard about what you've thought about, because once you reveal this, there's no turning back. So yeah, really, really think long and hard about this. And if you are in any way, shape or form like doubting, you know, or really worried about making that change, then maybe hold off during this time, you know, so that you don't suddenly reveal what you were hoping and then create that change. You know, this is a time to be brave or to recognize you're not ready yet. But if you're somewhere dancing in between, this could be a very, very stressful time. Now, interestingly, Mercury is in this place of friendship. So one of the things that might be stressing this out is that you've got friends around you saying, do it, make the change, go on, do it. But of course, it's very easy to stand on the outside looking in and say, oh yeah, you need to change that. But, you know, they're not having to live your life. So it's really important that you make those decisions yourself. And if you have been really listening to the advice of friends, take it with a pinch of salt. You know, they may well say these things, but, you know, when they actually put themselves in the position that you're in, they might make a very different decision. So be very, very careful and, you know, cautious of that. Last of all, then, in week 4, Venus in a trine with Chiron. What is going on there? So really what we've got is the closure of what was started here with Venus Chiron square. So if you remember at the start, I was saying, you know, this is your time to shine, and to kind of forget some of the responsibilities that other people have been putting on you, other people's hurts, you know, kind of dealing with everyone else's issues, making their issues more important than your own, and how that was creating quite a bit of conflict. The interesting thing about this last aspect, Venus Chiron trine, is your friends, whilst I say you shouldn't let your friends influence your big decision making, but in terms of shining in week 4, your friends are really pulling you out of yourself. They're really, really supporting you. And so whereas there might be a couple of people in your life that are putting extra demands on you, or it feels like their level of energy is just somehow draining from your own experience, there are still lots and lots of people out there that want to share in the joy that you are committed to. So just choose joy, work with joy, and the people that want to celebrate your life and celebrate your energy will be there with you. They really will. So you don't have to shine on your own. You don't have to put yourself up there and go, look, here I am, look at me. Actually, everyone is kind of supporting you as if you're a pop star that's fallen off the stage and everyone's underneath, like lifting you up. So be ready for that. So there you go, Libra Ascendant. I hope that was helpful. There's a lot of different things that I touched on there, but have a great July and hopefully check in soon. If I can be of any help, then you can just find my details below in the description field. Literally just connect with me if that's what you'd like to do. So anyway, lots of love, take care, and see you next time. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio Ascendant, how are you? So this is July's forecast, and as you may know, if you follow this channel, you might know that I do each month just ever so slightly different. And in this month ahead, I really wanted to really focus on a few different aspects that I really like the look of, that I find interesting, that I think could lead to some kind of growth or release or freedom or joy. And so that's why I've featured them. So here's where it's at. So we've got Venus Chiron square in week 1 that I'm going to be commenting on, that's represented here. Week 2, we're looking at the Sun, Saturn and Venus, Neptune trines from Pisces to Cancer. So that's the week 2 stuff that I'm looking at. Week 3, we've got this very dynamic Mars and Uranus conjunction in a square to Mercury. So that's worth paying some attention to, especially if you've got something at 26 degrees Taurus or 26 degrees Leo, which are obviously in your 7th and 10th houses. So this is really quite a dynamic week. And then week 4, we've got the Venus Chiron trine, which I think is almost like seeing what started here with the Venus Chiron square, and then how it's resolved as you come to, week 4. So that looks really, really good. The last one is the Pluto oppositions. We've got a series of them. We've got 3 Pluto oppositions in this month. Now, Pluto is here right now in the sign of Aquarius at 0 or 1 degrees throughout the month. He's starting at 1 and he's going into 0. He's going retrograde right now, but essentially where he is in your chart right now, this is the first opposition that he's had to the Sun, to Mercury, and to Venus in the sign of Aquarius since he's gone in. And of course, he's going to be in Aquarius for the next 20 years. So every year around this time of year, you're going to have an opposition of Mercury, the Sun, and Venus. He's always going to have an opposition to your moon every month or to the moon every month. So, this is quite a dynamic cycle. Pluto shows what we're holding on to, what we're not relinquishing control of. And as such, it represents a real strong sticking point. So to me, I just see this as a development opportunity. This is an opportunity for us to clear something that we are stuck on. And let's face it, Pluto it's one of our ruling planets. We've got Pluto, we've got Mars. So, we do need to pay some attention to Pluto, I would say. I say we, because I've got Scorpio ascendant as well. So, I'm paying a bit of attention to this as well. What we determine in this month and how we handle these oppositions from their new sign and new house, I think it's going to play into our experience, for the next 20 years. So let's get this right. So what I'm going to do is actually start with the Pluto oppositions. I keep moving my mouse down here and then you can't see the details in green, but I'm going to move my mouse over to the side and hopefully it will pop up in a second. There you go. The 3rd, we've got M, that's for Mercury. On the 12th, we've got V, that's for Venus. And then on the 23rd, we've got the opposition to the Sun. So let's start here then. So Pluto is in your 4th house, in our 4th house, or is coming with a whole sign forecasting. Pluto is highlighting this part of our chart. Now, this chart is about our family, our home, our stability, where we live. It's absolutely about our security, how we hold our life together. It's the lowest part of our chart. It's where we're rooted. This is our feet almost, obviously, like astrology and the body, the feet are actually Pisces, but it is like our feet. It's that thing that grounds us. It's a bit like the umbilical cord that connects us to the mum. It's that thing that nourishes us. The 4th house is our home. It's our security. And so Pluto here is transforming our need for security. Now, what are we holding on to about our security that we can't let go of? Is it the idea of a house? Is it the idea of belonging? Is it the idea of this is how it should feel? This is how it should be at home. Do we have this dream and it's just not living up to, the reality is not living up to the dream? What is going on to do with your home and how you live that you're trying to control and hold on to? Because this is a thing that's going to be challenged. So as the Sun comes up into your 10th house, well, let's start with Mercury. As Mercury comes up into your 10th house, you'll naturally want to be out there and be free and expressive and to focus on your outward expression and people noticing you and people feeling you and et cetera, et cetera. And yet there is something pulling you back home. Now, is that thing that's pulling you back home? Is it security? Is it helpfulness? Is it insidious? Is it some kind of guilting? You're going out into the world, but we need you here. What's going on? What is this reality that Pluto in the home represents for you? Is it stopping you from getting out there, from being seen, from being recognized? When Venus comes over, it's not your mentality and your thoughts and your communication, it's your feelings. And it's also your glamour. Like, how do you appear in the public domain? Are you seen as somebody who is really quite magical and quite amazing? Because Venus really shows up. When Venus goes over our 1st house and our 10th house, it's very sort of promotional. It's a time when we can rise up and be seen. And again, when that happens, we are pulled back into this home. There is this opposition, this opposing energy. And, you know, is it that our partners don't want us out there? Is it that our family don't want us out there? It's really visceral. It feels like almost a jealousy or a possessiveness. So that's something worth also wondering. And then when the sun crosses this point, the natural time when we are shining our magic recipe, our absolute, this is who I am, take me or leave me. This is absolutely where people really see you fully. And Pluto is pulling you back. There is something pulling you back. Now, is Pluto here playing the part of self-sabotage? Is Pluto doing the thing? Is he being the willing accomplice to keeping you in the home so you don't actually have to go out there and feel vulnerable? I don't know, but it's worth considering, right? And you might also want to consider, you know, how the home is controlling you. So it's not necessarily the participants in the home, but the home that you live in as well. Like is, you know, so, you know, for people who are sensitive that have, like our home is our body, isn't it, as well? It's not just the actual house we're in. Pluto can show like radiation. It can also show difficult energy fields, you know. So have you got sort of like some kind of magnetic disturbance going on? So geopathic stress or something like that, almost like an unusual force that is created in your home that is difficult for you to manage or live with. Does it feel like your home is like draining the life out of you even? You know, all of these things are big things. Notice what comes up for you. You don't have to rush this. This is the great thing, is that Pluto is going to be in this position for 20 years. Now, it's not to say you're going to have it all the time for 20 years. You're not. But, you know, this is a pattern that's going to be noticeable at every time this year. This is the time when I feel dragged back in my home, or like I can't get out of home, or that I might start to say, wow, it feels like my home is sapping my vitality. Whatever it is that comes up for you around the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd, make a note of it. It could be really, really useful. You know, this is useful information. So let's have a look at week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. So week 1 then, what is that about? So the Venus Chiron square. So Chiron is here in the 6th house, which is absolutely about your health, how you manage your world, like how do you manage your home, your finances, your health, your exercise regime, your diet, all those different, your finance, you know, like just everything. Everything is like a fine balancing act. And yet Chiron shows that all of this is a bit of a pretense. And Chiron is kind of showing you that, just this whole thing makes you feel very vulnerable. You know, like being a grown-up, there's a certain vulnerability about doing this 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. You know, there is some kind of vulnerability about it. Now, I don't know what that vulnerability is. And let's be honest, you know, Chiron has been going through this part of your chart for a long time. But right now in the square, with Venus in the 9th house, there is this joy to get out, this joy to experience life from a different perspective. There is this energy to learn, to share what you're learning, to connect with people from different cultures, different backgrounds, different ways of life, different ways of thinking. And yet there is the friction that is, again, kind of trying to keep you in your home or keep you in that managed space. You know, Chiron here in the 6th house and Pluto here in the 4th, it's taking a lot of management time. It's almost like I'd love to go out, but I can't because I've got too much on. And if I don't do this, I fear I'm not going to catch up. And that's a real tension. So it's something to watch out for. It's not the worst of all these squares that I've been talking about with all the different signs. I would say this is not the worst one. There are different house combinations, but this is a difficult one to manage. You may well find that you're sacrificing these beautiful opening and moments of possibility to do your housework or to do this thing that feels really important. And yet what Venus is representing here is this real opportunity to connect and this real opportunity to expand. And let's face it, you are pretty expansive. You know, you are very deep, a deep thinker, somebody who absolutely wants to dive into the nature of things and understand things and feel like you have a purpose. And so when you're stuck at home, that doesn't necessarily really feel like your purpose. So choose wisely. It's a bit of a pressure, but it's not like unmanageable. Now in week 2, we've got the Sun Saturn trine and the Venus Neptune trine from Pisces up to this part of your chart, which again is begging for you to explore, begging for you to be out there connecting with friends, connecting with people who have different viewpoints to you, different religions, spirituality, all these different types of things. You know, you're going to find yourself in a much more diverse and I would say wholesome group of people, because, you know, like all of a sudden there's this chance to connect with people of a full spectrum of wavelengths. So it's almost like there's more colors highlighted, you know, there's more people lit up. You know, this is an opportunity to connect with people who absolutely think that being a human is more important than all the views that we have around all of life and the judgments. So Sun and Saturn here. So Saturn going through your fifth has absolutely tightened up some of your creations, really helped you consider what joy means to you and actually be quite serious about enjoying yourself. Like the fifth house about joy, you know, it's very easy. You could be very lazy about joy. And actually Saturn here has really shown you the possibilities of being open to more opportunities. And so in week 2, there are your opportunities to reach out and to reach just further out of where you would normally go. I see this as beneficial. I think you've been practicing open-mindedness. You've been practicing creating possibilities for yourself. This is the perfect time. And now you're reaping the rewards. It also feels like it's a time where your creations, the things that you've been passionate about, can actually be found further afield in a new audience. So that's also really good. Another thing, you know, with Venus and Neptune, Neptune's a higher harmonic of Venus. So Neptune is higher love, potential unconditional love, real high level creativity. So these two in a trine is really saying, let love rule, let you be informed by love, the vibration of generosity and goodness, and your deepest and highest and most ennobling spiritual beliefs. And again, it's coming from what you're passionate about, what you're creating, and the desire to reach out as far as you want to go. If you think the ninth house, yes, it has lots to do with politics and philosophy and religion, spirituality, but it's also about publishing and reaching. You know, it's a really sort of influential place. Like publishers are here, writers are here, TV producers are here. Like the ninth house reaches out because it's a medium of information. So if you have been really committed to sharing your passions and also absolutely coming from a place of love and like wanting to lift up, then this could be a really great aspect for you in the second week of July. It's perfect. Really, really great. Now, week 3 is an interesting one to focus on. And this is the one I said you want to watch out for this and maybe diarize this. In particular, the 15th is the big day. But of course, that leads right the way through to the full moon. So, you know, don't just think, the 15th is over. Great. I mean, this is a very dynamic and changing week. And let's face it, we do need some squares. I think squares create a great energy that, you know, sometimes we need a bit of friction to get things moving. And of course, Mars is one of our ruling planets. So you've got Mars and Uranus in a conjunction together. Mars is a planet of direction, of energy. It's quite single-minded, independent. It acts first, asks questions later. So it takes action. It does want to take action. It's very survival. And then Uranus, planet of change, inspiration. It is also about shocks. It's also about consciousness and the higher mind. So these could be shocking changes that are innovative, that maybe have to do with technology, that could absolutely change your consciousness, that you are directing. You know, this could be really, really big. However, it's turning up in your 7th house. So unless you're working with people that you interact with and that you might want to do something really shocking and delightful and in something that creates a new sort of energy between you both, this could be quite damaging. You know, you want to work out how Mars and Uranus is connecting in your chart in these places, because if you've got a personal planet in the 7th and your 7th is about your relationships, you might find that actually you get really angry at your partner, or your partners get really suddenly very angry and furious because like Mars is, you know, like this naked aggression at these moments, and Uranus really kind of just suddenly starts it. So it could be a massive blow up. But It's also the opportunity for you to do something independent, quite risky, quite interesting, quite exciting, quite deliberate. And you could do that with your partner. So for instance, if you've got the desire to do something unusual with your partner, this is the time to go on this amazing, life-changing walk or something. But what I would say is around this time, don't take any risks. Don't put yourself in danger because, you know, with Mars and Uranus in the 7th house, I would say it's one of the, like, it's an angular house. It's one of these like 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th. It's one of the big houses where our life can change. You don't want to take any risks. Don't overexert yourself. Don't suddenly run down a road when there's wet paving slabs or something. You know, be careful. Don't put yourself at risk. You know, anything to do with what you're doing around your partners at this time is emphasized. And the cosmic weather is something big is brewing and something big is about to go pow. Ta-da. So use this energy to create a powerful new start, a powerful new fresh start that is possibly going to lift you up. Now, I say that quite demonstrably and definitely because Mercury is in a square to this powerhouse conjunction, and Mercury is in your 10th house. So Mercury is lifting you up to the top. You could communicate the fullness of your energy right to the top of the tree, right to the top of the ladder. This is a time when you could really go up in the world. Just, you know, what I would recommend is that you just check your energy levels, make sure you're not too much. You know, and trust me, I don't have anything with too muchness, but with the Mars and Uranus energy together, you know, there could be people that get really, really triggered. And so that's not a good energy to play with unless you're being quite deliberate with it and planning to use it well. So be aware of that. Don't take risks, but do use this to chivvy you on to get started on a project. Now, in week 4, the Venus Chiron energy is going into a trine. And again, this is really, really great. So, you know, whereas at the start I was saying, you know, you've got a lot of things to attend to, and Chiron might make you feel a bit vulnerable about managing all the balancing out in your life. You know, that a lot of things feel really, really busy and you don't have enough time. And so you're having to do a lot more at home and you're missing out on life. And so, yeah, I could see that was a real possibility in the first week. And yet by the time you get to week 4, it actually feels like, yes, I've got a lot to balance. And yet I'm being lifted up. And yet, you know what? I am lifting up. I'm feeling really great. Venus is going through my 10th house. This is a great time. People are noticing me. People are seeing me. So, you know, what you might consider is some of the benefits of paying attention to your home and making yourself feel less vulnerable at home by taking action, paying bills on time, doing all the things that maybe you are afraid to face, you know, these big management things that, you know, just seem to overwhelm you. Get those out of the way, because that's another side to this, is the more you do clear, the more free you'll be for week 4. So maybe in week 3, if you've got nothing to focus that attention on, you focus it on how you're managing your home. And then in week 4, when you're rising up in quite a healing way, where it feels like, yes, this is all making sense now, that you can absolutely have the time to do that. So Scorpio ascendant, I hope that's helpful, a helpful look on a week by week basis, but also on a much longer term basis. I probably will come back to this whole subject of Pluto oppositions and what that might mean to us. I see the need for that, actually. So anyway, have a great month ahead. If I can be of help, then just get in touch. All my details are below, but yeah, hopefully catch you next month. Bye for now. Sagittarius, welcome to July. So let's have a look at your July forecast. Now, as you might know, if you listen to this channel, I do have a different approach most months. Yeah, you know, I kind of explore the monthly energy according to what really strikes me, you know, what seems to be the most important thing. And I couldn't really decide. So what I've done is I've picked one particular aspect or a couple of aspects each week that fascinate me, that I think will really give you a clue as to what is enlightening you, what is lifting you up, what is absolutely bringing you alive, you know. So that's what I'm doing. So in week 1, I'm looking at the Venus Chiron square. In week 2, I'm looking at the Sun Saturn and then the Venus Neptune trines. They're here in purple. In week 3, I'm looking at the Mars and Uranus conjunction here in Taurus. and the square that they make to Mercury in the sign of Leo. In week 4, I'm really focusing on Venus and Chiron again. At the start of the month, they're in a square. At the end of the month, they're in a trine. So I really see that whatever you're working on then is kind of relieving itself and suddenly opening up. And then finally, I'm also looking, and I might do this first actually, I'm actually looking at the Pluto oppositions. So if you see at the bottom of the screen, it says Pluto oppositions. The 3rd, there's an M, that's for Mercury. On the 12th, there's a V, that's for Venus. And on the 23rd of July, there's the S for the Sun. So this is the start of the new oppositions. So Pluto, this is the first time Pluto's going into an opposition to the Sun in the sign of Leo and Aquarius across this polarity. This is the first time that Pluto and Mercury have been in opposition to each other across these signs, and also with Venus. So this is important because, you know, Pluto is going to be going through this 3rd house of your chart for quite some time. You know, he's going to be here for 20 years in the sign of Aquarius. And so each year around this time, you're going to have definitely the Sun opposition to Pluto, and most likely Mercury and Venus around this time frame. But whatever these oppositions represent are going to be like a yearly marker. This is something to do with what you're trying to control, what you are not letting go of, what are you holding on to? Because, you know, wherever Pluto is, he shows what we're holding on to. And actually, what if we were to release, would release us from a lot of pain, a lot of stagnation. Pluto really shows us where we're dying slowly. You know, Pluto shows what we're kind of strangling to death because, you know, we're really trying to control the natural life force. And of course, life is meant to be lived and experienced, not controlled. So it's an interesting one. So Pluto here in your 3rd is very much about where you're trying to control something about your local community or the sense of belonging to a local community. It's got lots to do with friends. It's got lots to do with contacts and emails, lots to do with community. And of course, that could be probably extended now into online communities, given that for many people now, their community isn't really a physical one, but it's actually quite a connected one. So you could look at both of those communities. Are you happy in your community? You know, Pluto here is possibly showing you that you are trying to hold on to something about a community idea. Like, what ideas do you have about what a community should be doing for you, how you should feel, should you belong? All these judgments that you have about the community, friends, the communal space, the communal agreement, the way you communicate with people within your community. Also, early childhood education is captured in the 3rd house. So, you know, are you trying to control something about school? Maybe school for your children, for instance. You know, all of these things are signaling something in your experience that you are trying to control, do not want to let go of, and could be causing you a real nightmare. So it's important to consider. Now, Mercury coming into the opposition, first of all, on the 3rd, is showing up in the 9th house, which is about higher education. It's about the higher thought, the place of the bigger ideas, the ideas worth sharing. You know, sure, it can be political, philosophical, religious, spiritual, all of that. But it's also about how you're sharing them. And it's a place of broadcasting. It's a place of releasing your ideas and then being absolutely influencing people around the world. Like the 9th house is also about culture and adventure and the parts of the planet or plane where you might be going, the different languages you might be encountering. So, you know, the first thing that comes up, I think, with Mercury is you absolutely have your mind outside of your local community, and yet you feel this pull back to the locality, back to almost like you can't get free. Is it you can't shake free of the past? You can't shake free of your past conditioning of where you grew up? Are you mourning for something you had in your childhood that you can't seem to manage in your adult life? Are you an adult missing the experience of growing up within a community, even though you might have disliked it? Are you missing a community and also a bit too proud to say so? You know, like life has spun us all out of all sorts of proportions in all sorts of different directions. Very few people now are actually living within the community that they grew up in, or with that sort of communal context. You know, most of us have made a brand new context with the world. You know, I wonder what kind of communities people are growing up in now, and what the shape of them are. So there's all these big questions. And so Mercury is absolutely, you know, your interest is pulling you outside of the community, and yet there is some tension. When Venus is here, I mean, this isn't the worst opposition that you could have, I have to say. Across the 3rd and the 9th, it's not so bad. Although viewpoints, like what the truth is, like the truth of your local community versus the truth and knowledge of the bigger community, the worldwide community, that could be a really strong and difficult polarity to manage. But when Venus comes along here, there's this feeling of wanting to get out, this feeling of wanting to explore, this feeling of wanting to be on an adventure, and yet this feeling that if you want this kind of community experience, or, you know, how can I bring this expanded adventure back into my real life? And the real life is going, I don't want you to change. So that's a tension to experience and explore. And then the sun as well, you know, you're wanting to feel changed, to feel the transformation of what happens when you experience other ideas, other mindsets, other cultures, other languages. It's really, really heady. And of course, there is something pulling you back. Is it a longing? What is it? So what I would say is just notice what comes up with each of these oppositions around the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd. Notice what comes up, make a note of them, and just remember that when these oppositions come up, this is the time when these things come up. Watch how you change over the year. So it's just not so much your month ahead, but it's the first of a new pattern. So week 1 then, the Venus Chiron square. Your Chiron is showing you where you feel vulnerable, where you feel a bit raw, where you feel a bit exposed. And there is a feeling of exposure to do with your children or whatever you've created with passion and joy. And that could be any of your creations, so not necessarily about children, because not everyone, you might have children, you might not. But it's also about your intimacy, which is also a passion that creates itself. You know, intimacy is the outward expression of your passion and what you're wanting to create. So it's the experience of joy. And maybe you feel a bit vulnerable, like, are you experiencing enough joy or not? Are you able to actually experience joy? Are you able to relax enough or feel deserving enough to follow a life that brings you joy? Are you committed to joy, or are you actually afraid of joy? I know that sounds crazy, but you know, does it leave you exposed? Does openly saying, I love this, really love this, I need this, does it fill you with confidence, or does it leave you feeling vulnerable in case whatever it is that lights you up somehow gets removed from you or gets altered? It's a big thing to deal with. Now, here's the thing, this Venus square to Chiron here is actually quite challenging, because Venus in the sign of Cancer is very protective, like you want to protect what you have created. And then the 8th house is about the natural life cycle of everything being born, growing, culminating, and then kind of easing off and slowly dying and slowly decaying. And it's a continuous cycle. Like we are always going through cycles. And so what's really going on here is you're noticing your life cycles and the natural rites of passage. So there's probably something going on right now that is naturally dying away. Now, is it, you know, your purpose? Is it your role with in respects of the things that you've created? And of course, if you do have children, you might be noticing that right now, this is a time of year when you're not needed, or a time of year when whatever you invested just feels very different. To me, it just feels like there is something going on, some personal change that is difficult to accept and feels a little bit raw and vulnerable. Now, it's not to say you're going to have a terrible first week. I don't think you are at all. But it's worth acknowledging how you could feel more peace and more grace in terms of the changes you're going through. So, you know, maybe you're at a time in your life where your body's changing, or you're your purpose is changing quite considerably. Just go easy with yourself. You know, this is a time of year that brings up a lot more intuition, natural intuition, and also a time where you are, I think, more psychically tuned in to what other people need from you a little bit more. You know, the 8th house is a place where other people put their judgments on you, and it's quite possible that you are judging yourself by a set of criteria that actually have nothing to do with you experiencing joy, but has everything to do with other people prescribing what you should feel joyful about. So there's a lot of things to consider. I would say week 1 is a week when you are naturally better off tuning into things on your own, journaling. If you feel vulnerable, write about it or talk to a good friend about it, but get a lot of space. You know, the new moon in Cancer on the 5th is in your 8th house. You know, it's there to help you and support you into the next time, the next period, the next moment of change, the next transformation, the next reiteration or iteration of you. So enjoy this week peacefully. In week 2, things get a little bit more interesting. So you're supported a bit by all the good things that you've done at home. So Sun and Saturn down here it's really, I think, starting to pay off, you know, where you've really invested in yourself and your family, in the way you live, where you've invested and taken the time to use a bit more discernment, whether you've taken the time to get more organized, taken the time to build stronger bonds with your family. This is all starting to pay off. And so it feels like even if you are going through change, you've got support to do it. You know, people are there to say, I see you. I see what you're going through, and I see you're a bit tired out, and it's okay. We're with you. So that's really, really helpful. The Venus-Neptune trine, again, coming from the home, it's higher love. This is a feeling of transcendence, higher love, more peacefulness. This is an opportunity to feel, I think, connected to all that is, so that, you know, the whole idea of being at home is not actually about being at home in your actual physical home, or actually with your family or the people that you choose to live with. You know, actually being at home is about being at home with being here at this time on earth. You know, that is a really sort of transcended higher love version of being at home. And so I really do think in week 2, not only can you feel peaceful and supported at home, but you can actually feel like there's a sense of belonging. So the first week 1 and 2, I think, are bringing up a lot of realizations and a lot of new potentials for you. Now, week 3 is the one to really watch out for. So we've got the Mars and Uranus conjunction at 26 degrees in the sign of Taurus, which is here, really highlighting your 6th house. And this is a part of your chart to do with how you work and how you organize your life. And Uranus and Mars are basically quite chaotic, or could create quite a bit of chaos in this part of your chart. You know, I've been looking at Mars and Uranus from all the different house positions in doing these readings, and this is one that could really create a bit of chaos. You know, Mars is determined, takes action, is independent, is absolutely about survival. And that's great because, you know, Mars here could really help you in terms of your health, getting things organized at home, being absolutely unstoppable in terms of your finances and getting those organized. He could be very, very helpful. But Uranus, it creates this new start, but also creates a big change, a change in consciousness. And that can be sometimes easy for you, but really hard for everyone around you that you might happen to share your life with. So Mars and Uranus coming in, swooping in to your 6th house together in this place could, I would say, use this energy to create a great change at home. You know, if you're doing a bit of DIY, do it. I would say, however, be really, really careful, because Uranus is absolutely electrical, is absolutely about shocks. And Mars is very physical. So like hammers, drills, and things like that. You know, the two of them together, you wouldn't want them to come together while you're doing something in your home. So just, you know, make changes, but be really sensible about these changes. And if you're using Mars and Uranus to start a new regime in terms of your health and fitness, don't overdo it, because, you know, this is a time when you could overdo it with the Mars energy. And Uranus could be sort of an accident or a surprise, and you fall, stumble, hurt yourself. So be really wise around this. Use this energy to create the new change, but don't go crazy in it, you know. Start it, intend it, make that change, and the thing you're taking action on, make it part of your consciousness, but don't necessarily take action on it straight away, or just do it in increments and baby steps. But it could really transform your life. Now, it's also in a square to Mercury, so it feels like some of these changes are coming from a new point of where you are, how you see your place in the world, how you see what's going on politically, philosophically, religiously, spiritually. It's really making some big changes. And of course, Mercury in this top spot up here in the ninth house could also be a place where you're publicizing or teaching or sharing information. So you might find where you've been on the soapbox a little bit, that it pulls you out of your awareness and then you get a bit clumsy at home. So really watch out that your mind is absolutely focused on the things that you're doing. Don't let that slip, especially around the 15th. It's a very, very strong day. Last of all, then, week 4, Venus and Chiron are in a trine. So yes, you might still feel very raw about and vulnerable about your creations and experiencing joy. You might feel a bit worried about embracing in the things that bring you joy, in case you let other things slip and all of a sudden you're in a problem. But you know what? Venus is, by this point in the ninth house, it's really saying, we're ready for an adventure now. We are ready to experience the joy of an adventure, experience the joy of transforming and experiencing a new culture, experiencing a new context. It's about taking your mind and your body somewhere completely new. And so whereas you might have felt a little bit exposed before about where life was taking you, towards the end of the month, it looks like a really great time to actually have a holiday, a really great time to take some time off and to relax and to enjoy the fact that there's something new, something stimulating, something that creates a curiosity and a bit of a hunger and an appetite for you. So there you go, Sagittarius ascendant. I really hope that was helpful for you. Sending you lots and lots of love. Have a great month ahead, and maybe catch you another time. Oh, if I can be of help as well, just see all my details are below in the description field. But lots of love. Take care and speak to you soon. Bye. Okay, so Capricorn, let's have a look at your month ahead. So this is July we're looking at. And, if you've listened to this channel before, you'll know that I look at the month ahead from a whole different range of data each month, do it slightly differently each time. I don't have a formula per se. And in this month ahead, what seemed right to me when I felt into it was to approach each week on an aspect by aspect basis. So I've selected aspects that really excite me, or, that I think are going to grow you, develop you, challenge you, inspire you, create possibilities for you. I've chosen to focus on those that I think are going to really help to move you. So I've selected Venus Chiron square in week 1. In week 2, the Sun Saturn trine and the Venus Neptune trine. In week 3, the Mercury square Mars. And also Mercury square Uranus. And that's because Mars and Uranus are in a conjunction that happens only every 2.5 years or so. It's not that common. Pretty big potential, that one. And then in week 4, the Venus Chiron trine. So we're starting the month with the Venus Chiron square and ending the month with the Venus Chiron trine, which I think is kind of closing it. We're opening it and then closing it. The other thing I want to pay a bit of attention to also is the Pluto oppositions that we've got. And if you see at the bottom of the screen, it says Pluto oppositions. On the 3rd, there's one with M, that's Mercury. On the 12th, there's one with V, that's Venus. And on the 23rd, we've got an opposition to the Sun, that's the S. Now, this is the first time that Mercury, Venus, and the Sun have been in opposition to Pluto since Pluto has been in the sign of Aquarius. And so, Pluto is going to be in Aquarius for 20 years. He's going to be highlighting this part of your chart for a really long time. And every year when the Sun religiously comes into opposition with Pluto, it's going to create an energy that will be repeated every year for 20 years. Similarly, Mercury is going to go into an opposition with Pluto every year, and also Venus. So I want to pay a little bit of attention. What I absolutely advise you do in this month ahead is make a note of what is going on the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd. Make a note. Seriously, it's really worth analysing what patterns and programs you're going through, because what is going on during this time is showing you where you are focusing on holding things too tightly. Pluto really shows you what you are wanting control over, what you won't relinquish your grasp on. And the thing is, we can't control everything. We just can't possibly. We're living in a place, a world, a planet, a plane. We're living in these human communities with so many different people, and literally anything you try and control is absolutely doomed to fail at some point. You cannot continuously hold a pattern. You just can't, because that is the equivalent of dying. Once you get rigid, that's what happens with plants. The moment, plants get rigid, it's because they're dried out, they're desiccated, and they're dying. We need the flow of water. We need the flow of life in our life to keep us moving. So, what are you trying to hold on to that you're holding on so tight that you're cutting off the flow of circulation in your life? So on the 3rd with Mercury, your Pluto oppositions are happening across the 2nd and 8th house. So the 2nd, there is some fear, because Pluto shows us our fears, and that's what's making us work hard to control things, because we're worried about the fear of what will happen if we don't control this. So with Pluto in the 2nd house, there is a fear, some kind of fear about your money situation, your financial situation, how much money you can bring in, how much you can receive. Can you receive? Are you deserving enough to receive? Are you ready and open-handed to have a great life? Are you really wanting that? Is that what you're co-creating? If you're having difficulty with money, then maybe not. It's also how you value yourself. And I think this is a much bigger picture of Pluto going through the 2nd house, is what is going on in terms of your self-concept, your self-worth. Because anywhere where you're holding on to maybe a false belief about yourself that is keeping you pegged into this idea of your self-worth, it's going to be very difficult to earn more if your self-worth isn't very realistic or even kind to you. So it's big. And then every time when the Sun, Mercury, or Venus comes past this, and Mars isn't doing it this month, he's doing it later on this year. It's going to be a big one. But, when these 3 planets come past this point and oppose Pluto, all of a sudden there is the energy of somebody else in your life managing your finances or getting involved, other people's values, other people's judgments, other people's expectations. So pay attention to what's happening on the 12th, the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd, because it's going to give you some clues on what you're holding on to that is really stopping you from moving forwards much faster. That's my top tip. So on the 3rd, when Mercury's in opposition to Pluto, you might be really trying to hold on to your finances in a certain way, and then somebody in your life, somebody well-meaning who maybe blabs their opinion that you didn't ask for, that sets your world in a bit of a spin. It's other people's handling of their money that might have an impact on you. Maybe somebody that you're communicating with that has judgments about what you're doing. It's creating a tension. It's creating the realization of your fear that you can't quite get out of. Venus coming up is about your feelings and possibly your relationships that are holding you in this pattern. Are your relationships costing you more than you know? Are they do you have these relationships that you have a secret fear that you don't quite deserve? Because that's a big one. And then when the Sun comes over this point, the Sun is absolutely showing you that you need to evolve and transform to keep moving and to keep growing. And yet there's a secret fear that's stopping you from doing that change work. So pay attention to what's going on with those, make a note of those and see what comes up. It will be a continuous pattern and most likely you'll get better at it. That's the whole idea. It's not something you need to fear. You're not going to be feeling this every single day for 20 years. These Pluto things take time. They come in and they come out. So, it's all good. Week 1 then, Venus Chiron square. So Chiron is down here. It's showing up in your 4th house. It's been there a while. Chiron shows us where we're vulnerable, where we feel like we're raw, a bit open to the elements. We're vulnerable, we've got nothing to protect ourselves. And of course, we want to be protected at home. If we're not protected there, if we feel vulnerable at home, that's not very it must be really uncomfortable for you, is what I want to share. And so why are you feeling vulnerable at home? Is it the people you're with at home? Is it your actual house? Is it your house in your neighborhood? It's something going on that where you feel a little bit vulnerable, and maybe it's difficult to tune into that. Now, at the same time, Venus is coming into the 7th, really saying, but, you know, we need you to be in your relationships. There's this feeling of warmth, a feeling of possibility, a feeling of, you know, the flourishing of a relationship, the flourishing of energy between you and another person. You know, Venus going through the 7th is quite beneficial. You know, it's usually seen as people helping you, people really wanting to support you, and people loving being around you. So this is interesting. You know, Venus in the square to Chiron, I think is really saying, you know, one of the reasons why you're feeling so vulnerable is because you're not letting other people in. So is that part of the fear? Is this part of the fear that I'm talking about here? You know, where you fear letting people in, you fear opening up things because you don't have the self-worth. I don't know. It's for you to know. But so there might be a little bit of tightness around week 1, you know, where you feel a bit vulnerable because people are coming into your life and wanting to relate to you, and maybe you're putting a blockage up. Around the 5th, though, we've got the new moon in Cancer, and this is your like yearly new moon in the 7th that is there again to create a bit of hope, to create a feeling of possibility with relationships, to create a new sensation, to create a new start for your relationships. Maybe it's time to sit down and have a more honest conversation with somebody and to take your relationship up a notch. Maybe it's time maybe you've just decided you're ready for a relationship. But, you know, this first week is all about relationships. In fact, the second week is as well. So let's move on there. So, you know, in week 2, there's some really great things about week 2 for you. So the Sun-Saturn trine, you know, Saturn's in your 3rd. It's really saying you've put a lot of effort into what goes on around you in terms of your community, in terms of who you know, in terms of being helpful to people and the communications. You've probably been a really good, a really good neighbor, a really good communard. You know, there is this sense that, you know, if you say you're going to do something, you are your word. And most likely that's reciprocated, that you've been able to help people and also receive a bit of help back. Now, the good feeling that you've created, the good discipline, the discernment, and also the I don't want to say openness, but the sense of possibility that you've created, that is absolutely reaping rewards. Again, it's giving you a lot more almost friendship or relationship magic. It's almost like the Sun and Venus going through your 7th is really seen as a beneficial place. You know, people are good for you right now. Good people are coming in. So to me, it feels like there's a fairy godmother that's just waved a wand and said, Capricorn ascendant, you've done really well. And because of this, there's this great person that's coming in, and don't be afraid to connect with them, you know, and it doesn't have to be one person. It could be a few. So I see that as being really great. The other trine, which is Venus Neptune. So Venus is here by this point in the month, and Neptune is still here. Neptune is in the 3rd house. It's really showing that trust, forgiveness, higher love, higher principles of connection have also been at play. Now, that's not always the case with Neptune. Neptune can muddy the water somehow, but Neptune is there to show higher levels of creativity and higher levels of connection. You know, Neptune is a higher harmonic of Venus, absolutely creative, but not personally creative, like universally created. And of course, that can go in many different ways. But the connection between Venus and Neptune in this beautiful trine is absolutely saying anywhere where you've been selfless, anywhere where you've gone above and beyond, anywhere where you've really put your heart into something in the community, again, there's this feeling of repayment. Now, not to say that you actually need actual remuneration, but it's like you've got a tick against your name. So I just think relationships in the week 1 and 2 are getting easier, getting smoother. It feels like there's a lot of good things happening for you. And it's because of the hard work that you've put in, and also the creativity and faith that you've had that if you do this, it will work out. And I think that's a great philosophy to have in the first place. You know, I know that this will pass and this will work out. And if it hasn't worked out yet, I just haven't got to the bit where it does. Week 3 then, this is the most shocking aspect of the month, and that is Mars and Uranus in a conjunction together. Now it's happening in your 5th house. The 5th house is a place of passion, joy, coming together, romance, children as well, everything that comes from your passion, including your hobbies, and partying as well, because that really comes from that need for passion and excitement and joy. So the 5th house is about how you can experience more joy, like how can you bring more in for you in for your life. And if you've got any planets here around 26 degrees Taurus, Mars and Uranus are going to be lined up right over them. Now Mars and Uranus, Mars is taking action, it's yangy, it acts first, thinks later, and it moves, it doesn't wait around, it just takes action straight away. It's very impatient. Now Uranus, it starts and stops things. It's something erupts out of nowhere and then it disappears. Well, sometimes it doesn't, but things can start and things can stop, and it's surprising. There's a lot of consciousness attached to it, change comes up with Uranus. Change, initiation, and innovation. It's deeply creative and quite disturbing because it changes things so much. So these two planets coming together is interesting, really interesting. Thankfully, the 5th house isn't such a, all houses are important, but let's face it, you don't necessarily want this aspect happening in your 1st, 4th, 7th or 10th. I'm not saying it's not good. And that's where they're going to be in one of my charts, but, they are creating a lot of movement in the angular houses. Now, this is happening in your 5th house. So anything that happens here could have lasting results for sure, but it's not necessarily as, I don't think it's as difficult as in other houses. So for instance, one thing that could come up here is a sudden passion that comes up from nowhere, in particular a sexual one, particularly a no strings, given that Uranus is there, or one that maybe you think is absolutely all encompassing and it feels so strong that you think it is good to go, and then you find out that maybe it was temporary, because Mars and Uranus are, I want it now, oh, I don't want it anymore. So be cautious. If you are single, you could absolutely prepare for a really great connection, but be aware that anything starting under a Mars and Uranus energy doesn't necessarily have longevity written into it. It's not to say it can't happen, but it is programmed for excitement. It is programmed for change. It is programmed for consciousness, but not necessarily for long, slow peace, love, and joy. That might come under a different planetary spell. And in terms of projects or parties or anything like that, you might find that you party a little bit harder than you're expecting. Be aware of what you're doing. Like, if you're taking recreational drugs or drinking alcohol or something, be aware of the consequences. Don't, I'm not saying kill your buzz or anything, but just be aware. With Mars, we might overexert ourselves. And with Uranus, we might party too hard. We forget what we're doing, and end up kind of damaging ourselves or going a bit too much. It's always worth just bearing in mind what's going on. Now, here's the thing that could impact this. And Mercury is in a square to this energy in the 8th house. Now, in the 8th house, we feel the judgments of everyone else. We're really intuitive. And so in this 8th house experience, if we go out feeling emotional and charged because of other people's judgments and things like that, and then we go into a particularly joyful experience where we might be in an altered state or something like that, we might make some really bad judgments. So, I think you could have some fun here, but it could, it could lead to a little bit of embarrassment, a little bit of a fall from grace. But, again, I'm saying that from my perspective as, a wife and mom who's, very grateful that the earlier part of my life wasn't captured on Facebook or Instagram. So, I'm sharing it from that perspective, not from the perspective of going out partying so hard. and certainly not wanting to kill your buzz if you're still doing that and having great fun doing it. And why wouldn't you? So anyway, week 4, Venus Chiron in a trine. So again, Chiron's here in the 4th house, which is where you're feeling a bit vulnerable and feeling a bit exposed, and maybe questioning what it is to feel secure. You know, maybe you've got something going on about security, given that Pluto is also in the 2nd house to do with money. You know, maybe there is a feeling of lack that is playing into this vulnerability. Well, when Venus comes into the trine with Chiron, it feels like there's a greater resource available to you. It feels like there's support coming, maybe from people that might want to loan you some money, from a partner that has a pay rise or a new retirement plan or something, or they've got some stocks and shares that have paid out. To me, there is a feeling that there's an inheritance of something, not necessarily like that you actually get an inheritance. I mean, that's a really big thing, and also it has other connotations. But what I'm saying is, your security isn't, yes, at some level it's your responsibility to feel secure, and it is your responsibility to kind of pay your own way or work somehow to make ends meet, but you don't have to do it on your own. Okay. And I guess with this last week, you can maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit and allow other people to support you. That would be my recommendation. Use this last week to relax a little bit, not be so serious, and to let other people support you. Really do. So there you go, Capricorn ascendant. I hope that forecast was helpful, insightful, interesting, scatty, off the wall, who knows, but I hope it was helpful. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. My details are all below in the notes. But have a great July, and catch you in another forecast soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Aquarius ascendant. How are you this month so far? I'm recording this on the 1st of July. This is the July forecast. And in this forecast, I wanted to really pick up and draw on the energies of all those aspects that I think are really exciting or interesting, or going to stretch you, or going to stimulate you, going to create curiosity. I really wanted to give you a sense of all the specialness of this month coming up. And so I've selected the Venus Chiron square in week 1, which is here. We've also got the Sun Saturn trine and the Venus Neptune trine happening in week 2, which I'm giving an interpretation on. Also in week 3, we've got the Mercury squares to both Mars and Uranus. What this means is we've got this Mars and Uranus conjunction that are both in a square to Mercury. This is a really, really big week. And then in week 4, we've got the Venus Chiron trine that's really, really, I think, tapping off and ending the activities. So it's quite an interactive month. Now, in this, I'm also looking at Pluto, because Pluto has 3 oppositions, also an opposition to the moon. So 4 technically, but 3 planetary. So with Mercury, Venus and the Sun oppositions to Pluto. And given that Pluto right now is in a really critical place in your chart, and that these are the first oppositions that Pluto is having with the Sun, Mercury and Venus, in and across the polarity of Aquarius and Leo, to me, that just seems really important. I mean, consider this for a minute, that Pluto is going to be going through this first house in your chart for the next 20 years. It's going to be in the sign of Aquarius for 20 years. And during that time, at this time every year, Pluto is going to make an opposition to the Sun, an opposition to Mercury, and an opposition to Virgo. Now, Venus. Now, every time this happens, there's likely to be a similar story, a similar thread coming up. And Pluto speaks of control. What are we holding on to? What do we fear letting go of? Pluto absolutely shows us our fears and what we've made our fears mean. So I think I'm going to start this forecast here, because I think if you were to tune into what the Pluto-Mercury opposition means to you, what the Venus-Pluto opposition means to you, and what the Sun-Pluto opposition means to you, then you'll be giving yourself a really great bit of intel that's going to keep you going over the next 20 years. You'll be able to see these patterns coming up in advance, so you know what's coming up, and you'll be able to consider what you want to do about it. You know, this is showing you where you're holding on to something so tightly that, in fact, it's kind of stopping the flow of your life and stopping the flow of you really evolving. So it's worth considering, especially since it's going through your first house. So let's get started now. So Pluto in your first house is absolutely a force. It's a force of you really wanting to know yourself and to describe yourself and to know what your body's about. You know, the first house really has our body, has our birthing, like who are we born to be? There's a lot to do with purpose in there, I would say, and also our body and our appearance. What do people know about us? You know, how do we appear from the outside looking in? There's a lot about our independence, our unique fire that like sort of drives us through life. So it's a really strong force. Now, when the sun comes into the seventh house, it often shows where other people get involved. You know, it often shows us what's going on when other people become more important, or when we consider the views of other people. When Venus comes into the seventh house, our attention goes from us to the other people, and often really nice people come up. They show us actually how lovable we are. And then when Mercury goes into the seventh house, we have lots of people to talk to and to find out about. So it creates a real contrast. Each of these oppositions is pulling your attention out of your core self. It's pulling your attention into the other. The seventh house here is all about the other. It's about all those things that you see in other people that you don't quite recognize in yourself. And so just acknowledging that shows that whatever we're holding on to with Pluto, we're trying to define ourselves so tightly that we're not giving ourselves the permission to be something else or change or evolve. You know, it's almost like we say to ourselves, or like you say to yourself, this is who I am. And what this means is I do this, I eat this, I'm like this. These are the kinds of friendships I have, blah, 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 blah. And you define yourself. And of course, that definition one day becomes a prison cell, because you know, life does change. Life changes a lot. The people in your life change. And so that person that you were determined to stay with forever because they were your person, you might find that they're not your person anymore. They've changed, or life has moved on beyond you. So, you know, Pluto here is really showing you that you can't direct those things. You can't be in control of those things. And the more you try to be in control of everything that comes into your midst, the more likely you are to receive less magic, less opportunity, less spontaneity. What's happening is you're just getting the same old again and again and again. And of course, then, you know, you forget who you really are, because what really gives you that clue as to who you really are is the challenge, the fresh challenge, and the insights from other people. So with these first three oppositions, if I was in your shoes right now, Aquarius ascendant, I would be making a note. Maybe going out and buying a nice little book for yourself, a journaling book, where you might start to plot down some of these astrological aspects and note how they feel. Like, wouldn't that be quite a cool thing to do? So make a note of the Pluto-Mercury opposition that's happening on the 3rd of July, you know, where the attentions of other people become more noticeable and you're outside of yourself. You might be having judgments about other people, and what you notice about other people might actually be what's really going on for you. On the 12th, when Venus is in your 7th house and in opposition to Pluto, you might also notice that there is this strong desire to be around a person that you forget who you are. And yet you are also reminded that everything that they are, you're not. So notice what you feel. Like, that's just my interpretation, but how does that land in your chart? And then the sun going into the opposition with Pluto in your 1st house. What is going on when somebody else shows up in your life and really comes in and almost demands attention, almost is impossible to miss, because the sun is lighting up other people in your world? Notice what is going on, what feelings, what fears come up. Are you afraid that you're not enough? Are you afraid that you're not good enough for this potential romantic partner, for a potential friend? Notice what you notice, write it down, and then reflect on it. This is stuff that is helping to build you up over time. So you see the signs way ahead. You see what's going on. Right, let's focus more on the week by week breakdown now. So in week 1, we've got the Venus Chiron square. So Chiron is showing you where you feel vulnerable. It shows where we feel raw and exposed, and it's showing up in the 3rd house. So something about the local community, about your local education, the local narrative, the story of what's going on, in your community. And with Chiron in this place, you might not feel that comfortable. You might feel a bit raw, a bit exposed to do something different. I don't know. It also looks at your ability to connect with people. Do you still feel that confident, or are you, do you feel confident in your connections locally? What is missing? Chiron really shows us where we maybe feel a bit hurt by things, and also what we're learning about our hurts and how they can come up. So, anything that happened in early childhood, which is definitely a third house kind of thing, in particular schools, you might not have felt beautiful enough, pretty enough, popular enough. You might not have felt smart enough. That's, whatever you have as a childhood experience is likely to be exposed as a vulnerability with Chiron. So he's here, and Venus right now is in your 6th house. Venus isn't that noticeable in the 6th house. She's really helping you do your donkey work. She's helping you get your house clean, get your money sorted, get your life sorted, get healthy, get fit, which is all really valid. And so you might find actually that where you're feeling a bit vulnerable in your local community, you actually are thinking, well, actually, I'd rather put my attention elsewhere. I'm going to put it towards me. It's actually quite an interesting square, so you may well feel that you need to spend time in your community or facing your fears. And yet, actually, your real impulse is to stay well away from that and invest in yourself. As these squares go, I would say this is actually quite a good expression. So maybe in week 1, when in fact there's also a new moon in Cancer on the 5th, you might choose to invest in yourself. You might choose to give yourself a bit of a clearing at home, ignore what's going on in your local community, where actually it's not just you that feels vulnerable, but everyone feels a bit nuts. So you might choose to be more of a home bird, get things organized, get things feeling a bit healthier, a bit more loving and kind towards yourself. That seems like a beautiful opportunity for you. In week 2, we've got some more things bringing you into the organization, into kind of outside of the world and kind of really into the nitty gritty of your life. So we've got this Sun Saturn Trine. So Saturn in your 2nd is showing where you've made a concerted effort to monitor your income, create more income, maybe create more income streams, but being quite discerning in doing that. And in its trine to the sun, it's really saying, look, it's starting to pay off. Every action that you've taken to boost your sense of value in yourself and boost your self-esteem and boost your earning capacity is really paying off in a big way. It's allowing you a lot more ease in terms of managing your finances and managing your home. So that's all really good. And then Neptune, which is a higher harmonic of Venus in the trine to Venus, is really, really beneficial. So we've got this energy of unconditional love and possibly even spiritual purpose and love and connection and feeling like you're in the right place. What I really get here is in week 2, there is a feeling of satisfaction that maybe, you don't need to feel quite so vulnerable. Maybe you're actually feeling a sense of oneness in what you've created. It's funny, isn't it? Not everyone feels a sense of oneness when they create the financial life they want or they get their house tidied. For a lot of people, they're looking for oneness because there is that feeling of connection, between one person and another, or a feeling of connection with the world. But actually what I really get here in week 2, there's such a level of satisfaction that, you are like living cleanly or feeling like there is a sense of completion that is really almost like a spiritual practice. So again, week 1 and 2 just feel like this nurturing that creates a space to really appreciate the hard work and effort that you've put in recent months. It's really, really paying off. So don't dumb yourself down. Don't dumb down your efforts. Really take a moment to accept this as a compliment. Okay, you're doing well. Week 3, then things get a little bit more choppy. Like Uranus, which is one of your ruling planets, it's in a conjunction with Mars. Now, Mars is a planet of direction, a planet of taking action. Mars doesn't hang around for permission. He just moves forward. He does what he wants, when he wants, how he wants. Woe betide anyone that gets in between him and gets him to challenge his own authority. You know, Mars is a really dynamic planet that motivates and get things moving. You know, he really gets things moving. Uranus is a planet of sudden change and innovation, and it can create great big shocks and cataclysms. You know, it is a powerful creation force, and it really brings in an element of the unconscious mind and consciousness in general. You know, it brings in a lot of planetary consciousness that you may or may not be aware of. It's a huge channeling planet. Now, Mars and Uranus together is creating this really shocking impetus, this almost massive consciousness from which you want to take action. Or it might be that you take an action that creates this whole new life story for yourself. You know, and it's happening in your 4th house. The 4th house is one of the angular houses, the 1st, the 7th, the 4th, and the 10th. These are very important houses where things really change. So having this Mars and Uranus connection going on in your 4th is, I think, really highlighting at a deep restlessness inside your home. Are you ready to move? Are you ready to take action about moving? Are you needing to do some DIY or move things around? One thing I'd be really, really cautious of is messing around with things that you're not trained to. So for instance, if you're not an electrician, I would stay well clear of doing anything with anything electrical. You know, like Uranus is a shocking planet. It's like a bolt of lightning. You know, in the wrong hands, if you're being a bit careless because you're not really in full consciousness, if you're not really paying attention to what you're doing at home, you know, really watch out for water and electricity. Make sure there is nothing that can go wrong, because Mars, you know, you might take action without thinking. You know, Mars can be careless and thoughtless. You know, Mars can show where you get really angry or fired up to do something. You go and do it. You don't consider the consequences. And then Uranus comes in and there's a surprise and a shock. So it's really, really worth bearing that in mind, that combination. You know, if you're going to make some changes at home, do them sensibly, get other people to help you, prepare the groundwork. So, you know, the Mars and Uranus energy is there to create the change, the positive change that you've planned, and that you're going to surprise yourself with, rather than doing something spontaneously in a way that creates chaos for yourself. You know, be purposeful with that. That's my recommendation. And in terms of the square to Mercury, you know, Mercury in the 7th is showing that you're paying attention to the people around you. You know, so somebody's in your ear going, don't do it like that, you do it like this. Or you know what you need to do. So, you know, Mercury here is really stressed out. You know, he's listening to all this stuff coming in. And in the square to Mars and Uranus may well snap. So I really get that. Be aware of what is going on around you when you're in communication with others in week 3, you know, in particular on the 15th, when this is such a strong energy. So be really cautious on the 15th, but, you know, watch out for undercurrents, you know, undercurrents of anger, undercurrents of resentment and bitterness that might be growing in you. So if you've got something unexpressed, because again, Mercury helps that expression, and Mercury is really ready to do some big expressing. You know, make sure if you've got something hidden that you have kind of let the safety valve off a little bit, do it in increments. Maybe if you've got a lot brewing up underneath, maybe in week 2, you can start writing about it, so that, you know, if somebody does say the wrong thing in week 3, you don't just explode on them. So, you know, do yourself a favor. Use this energy to create a change you want. Use this energy to do something positive, physical, that creates some innovation in your life, and don't leave it to chance. That's my big advice. Now, in week 4, we've got the Venus Chiron trine. So if you remember in week 1, I said Venus Chiron square, there was this feeling of maybe people are nuts in your local environment. And yes, you might feel a bit exposed in your environment, and you feel much safer here managing things at home. By the time week 4 comes along, from the 22nd of July onwards, it feels like, yeah, people are nuts, but actually I feel quite safe. I've got some great people in my world. So I think whatever you did in week 1 and 2 to create space for yourself to get more organized at home is really creating a lovely experience as you're going into week 3 and week 4. It starts to feel like they're maybe really from week 4 onwards, like week 3 is a bit tense, but week 4 onwards, it really feels like there are some great people, and you'd be silly to miss out on the fun that you could have with them. So yeah, there might be some nutters, there might be some things going on in your environment that make you feel vulnerable, but you know what, when you've got good people by your side that you can talk with, you'll ace that. So there you go, Aquarius ascendant. I hope that was helpful in navigating July. If I can be of any help, then just check out all of my links below in the description field. I'm really here to help and assist you as much as I can. Have a fantastic July, and maybe catch you next month. Lots of love. Bye for now. Okay, Pisces ascendant, how are you? So this is an interesting one because, it's a water sign month that we're starting off this July in. So right now the sun is in the sign of Cancer. We've got a lot of Cancerian energy at the first start of this month. Now, in other months when I'm doing these forecasts, you might notice I do them quite differently each time. But in this month ahead, I just thought, there's lots of interesting aspects, lots of different planetary connections. And so what I've done is I've focused on 1 or 2 aspects each week that I think are quintessential to that week, that really give you a flavor of what you might be evolving, growing, working through, releasing, transforming, being curious about. And so that's what I'm doing. So in this week, in this month ahead, I'm looking at a week by week level. In week 1, I'm going to examine Venus and Chiron and their square together. That's here in blue. In week 2, I'm looking at the Sun Saturn trine and the Venus Neptune trine happening. They're happening from your 1st house to your 5th house. Notice that there's all this like energy down here in the sign of Cancer. Then in week 3, we've got a very shocking and surprising aspect. Mars and Uranus in a conjunction in the sign of Taurus, both in a square to Mercury in the sign of Leo. So that's quite a rabble-rousing week. And then in week 4, we've got a Venus Chiron trine. So we start off with a Venus Chiron square, which is a bit more challenging. And it feels like by the end of the month, Venus and Chiron have resolved their issues. It feels a lot more positive. You'll also see that I've got this band of green here. That's to represent the Pluto oppositions. So we've got 3 oppositions with Mercury, Venus, and the Sun on the 3rd, the 12th, and the 23rd, respectively, of July. Now, why is that so special? Well, the thing to recognize, I think, is that Pluto is new in the sign of Aquarius. He's going to be going through this part of your chart for the next 20 years. And every year around this time, the Sun is going to go into an opposition with Pluto. Mercury is also going to go into an opposition with Pluto, as is Venus. Each of these oppositions are giving you an opportunity to clear something. Pluto shows us what we try to control because we have a fear of something and because of the meaning that we've made that fear mean. And so each time we have these opportunities with the Sun, Mercury, and Venus, we've got the chance to clear something about the fear we're holding on to and the control measures that we're putting into to make sure we can carry on holding on. So Pluto really shows us what we're holding on to for dear life, what we refuse to release. And of course, when we refuse to release anything, what actually happens is things tend to go wrong. Things tend to get very, do you mind? Those dogs are going crazy. So, Pluto shows us what we're trying to hold on to. And of course, if we hold on to things too much, we're missing out on the growth opportunities. We're missing out on the opportunities of the great things that could come in. So, when you're holding on to something, you're really monitoring the perimeter, because of fear and what you've made that mean. But you're also not open to the great things that could come in. And so really what you're working through here with these oppositions is, how are you holding on to it? Why are you holding on to it? And what are you missing out by not allowing life to flow? So I've put this in as a note, really. If I was in your shoes right now, I would take some time in this month ahead to make a note of what's going on in terms of your thoughts and your feelings and your self-expression on the 3rd of July, the 12th of July, and the 23rd of July. So you can note, down, what is going on, because this pattern is going to come up for the next 20 years. Every year around the same time, you'll have similar experiences. And, you may well go through the same scenario with slightly different situations, but it's all to learn a similar thing. Much easier to do early on, like get to grips with this pattern. If you can acknowledge it, recognize it, you can start to work through it so that it doesn't create lots of difficulty and power struggles, which of course Pluto is really happy to do. So what could this mean? I think I want to start here. So Pluto is just gone into your 12th house, and Pluto in the 12th house is really deeply intuitive. Like the 12th house is all about the unconscious mind and the sort of recesses of the mind. It's what you keep hidden. It's your unconscious programming, including self-sabotage. Like, what programs have you got running in your unconscious mind to stop you from being in harm's way? Like self-sabotage, it's usually where we have a directive from your unconscious mind. It sensed some danger in the past. It made a belief that maybe played out once or twice, and then after that a behavior came from it. And so there's this sense that you've got some behaviors in place that stop you from experiencing life in such a way that might create danger. Now, like the 12th also has a theme of death, actually. One of the things that happens in the 12th is we merge with the infinite. If you think of the first house as representing your point of birthing, and each house represents a different milestone on your life, as you're coming through the 12th, you naturally come to the end of your life. You naturally come to, I'm not saying that's going to happen when Pluto goes through this house, by the way, but it's representative of what you can release fully, And so Pluto here is really showing you a glimpse of what happens the other side of life. It's also showing you a deeper level of spiritual understanding, a deeper intrinsic knowledge, a deeper trust in your instincts, a deeper trust in all the things you can sense and feel around you. It's really deep. It's a really deep acting place to have Pluto in. Not necessarily easy, can bring up a lot of fears. And the moment those fears come up, these oppositions help you to recognize them. So Mercury coming into the 6th house is bringing up a lot of awareness about your physical world, what you need to do to survive, what you need to do to be organized, what you need to do to earn money and stay healthy, etc., etc. And it's almost as if, as you're trying to get into the real world and communicate these needs and do something about them, there is something stopping you. So you might choose to understand what is stopping you in your tracks. What self-sabotage have you got going on that stops you from getting organized, that stops you from considering a new plan of action? When Venus goes over this point on the 12th, you might find yourself, people coming into your life that might draw you into a more meaningful life, that might draw you out of these safety patterns. And you might again feel this sense of power struggle between you and somebody close to you, because there's something about them that seems really dangerous. It's because they're kind of pulling you out of your safety zone. And then when the sun comes in here on the 23rd, there is this self-expression that naturally comes up, this desire to really be yourself and to express yourself in a new way and to get excited about the life you're creating. And then Pluto is coming in saying, no, that's dangerous. No, definitely not on my watch. And so, yeah, watch out for those. Like, observe what happens for you and make a note about it and allow yourself to go really deep on it. See what comes up. I think you'll really give yourself a helping hand there for many years to come. So on to the actual week by week forecast then. So in week 1, we've got the Venus Chiron square. So Chiron is here. It shows what you're kind of raw and feeling exposed about, what you feel vulnerable about. And it's been going through your second house for quite a few years now. And it has something to do with your earning capabilities, your feelings of resourcefulness. Are you earning enough? Are you valued for being who you are? And how do you value yourself? Like, what's your self-esteem like? Are you afraid of valuing yourself? You know, is there, I don't know, if you learned something along the way that if you celebrate your successes, somehow there's something wrong with boasting or something wrong with doing well, you might want to explore that. But, you know, any vulnerability that exists here in terms of your self-esteem is at odds with Venus in the 5th house, which is absolutely wanting to experience joy. And it's a bit hedonistic in the 5th house. You know, there's this feeling of passion, a feeling of connection, maybe wanting to sensuously connect with another body. There is this real desire to connect and to share and to just feel good in your body. And so at these times, I just think there is whatever sufferance you're ready to experience because maybe you don't feel deserving enough, it's in direct conflict to the desire to really experience a nice feeling, to really luxuriate in something that you feel passionate and sensuous and joyful about. So really watch out for that. Watch where following your joy makes you feel uncomfortable, because it's giving you a real good clue as to where you might have a difficulty in accepting luxury, in accepting your worth, in accepting that you really deserve it. So, you know, watch out for that. Now, in week 2, this is, I think this is really, really helpful, because we've got the Sun-Saturn trine, again, connecting up to the joy that you want to experience in life, the joy that you absolutely want to luxuriate in, enjoy, the passion that's building in you. And it could be for your children, it could be for your partner, it could be to create something that you really love. You know, it is that thing that comes from you, your gift in many respects. So the Sun-Saturn trine is really showing that where you've worked on your personality and worked on yourself, you've got a much better sense of self-expression. And it's giving you confidence. You might have also found that where you've been working on your body structurally with your muscles, your ligaments, etc., because Saturn is absolutely about your structure, especially in the 1st house, you know, where you're being kind to yourself, slowly doing it, slowly working things out, then you are actually starting to feel the benefits of it. It feels like it's starting to work now. It feels like, you know, your hard work is starting to pay off. And that's brilliant. I'm really pleased for you. And then Venus and Neptune, it's just showing you cannot have enough love for yourself. You cannot have enough appreciation and gratitude for yourself. The more you go into this sort of attitude of gratitude, the better you can enjoy life fully, the better you can connect to others in a sensuous, sexual, loving, intimate way. And the more you can create all those things that bring you more joy. So I really think week 2 is great. Week 2 is one of these weeks where you can absolutely enjoy being you. Really do. Now, week 3 may very well kind of snap you back into a slightly harsher focus. Uranus is a planet of shock, change, innovation, and high-level consciousness. Mars is a planet of taking action, not considering the consequences one little bit, but it's like, I'm going to do this right now. Don't try and stop me. Don't get in my way. You know, Mars acts first, thinks about it later, and Uranus creates the shock of that action. So these two coming together in a conjunction in your 3rd house is really showing that, you know, maybe your community, maybe your local neighborhood doesn't feel that safe right now. And if so, you probably want to just think about how you can make yourself safe or feel safer where you live, and around your friends or around what you know to be your neighborhood. And that might include your siblings and cousins and all sorts. You might find that there is some shock coming from your neighborhood. You know, again, where somebody within your neighborhood has taken action, made a big, bold decision, not thought about the consequences, and then something's happened, so it does confer a certain amount of drama, I think, within your locality or within the narrative of where you live and what you know to be kind of home. So watch out for that. It's also in a square to Mercury. And Mercury is showing up in your 6th house of your day-to-day existence. So, in some level, it feels like whatever is going on at this crazy time with your crazy, dramatic community around you, it feels like, oh, God, here we go. So like your Mercury, your day-to-day existence that you're managing quite well, by the way, just so you know, you're managing your life really, really well. You're doing absolutely the best you can, especially with Saturn going through your first. I mean, you really do have to pay attention during these years. But with Mercury going through here, all of your attention is here. And yet it feels like the community and the drama in the community is trying to pull you back in. Really pay attention to when you feel pulled back in. Whose benefit are you being pulled back in for? Is it your business? Who does it belong to is the big question. Is it something for you to deal with, or is it something for you to think about from the comfort of your own home and from the comfort of your own life? Don't allow yourself to feel guilted into something community based if it doesn't feel like it's in alignment with you. It really feels like things could get really dragged out because of other people's need for drama, and that's not something that you necessarily want to sign up for. So in week 4 then, it feels like things are starting to come back into more of a balance, which is nice. And the Chiron energy that I was talking about, maybe not feeling quite deserving enough for great things to happen, it's really mitigated because by this time, at the end of the month, Venus has worked her way into the 6th house. And it feels like, you know what? Everything I am doing is creating this great life. I'm actually on the right track. I'm doing the right things. I'm doing the right things by my body. I'm taking time. I'm being kind to myself. I'm being generous to myself. Sure, my self-esteem might not be that great, and I'm working on it, and I'm good with that. I recognize that I'm on the right path. So I really see that this last week, you can actually start to appreciate all the efforts that you've done and the cumulative good feeling that you're building for yourself in your life. So Pisces Ascendant, that one was for you. I really hope that was helpful for you. I hope you have a beautiful July. I hope your crazy community around you doesn't upset your feelings of calm, but also your well-deserved feelings of peace as they come to you. Have a great month ahead. If I can be of any help, you know where I am. Just see my details are all below in the description box. But have a great month and speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Whew. So there you go. That was my forecast. The forecasts were a bit longer this month. I really wasn't sure quite where I was going with them at first. Took a while for the overall story to come through. And then when I looked at it from the perspective of all these great aspects, it started to come through. And also the story about Pluto and what we're learning with Pluto and how we can be proactive with that. So I hope you found that helpful. Like I said, if I can be of any help, you know where I am. But have a great July. Stay beautiful. Keep being you. This is a time for us to absolutely appreciate all the things we've been working really hard for. Really, really hard for. So make sure you give yourself some time to nurture yourself and really, really do appreciate all the efforts you've done. You've done amazingly well. So anyway, on that bombshell, I'm going to leave you to it. Have a great month ahead and catch you in another forecast real soon. Bye for now.